X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Keeping Up with the Avatar Parts 1 through 3. What is this?
Going.
Taking a shower.
I was going to shower first, and now she wants to shower. I said I was going to shower first.
You said that 2 hours ago.
This was, to be fair, basically Katara and Toph when they, like, the whole, like, second season. When they first, like, meet, they don't really like each other much. This is pretty accurate.
Yeah.
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 I'm just taking a shower. I don't know why it's a big deal.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's pretty
gosh,
accurate.
it's so pretty in here.
Yeah.
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 Why is there only one bed?
Because you're sleeping here.
It is actually insane how good the impression is of Toph. That's actually does sound exactly like her.
So we just got to Singapore, and after such a long day, she
Sing
tells me
Say.
to sleep on the couch. So you expect me to
I think this is a pre-existing, like, skit that happened, and someone thought that the one girl sounded so much like Toph, they animated the Avatar characters into the skit, is what I think happened here. And to be fair, that lady does sound a lot like Toph. Yeah, that seems to be the
sleep on the
case.
couch?
Yeah, well, I already claimed the bed.
Ugh, what do you mean?
Real.
I don't
The-
have
the
time for this
boom.
bullshit right now.
It clearly has my DNA on it, so that means it's my property.
True.
No matter how sick we are, we're always working. You don't do stuff.
You know what? You act like I don't do You have like
Why is Aang? Like, Aang looks like he's 20 now. What the fuck?
this narrative in your mind.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that you never do
I
any
will
work.
literally you up if you mention that again. Stop laughing like that. You look like a freak. I don't want to hear about this narrative that she's the only one with work ethic and that she's doing this and this and this. It's such bullshit. We don't have to do things the same way.
That is literally one-to-one accurate. They had a whole episode about that. Holy shit. No, that's actually insane. That's actually insane how well those skits fit. To see what you think. What's this? Fake Minecraft movie trailer. Is this like gonna be the Minecraft movie trailer, but if they edited it, or not edited it, but animated it? The trailer already works so much better animated. I've seen somebody already did that. What's this gonna be? My God.
To everything there is a season, a time for every...
Honestly, if they were gonna go the live action route with the Minecraft movie, this is what I would have preferred. I would have preferred if they set it in like, if they filmed it like on site in New Zealand. They did film it in New Zealand, but if they filmed it like on site in like beautiful, like Middle Earth looking environments, which is a lot like what Minecraft wants to look like, is these beautiful, like the most beautiful places on our planet, is what the biomes try to go for at the World Gen. Just make it a full live action movie if that's what they wanted to go for, and have it be content-wise about Minecraft. Like, have it be a hyper-realistic, like, what a creeper is meant to actually be. Have there just be sheep. Have there just be zombies. That would have been way cooler.
Every purpose under heaven. A time of war and a time of peace.
Those orcs from Rings of Power.
A time to plant and a time to pluck what is planted.
This is like edited. This is like edited from different scenes of other movies together. I don't know. This is like lower effort than I would have hoped. I was hoping it was that animated version of the Minecraft movie trailer. Have you guys seen that Minecraft movie trailer animated? This trailer actually works when it's animated. It's not super high quality animation because it's only been a few like days since the trailer came out, but look how much better quality this is. Like, look at how much better this works.
Right this way!
It already works better. And they could have still had a live action element if they just became block people when they stepped through the portal.
What the hell?
See, the joke even works better when it's just a sheep. An actual
Anything
item.
you can dream about here, you can make.
Imagine this but higher budget.
Who are you?
I am Steve. Okay.
This guy is such a tool bag.
I saw a version of this where he shift crouches after he says, "I am Steve." And I actually laughed out loud at the shift crouch. Imagine if they animated the movie and then just had all animation just break for a second, and he just does a full-on Minecraft shift crouch, just where it, like, flashes into the state of shift crouching and then back up the standing. Dude, that would have been fucking hilarious, because then the characters are reacting to the weird shift crouch thing he just did, more so than just how wacky he is, and that actually works as a reaction to, what the fuck did you just do? What did you just, like, snap your back for a fraction of a second and then stand back up straight? What was that? Like, oh, God, they could... This movie could work if they just one-to-one animated it. I'm still willing to keep an open mind, but fuck, dude. Sins. I do not like that channel. It is some of the laziest, low effort, like, it's not even that it's lazy and low effort, it's lazy, low effort content that's designed to give people talking points they can use to pretend like they have an original opinion on something. That's really what upsets me about the audience that consumes this type of content at the end of the day, is that so many of the people that I see talking about, like, insert show that's been deemed woke and bad, like, they complain about it, and I can tell from their complaints they haven't seen the show, and that they're just repeating complaints about it they heard from a YouTuber. That shit really frustrates me. The director of Skull Island years ago called out the Critical Drinker, or was it Cinema Sins? Could be referring to either. Probably Cinema Sins. Anyway, let's hop into the video. It starts with a quote. "If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it." Isn't that like a Hitler quote? To be fair, you know, that is the motto that Hitler lived by. Yeah, fucking Nazi. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
The illusory truth effect is a phenomenon that was first detailed in a 1977 study. It's the inclination of people to believe false information after being exposed to that false information many times.
It goes even further than this, too. I love this study, and I know the specific well, maybe not this specific study, but it's one that's been repeated, and I've heard the results of several of the, like, at the very least, similar or identical studies. That's one of my favorite studies. The fact that just you can repeat false info and people will believe it. My favorite, though, were the studies they did that found that people will commit to belief false info that they've been told is false. People would so much rather believe anything about a topic, like even pretend to have an opinion on the topic, rather than admit or look like they don't know enough to have an opinion on it. That they will hear something false about a topic, know that it's false, be told, hey, by the way, this is a false thing, everything you see in this documentary is fake, and then show them the documentary, and they will repeat things they learned in that documentary, despite having just the preface to the information being that it was all false and that they shouldn't believe any of it. They'll still commit it to memory because if it was a gap in their knowledge they had before, they might as well believe something false than nothing at all. People will actually do this, and there are countless studies that show that people do this. So it's even more powerful of a human tendency than this suggests. You don't even have to repeat something false over and over again. You can tell them, hey, this is completely wrong, and then give them a wrong opinion that they know is wrong about something that they don't have the experience to have an original opinion on, and they will assimilate that false opinion that they know is false just to have an opinion. I have autism, and I've always hated this trait about neurotypical people. Maybe I'm autistic, and that's why this bothers me so much. But those are the people that flock to the type of content that the Critical Drinker guy makes, and like CinemaSins makes, like the types of YouTubers who make opinions on media for you to pretend are your own, basically. That shit just bothers me. There's a big difference, by the way, between actual review and critique of media and this like weird 24/7 cycle of here's what you need to be a part of the dislike bomb against, here's what you need to be in favor of grift that these YouTubers do. Because a lot of what they do is encouraging their fans to mass review bomb something and then make videos about how the reviews are so low and how they were right all along because the reviews are so low. What really impresses me is Rings of Power, despite all of the review bombing, has a 7.6 on IMDb. 7.6 audience score, despite being one of the most review-bombed shows on the entire internet. That means the people who like the show and are leaving positive reviews are leaving some very positive reviews. If they're if they're actually able to get a higher average, like a pretty high average score to come out of a massive dislike or review bomb campaign. I'm excited for the new episode of Rings of Power. I haven't seen it yet. The one that came out last night. I need to watch it after stream.
Repeated exposure to lies caused the false information to feel familiar to the participants. In that study, they found out that the more familiar the information feels, the more likely that familiarity overpowers a person's rationality. In other words,
this is also true. This is the repetition aspect, where at a certain point, man, you know what happens so often? How many times have you seen a thing or a content creator, like how many times have you seen a content creator get false allegations over and over again because they're always in drama, and they get debunked, but then eventually, despite there never having actually been any true allegations, people just get soured on the taste of that creator because they've just heard repeating over and over again things they know are false about them. But at a certain point, it's hard to like not associate those things with that creator. I've seen that happen with a lot of YouTubers. For a long time, that was Dream. For a long time, that was big time Dream, where there was nonstop false allegation after false allegation. And then, yes, eventually there was like real allegations that came out. But even before that, everyone was already prone to be like, yeah, he's probably a predator. Because at this point, there was just so many allegations. And even though everyone knew that, or most people knew that there were none fully proven true, and that most of them had been, if not all of them, had been debunked at the time, people just still had this, like, there was just still this trend, this repetition of the claim, and people ran with it. It became a meme to believe it, even if you didn't actually, right? Yeah, it's the same as JD Vance. A good example as well as the JD Vance couch thing, right? Where, like, a good amount of people probably really believe JD Vance fucked a couch, even though he never actually did. It's just become a meme that people repeat, and he's never going to be able to live it down.
The more you hear something, the more it feels right. Further studies showed that the illusory truth effect could even make people have false memories, and that people with names that were easier to pronounce were more readily believed by participants of the study.
I remember, dude. Oh my god. Here's a really good example. I think Rings of Power is a good example of this. Rings of Power was a show that everybody thought was going to be awful, including myself. I had no excitement for it before it came out. In fact, like, there was so much hate for it that people were just making things up about the show, and that headline would make the rounds, and people would believe it hook, line, and sinker. And even though it didn't end up being true, in fact, 99% of the things people said about the Amazon Lord of the Rings show, as it was called back then, didn't end up being true. But despite that, there had been so much prep to hate it before it even came out that, like, people were just unwilling to walk it back, right, when it ended up not being the case. A really good example of this was the fake intro for Rings of Power. The claim that the intro is like this black void with the characters as the camera like pans through, like some cheap soap opera thing. Didn't end up being true, but a bunch of viral tweets spread that claim around, and that prepped up a bunch of hate for the show before it even came out. The perception that it was cheaply made. When that criticism, despite it having always been unfounded because it's the most expensive show ever made, carried forward, and now you've got people trying to zoom in on random scenes and be like, look how cheap these costumes look, and it's like, what are you pointing to that looks cheap here? What are you pointing? He's like, this. It's like, what? What is cheap here? It's the most expensive show ever made. Like, there's nothing cheap about this. You're just trying to follow through with a criticism from before the show came out that was based on a false premise. And so that trend, granted, I have a bias there, right? But, like, that trend is so fucking common, dude. Oh my god. Where someone, like, a really popularly believed false thing starts a narrative, that false thing gets shot down, but then the narrative survives, and they find reasons to justify the narrative, even if it means making up examples. And I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of people have had essentially false memories implanted in them about media they have consumed by these content creators. It's a real human phenomenon where if you just repeat, it's what gaslighting is. It's gaslighting. It's content creators gaslighting their audience into thinking a thing that they might have experienced was different than it was. And for the people who never went out of their way to experience that media, well, then you can just lie to them about whatever you want. What's cheap about Rings of Power are its criticisms. Yeah. A lot of people, I mean, like, there's criticisms for Rings of Power. Not really, I don't really consider them criticisms, more as like a fun way to analyze the show, is to be like, oh, they changed the lore a little here, or if they like completely bend, or if they like bend the lore, or if they get something really right, that's always fun. And if they reference something that's like a deep cut, that's always fun. Rings of Power watch party when? I don't know. Maybe we could alternate between Korra and Rings of Power. We could do a Rings of Power watch party tonight. I don't know. I'm feeling Yeah, we'll do a poll later on in the stream. Because Rings of Power Season 2 did start.
This is a powerful psychological tool that grifters employ on their audience, and its effects are seen every single day. How many times have you heard vaccines cause autism or go woke, go broke? There is a reason these people repeat these mantras over and over, even in the face of conflicting evidence, and that's because repeating false information makes it more likely to be believed. Here's a network graph of the phrase go woke, go broke on Twitter from August 2022 to February 2023. The blue represents left-leaning users, while the red represents right-leaning users. The irony of the shape formed by right-wingers isn't lost on me. A literal dickhead. This brings me to the subject of this
Wait,
video.
he's not wrong. The trend literally... My god, it's a little chode.
The shape formed by right-wingers isn't lost on me. A literal dickhead. This brings me to the subject of this video. Will Jordan, aka The Critical Drinker. Tell me, how many times have you heard him say, "The message"? What's up, everyone? It's your friendly neighborhood Birdman here. Today, I'm going to question why people believe this grifter and show you precisely why you shouldn't.
God, this is so cathartic because the Critical Drinker is a coward. I really hate cowards. People who are too bitch-made to admit what they believe and to stand by their ideology. The Critical Drinker is a fucking coward who is too much of a bitch to stand by his conservative beliefs, so instead he uses insane amounts of anecdote and like dog whistling and like buzzwords to signal to a conservative audience that he believes what they believe and he's against what they're against, while also avoiding saying things explicitly that make it easy to call out the conservative thought process in his content, right? He'll say, oh, they're trying to spread the message. And so, like, you can ask him, what is the message? And he can respond with whatever he wants. You can't really criticize him by saying, oh, he said he has a problem with this gay or black character in the movie, which he does. He does have a problem with gay or black characters in movies, but he always calls their inclusion something like the message, which is grifters speak for progressive values in media.
Due to the kinds of people this video is sure to attract, I think I need to put my cards on the table. Firstly, I am not a political type. I rarely, if ever, bring up politics, and when I do, it's usually to make fun of them, left or right. For this behavior, I have been
Yeah, I've never really known this content creator to be, like, explicitly lefty. But the fact that he covers the fact is, though, he's like an anti-grifter content creator. This guy calls out like Cinema Sins, Critical Drinker, like these YouTubers who upload schlock that's just meant to fuel the algorithm, right? That's what he calls out, like the grifters. And while there's not just grifters on the right, don't get me wrong, there's grifters on the left, there's grifters in the center, there's apolitical grifters like Cinema Sins. Generally speaking, if your job is to call out grifters online, you're gonna default to seeming a little bit more progressive, at least. They do say, like, reality has a liberal bias, so more reasonable content creators tend to have a perception of being progressive because they care about reality, and that tends to lock them out of many conservative worldviews.
Routinely called right-wing and left-wing by people who make politics their entire identity. My position is that political folk are mirror images of each other participating in the Spider-Man meme, where they blame each other for doing exactly what they themselves are doing, something the drinker is heavily guilty of. I think it's silly to adhere to political sides because at some point in time, you're going to have to defend nonsense to maintain the integrity of being on that side.
This is a really good example. I mean, I don't want to shit on this video because I think it's really good, but this is a good example of like a very out of touch take politically. But I also don't disagree with him. So on one hand, if you're somebody whose political beliefs are that you're always left, and that no matter what, if there are people on the left saying a thing or doing a thing or calling out a thing, by default you side with those that you politically align with. You don't even think about it, you just align with them, and you are afraid to criticize or admit fault when a mistake is made. That is a pretty common thing on both political sides. For the right, it's basically more often than not the bog standard. Like, we can't pretend like the left and right are equally bad in this respect. Let's be real. But to be fair, that does exist on the left. There are a lot of people, even in my own audience in the past, that have gotten upset because I dare to criticize something they agree is bad because the person who did it is someone they like on the left. Hassan, for example. And so, yeah, I do think that while the take that, like, if you are a political person, then that's cringe is bad, I also don't know if he fully believes that at the same time. Like, I feel like if I talked to the Birdman, like, one-on-one in private, was like, do you really think that people who care, like, about, say, like, social justice, not, like, who are crazy, like, what you might call an SJW, but, like, people who actually are, like, locked in on trying to make the world a better place, like, they've got, you know, sort of ambitions to see America or the world become better for people in it. Like, I don't think he would say that's bad. I think he's probably referring to people who are, like, who come off online as, like, right-wing psyops. There are people who are left-wing, who are real lefties online, who are so crazy and so wacky and so weird that we get together and we're like, are we sure this isn't a conservative who's made, like, like an alt account? But then again, you know, Birdman does come off as more of like a griller, right? Just kind of a normal guy, not really locked in on politics. So maybe the perception for him is that, like, there's a pretty equal amount of Spider-Man pointing meme on both sides.
The only side I'm on is reason, logic, facts, science, and math. So believe me, when I criticize this very obviously right-wing chud, I'm doing so out of the spirit and integrity of unbiased media discourse, which is something I care about deeply. Less important, but still worth a mention.
I also feel it's way more effective, to be honest, if someone who might come off as more conservative-leaning is calling this content out. Because prior, it's always been definitely, like, left-leaning figures that have called out the critical drinker and the other grifters in his sphere. But, like, at the end of the day, my biggest problem with the critical drinker isn't even really his politics, because it's really hard to tell what his politics are outside of vaguely conservative. It's the fact that he's a coward who won't stand by his beliefs, but uses the audience and the belief system that audience knows he's dog whistling is having to make money. It's a very cowardly way to profit off of being a political figure, but then at the same time shield yourself from criticism for having any actual political beliefs by being too much of a coward to admit them. It's a really coward, like, maybe I'm especially pissed off by it because I am a political content creator who has to every day deal with backlash for any political value I have. Like, if I'm pro-gay people, pro-trans people, I get nonstop shit for that. The critical drinker gets to be anti-gay people and anti-trans people and largely avoid criticism for that because bro just refers to it as the message. And homophobes and transphobes know exactly what that means. They get the message in the word the message when he says that. But it's not really something you can explicitly criticize without looking crazy to the grillers in his audience. But then again, if someone like the Birdman who's not super into politics is calling it out and recognizes the bullshit, maybe it is more obvious than I thought.
I'm not doing this out of jealousy or an attempt to clout chase. I've been calling out a much bigger YouTuber for nearly 7 years. For me, this is simply calling out another bad critic. That out of the way, it's difficult to know where to even start with this guy. He is absolutely rich with misinformation, outright lies, and baffling takes that don't stand up to even an ounce of scrutiny. In my last video, I played an excerpt from his infamous Across the Spider-Verse video.
Also, I can't shake the feeling that the script is doing everything in its power to play down Peter Parker, like it's afraid the audience will somehow start rooting for him over Miles if he's shown to be too capable and confident. The first movie portrayed him as an aging...
You'll notice, by the way, start rooting for him over Miles. As if it's a contest. Like, what? Like, what? There's no contest in this movie against between Peter Parker and Miles Morales. These guys have been desperately trying to push this idea that Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man and that Peter Parker is the only real Spider-Man. It's been one of their, like, ongoing things. And you can just tell in the way they speak about Miles Morales and Peter Parker. It's like there's some rivalry that doesn't exist. Like, these characters in the canon do not have a rivalry. They don't hate each other. They're like uncle and, like, nephew type relationship, like a mentor, like almost familial because they get that close because like Peter's a bit of a like older sort of like guiding figure for him in the world of like being a superhero, being Spider-Man specifically. It's so bizarre, you know, like you can tell that there's just so much scorn in the framing. This video, you can already tell from one snippet, this video was for people who had not seen Spider-Verse.
Burned out loser who only redeems himself at the end, while the second film morphs him into a bumbling, hapless father in a pink bathrobe who for some reason keeps taking his baby along on life-threatening adventures despite having a perfectly capable mother at home to look after it. Is this some weird attempt to mock and belittle the Spider-Man that most people know and love, who incidentally just happens to be the only straight white man in the entire...
You'll also notice, by the way, that in the second Spider-Verse movie, Peter Parker isn't miserable and wanting to die, and in the first movie he is. So the Critical Drinker's point here is in the second movie, which they had their big anti-woke brigade against, because back when the first Spider-Verse came out, we were in like an era of progressive politics online kind of flourishing, and so you didn't have as many like, oh, new thing coming out, entire internet community shitting on it, right? That really started to butt up more back into popularity around 2021, really. So yeah, like he's framing it as though in the second movie he's a loser and the animators and the writers hate him, when in reality he's happy in the second movie. He's miserable in the first. He's like a divorced, middle-aged, sad dude in the first, who's like not very good at being Spider-Man anymore, as like compared to how he used to be. This video is so for people who have not seen the Spider-Verse movies. It's for people who want to pretend they've seen them and have actual opinions they came up with originally for why they don't like it. Because a lot of the people who like this content are, I'm going to say it, they're racist. They hate Miles Morales. They think the movie's woke because it has a black person in it, and they don't want to watch it, and they want to pretend like they watched it, and they have non-racist criticisms for it. So that's really the line for a lot of these viewers of like the Critical Drinkers content.
Movie? I don't know, man. It just kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth, that's all.
The first thing you'll notice if you've seen that movie is that he's just blatantly incorrect. Peter B. Parker is not the only straight white male in the film. In fact...
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. Jesus. I forgot, because I'm so... You got to remember, these guys they repeat... That's the entire point of this video, is they repeat lies so much that when I hear someone like the Critical Drinker or any conservative figure talk, sometimes I forget to pause and debunk what they're saying, because I'm so used to just hearing every word that comes out of their mouth being a lie, that it's like, well, I'm waiting for something more extreme. You know, like, of course, what they just said, every word they say is a lie, so, like, I can't pause and respond to everything. Like, that's just a given, but I didn't even notice. Because it was like, of course they say that the most prominent straight white character is the only straight white character, because they do that with every movie. It didn't even stand out to me. To be very clear, this is a regularly repeating trend in Critical Drinker videos and other YouTubers like him, where they refer to the most prominent straight white male character as the only straight white male character.
There are many of them, quite a few of them variants of Peter Parker himself. More importantly, there is a prominent supporting character that is the motivation for Spider-Gwen's entire arc in the film, Captain Stacy. The next issue you might see is the claim that Peter is being irresponsible by bringing his daughter on, and I quote, life-threatening adventures despite having a perfectly capable mother at home. Again, if you've watched this movie, you'd know that Peter's presence in the film was entirely to be a familiar face for Miles and to help him accept his canon event, not go on a life-threatening adventure.
You're the reason I had her, okay? I thought that if I did a decent job raising her, that there was a chance she was gonna turn out like you. And that got me excited because you are a wonderful person, and I like being around you.
Moreover, May Parker has superpowers, and her dad would likely be the only one in the relationship physically capable of corralling the clearly energetic child. What's more is he brought her to probably the safest environment she could possibly be. A hub with a million other superheroes. The less obvious observation is that Will...
And specifically Spider-Man, that would be like, oh, you're another Peter Parker's baby? I will make sure you don't get hurt, because for one, they're a Spider-Man who would never let a child get hurt. No Spider-Man variant would. And on top of that, like they are to a degree, like that is a alternate version of their either future daughter or daughter. You know, they would like it. There's so many reasons why the criticisms, the weird nitpicks that people who want to pretend like racism isn't their reason for hating these movies come up with. Like they're always this insane. Like if it's a media that you haven't seen before and you hear a criticism like this from one of these people, assume it's just as much of a lie as the lies you've heard them say about media you have seen and you do know they were lying about. because they're doing the same shit with stuff that you haven't seen that you don't know is false as well. And their talking points spread. Something that I've learned, especially in the last 4 or so years, is you just can't trust anyone else to tell you whether or not a piece of media is good. You really can't. You really can't. For one, your own preferences will always differ from a large portion of the majority. 2, there's hate is always going to spread and get more clicks and thus get around more online than positivity. It just will. Hate gets clicks. And so if anything is around and popular, assume you're going to see the hate over that thing before you're going to see someone talking about it positively. Because that's the case more often than not, even if that thing is good. And I've learned that even if I've heard nothing but bad things about a piece of media, unless I've heard very clear, well-substantiated reasons why, I should probably at least try to watch it myself and make my own opinion on it. And I've many times found that I'm really glad I went and tried it myself, because that shit is more often than not just there to prevent me from watching something I would have ended up liking. Xander Hall, in Confused, is the same CinemaSins, same one that goes roll credits after hearing the movie title? Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah.
Is a race baiter. The Spider-Verse films, while featuring a black protagonist, do not contain the themes of race relations. The more astute of you will then ask, well, why even bring that up at all?
Well, to be clear, to people like the Critical Drinker, and most notably the Critical Drinker's audience, the people who click his videos and pay his bills, they're mad about the simple presence of a black character. And not just that, many of them, that wouldn't even be enough for them, actually. Like, they're racist, a lot of them have some weird fucked up beliefs and whatnot, but that wouldn't be enough for them, a lot of them. The fact that Miles has any attention paid to his family and like his family dynamic, the fact that I think he's like half Hispanic, and so like his mom, I believe, speaks Spanish at some points, and he speaks Spanish back to his mom. Like, scenes like that make the viewers of the Critical Drinkers content, their blood fucking boils. They see it as virtue signaling, and they see it as like unnecessary inclusion for the sake of like being like, hey, look how woke our movie is. They see it like that. His mom's Puerto Rican. Well, yeah, they see it like that. Any like just the fact that Miles like speaks Spanish with his mom, I've seen that like complained about by chuds endlessly. So it's not, the movie doesn't do anything really to make like Miles' race an important part of the story or anything that you really should pay attention to. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. But to chuds, the fact that Miles is black and exists on screen and is black is a giant political statement. Like a giant political statement of like, yes, this new black character, new parentheses, black character is taking the place of a beloved, famous white superhero character. They are the ones that are trying to frame it in such a way that it seems like the movie is trying to make some giant statement about race when it's really not.
And therein lies the problem. Will's goal with many of his film reviews is to galvanize his mostly male, mostly white, and mostly straight audience around the idea that they are being attacked for being those three things. You do this often enough, and the audience will begin to believe it. Hence, that atrocious reading of Across the Spider-Verse. But it gets even better. Here he is doing the same thing to the Batman.
There seems to be a bit of a debate going on about whether or not this movie is woke, mainly because of the demographics of certain characters. And to be fair, there is a bit of evidence to support this claim. If I was a cynical man, I'd say it's kind of interesting that the rich, corrupt scumbags targeted by the Riddler all happen to be straight, white, middle-aged men, but hey...
Motherfucker has never... I don't read comics all that much. I've read a few comics in my time, but I'm not a comic reader. But do you want to know what I know is a recurring thing for the Riddler in the comics? Like, one of the most iconic Batman issues ever starts with an elevator full of rich white people, and a voice comes over the intercom in the elevator. It's the Riddler. And he gives them a riddle, and I think they get the riddle right, and then the Riddler kills them anyway by dropping the elevator down a shaft, and then there's like an it's a big explosion or something. That's the start of the issue. The Riddler is like, the most Riddler thing ever is for us to see him blowing up rich white people. That is what the Riddler does. That's what he does, okay? He riddles and he blows up rich white people. There is nothing more comic, original source material accurate Riddler than that. At least as far as I know. Like, it seems pretty legit.
Hey, I guess that's just a total coincidence.
Seriously, what the fuck does this movie have to do with race? He has straight white men in his mouth.
That's literally, that's because they can't help but see that. But it's what's so beautiful about them is that they claim that the creators of the movies, that the woke people the movies are supposedly made for, are the ones obsessed with race and politics. But they're the ones who say these things involving race that no normal person has thought of in regards to the movie. Like, no one watches a movie thinking about the race of the characters unless it has some extremely relevant, like, aspect of the story. Like, it's a historical piece or something. It has to do with, like, slavery or something, right? Like, in that case, yeah, the race of characters might be something you think about as an audience member if you're a normal person. But normal people don't watch movies and then think, oh, this character is that race. They did this violent thing to a character of that race, and then try to do like the mental calculus as to whether it's based because a white person hurt a black person, or if it's woke because a black person hurt a white person. Like, at the end of the day, you're the weird one obsessed with race if you're doing this like mental calculus in your head to figure out if the movie's trying to make some statement about white people being inferior because a black person, or hell, in this case, a white person kills white people in the movie. That we're talking about white on white, non-race related, like violence more so based around class, like monetary class. And the dude is doing like, oh, well, did you notice that they were all white? It's like, no one normal noticed this.
So often, you'd think he was an escort. If he applied even a little of that gray matter, maybe he'd come to the conclusion that most rich people in our society tend to be white men.
Yeah.
The Riddler was going after police
Obviously,
officers and politicians, and again, in our society, they tend to be white. What Drinker is asking for here is diversity, but only amongst the villains of the film. Moreover, what he's conveniently leaving out is Riddler also attempted to assassinate the mayor-elect, a black woman. If all of this wasn't baffling enough, he himself states this film isn't about race.
And to be fair, Kravitz and Jeffrey Wright both do a great job with the roles they're given, and apart from one poorly judged line from Catwoman right at the end, race never really comes into the picture. So I guess what I'm saying here is that while the movie takes a few little stabs at modern day social issues, it really never dominates the narrative.
Does he even hear himself? Listen to this incredible leap in logic for Godzilla vs. Kong.
And oh look, Kong's been abducted from his homeland and taken across the ocean to America in chains. I mean, there's on-the-nose writing, and then there's next-level stuff like this.
God. Are you guys ready to see some woke shit? Are you guys ready to see some wokeness? Where's the original King Kong movie where they're bringing him on the boat? He was always chained up on the boat. I'm trying to find a shot. It's surprisingly hard to find screenshots of old movies, believe it or not. Well, I can't find it. Oh well. Yeah, the iconic shot of him is on top of the Empire State Building, I think, with the, like, shackles on him, reaching out at the plane. You know, you can see the shackles. Like, it's an iconic imagery for Kong to be chained up. And, like, what do you mean? Also, in that movie, it's not even the original story they're adapting in that movie, by the way, in Kong versus Godzilla. He's being taken to be, like, protected from Godzilla. He's being transported, and they're really desperately trying to make sure he doesn't, like, wake up and stir too much and attract Godzilla. Like, that they're trying to protect him. They're taking him to Hollow Earth in that scene. They're taking him way up to the Arctic, I think, where there's, like, a hole down to Hollow Earth where he can live happily and safely from Godzilla trying to rip his ass open for existing. Yeah, it's like Bro did not watch the movie and is desperate to make everything about race and how, like, there's some racial message there. The message is in everything, guys. You have to... I wake up, I see wokeness. I go to bed, I see wokeness. I eat breakfast, I see wokeness. I go to work, I see wokeness.
Wonder who you're supposed to sympathize with here.
Yes, Drinker just called African slaves apes and tried to frame it as the screenwriters doing so. That, my children, is what we in the English-speaking world call projection. And like almost every observation this guy makes, it's hilariously wrong. They're not even taking Kong to America.
Yep.
They're going to Antarctica in this scene. So not only did he get the scene wrong, he saw racial themes in a film where there are none because his brain immediately goes to black people when he sees an ape in chains. In my last video, I showed a tweet by Drinker that I thought made it painfully obvious what his positions on black people in
Guys, the Minecraft movie is woke. I cannot wait for us to have to cover anti-woke Minecraft movie videos. I think that'll be in the next stream. We'll be covering some of the anti-woke chuds coverage of the Minecraft movie and how they're going to call it woke for the only thing they could possibly call it woke for is having a black character. I'm so ready, guys. I'm so fucking ready.
The media were. What I didn't account for was the insane mental gymnastics people would perform in order to deny that his post was racist in nature. So here's a tweet from a different person. If you're unfamiliar, this person is Nick Fuentes, a proud white supremacist. Sounds contradictory, I know, what with being a Mexican and having a name like Fuentes while being a white supremacist.
Well, the problem is that, I don't know why, but white people are not the best at being white supremacists for some reason. I don't know why, but historically it seems like Hispanic people make the best white supremacists. The leader of the Proud Boys currently, I think he might have gone to prison, but the last leader of the Proud Boys was Enrique Tarrio. The biggest Nazi figure in America is a guy named Nicholas J. Fuentes. I don't know, dude. Like, Cubans basically win the Republican Party win Florida for the Republican Party, time and time again. Like, I'm gonna be honest. If there's going to be some, like, savior of the white race, probably gonna be a Mexican guy, to be honest with you. If, like, the fabled savior of the white race that white supremacists long for arrives, not gonna be a white guy. It's going to be like a Hispanic dude, 100%. Turns out white people aren't even the best white supremacists.
But no one ever said white supremacists were intelligent. The point is, doesn't this tweet seem to be placing emphasis on a specific character in the Minecraft movie? I mean, now that I've told you...
Really, at the end of the day, though, the fact is that your race does not define your political beliefs, and some people, regardless of their race, can have some insane beliefs. Ones that are... that don't help them. I mean, tons of people are anti-vax, and this is only serving to hurt them. And in the same way, there are non-white people who believe in white supremacy despite the fact that white supremacy only hurts them. It's the same as any human being anti-vax. There are tons of people who will believe in things that believing in them and parroting those beliefs only hurt them. And they believe it full-heartedly. Their entire heart is in it.
This person is a white supremacist. It's obvious what his issue is, isn't it? So I'll ask again. What do you honestly think Will's problem with this image was? Do you really believe he's this upset about Jason Momoa's character here? Hold that thought. We're just getting started.
Conservatives do this thing where they'll sit in a room, they'll watch a girl and a guy go into the other room, and they'll hear her screaming for 30 minutes and then come back out like bloodied and bruised, and you're like, bro, did that guy just beat the shit out of her? And the conservatives will look you in the eye, dead in the eye, into the ovals of your soul. They will look into you, and they will say, I didn't actually see it happen, did you? How can you even prove that? Like, why would you assume that? Do you even fucking know? Like, they're the most shameless bad faith people need. They're shameless.
One of the tactics of grifters and their parrots is to attempt to...
It goes even further, too. The most common quote I've heard conservatives say lately about Trump is that they grade Trump on a curve. I assume they hope that their own fans and the people they're talking to won't look up what that term means. It means you literally have different standards for evaluating Trump compared to anyone else. That they evaluate Trump by a completely different set of standards than anyone else. They admit to being hypocritical about Trump, but word it in a way that doesn't sound like that. You know what I mean?
To maintain an air of plausible deniability, so that when they are criticized for their bigotry, they can hide behind deflections. In my previous video, I brought up one of them, the "but Ripley from Alien" defense. In short, these people try to use examples that match...
these guys had, like, these movies and stuff in their childhood they grew up with before they were invested in this weird culture war shit, like the original Star Wars prequels that they grew up in the, like, you know, they were kids in the early 2000s. Many of them grew up on Alien if they're an older, like, you know, older. And so they really liked Ripley as a character. They really liked these movies that today you couldn't release without these same content creators shitting on because they grew up with them. They watched them. They didn't obsess over the race or gender of characters because they were kids. They were like, oh, Spider-Man. Now they're grown up, though, and they're, like, invested in politics, and they can't help but see race, politics, and a message in everything that they see. Or at least they claim to see it. I honestly think the Critical Drinker and people like him don't really believe, like, half the stuff. I think the politics they believe in, and it's the arguments is where it's a grift. I don't think they believe that these movies are as woke as they claim half the time. I think it's just, here's a new popular thing. Now I need to, like, break down whether or not it's woke and whether or not my audience should watch it. Now, of course, if it's a movie like Top Gun Maverick, a movie that is starring Tom Cruise, the real-life American Psycho, then they love it. They're like, oh, go watch this movie. Go watch this movie now. Go, please. Spend your money on this movie. Don't donate to me. Watch Top Gun Maverick. If it's some, like, straight white male guy who's doing, like, who's got, like, some really shady IRL shit going on, who's known for being more on the conservative side, they will, like, beg their audience to go support that movie. It's genuinely hilarious. But any other piece of media that's popular, if it's not explicitly something the right can claim, they do this weird, like, well, I guess you could say the movie has some woke elements in it, but for the most part, it avoids that and just focuses on being a good movie. But you definitely need to be aware of these small woke elements. It's like, it's so bizarre. It reminds me of like a softer version of those, like, curator lists people make on Steam to say, here's the woke games you shouldn't play.
Or are similar to the identity of a group that they regularly target to pretend they are not prejudiced against that group. In political discourse, this is probably more well known as, but I have black friends. We know that doesn't actually work as a defense because we have actual history of slave owners falling in love with their slaves and that male sexists still love their female family members. But when you have sustained and consistent campaigns against certain groups of people, it's entirely reasonable to suggest you have a dislike for those groups. For Will, one of those groups is women. Let's examine one of the most egregious cases of Will's attempts at plausible deniability.
Man, I wonder if he'll... I've never checked how many Critical Drinker videos there are on Brie Larson or Captain Marvel. Geeks and Gamers has made hundreds. The Quartering might have made over 1,000 videos in the last 5 years on Brie Larson and or Captain Marvel. It's so many videos that if you look up The Quartering Captain Marvel or The Quartering Brie Larson, you'll scroll for multiple pages through results, and then the results will stop. YouTube will start showing you unrelated results, and you'll think, oh, it's over. It's okay, cool, that's all the videos. Maybe it's not as many as I thought, but then if you scroll to the next page, YouTube resumes showing you results that are related, and if you keep clicking, they'll keep going, and then you'll get little islands where YouTube stops showing you results, but then if you keep clicking, you'll find more. What you really have to do is go to their channels and then search either Brie Larson or Captain Marvel and then scroll. Oh my god, like, do you guys want to see one of the most blatant grifts ever? Hold on. I wonder if he's purged a bunch of these videos. The Quartering. I misspelled his name, so funnily enough, all the videos that came up were videos dunking on him.
Alex.
So this is his current video backlog of just Brie Larson alone. Wait, what? Okay, so this is his backlog of just exposing, quote unquote, Brie Larson alone. So these are all videos about Brie Larson on the Quarterings channel. All of these are Brie Larson videos or Captain Marvel videos. I only searched Brie Larson, so these aren't even the ones that just say Captain Marvel. Oh, he's purged quite a few. This is where it stops. He's purged quite a few. I wonder if they continue if we keep scrolling. I bet they do. If we keep scrolling, it goes back to showing ones with her in them. Now let's see what happens if you search Captain Marvel. Oh, wait. The newest thumbnail has Brie Larson in it in his newest video. Captain. Let's see what happens if I search Captain. Just Captain. Oh, this is better, actually. Here, I think I can unlock my mouse. Do this? Okay, yeah. All of these about Captain Marvel. All these are about Captain Marvel. Still seeing Captain Marvel in these thumbnails. Still seeing her. Still seeing her. Obviously, this is the quartering and not the critical drinker, but they're friends. And they make the same exact kind of content. It's just the right-wing, like, anti-woke grift content. These people mean nothing. You think he's got a crush or something? No, he does. He absolutely does. There's some level of sexual obsession, but those videos also get a lot of views, and that's why he keeps making them. It's because he's a grifter who just wants views. And Captain Marvel, for some reason, Brie Larson, is a woman that men online just cannot stand, and the Quarterings viewers really hate her, and they click on his videos about her every time. So if he can make any video even vaguely about her, he does.
On January 5th, 2020, Drinker uploaded a video about The Mandalorian. In it, he had this to say about Gina Carano.
But for the life of me, I'll never understand why they cast Gina Carano.
Oh, yes! Oh, we're finally getting the backtrack on Gina Carano. Oh my god. Oh, yes. Who remembers the anger over the tough woman in The Mandalorian, and then she came out as a conservative and got fired by Disney for being like an anti-vaxxer and saying shit like, unvaxxed people are like Jews during the Holocaust, and then all these people were like, we love Gina Carano, actually. She's the best. Bring her back. And then she starred in Ben Shapiro's right-wing anti-woke movie that made like $8 or something at the box office.
She's big and burly, and she obviously knows what she's doing when it comes to the fight scenes, but she's a fucking cage fighter, not an actor. Watching her trying to emote is almost as painful as watching Brie Larson trying to be...
Remember, by the way, guys, this footage of the show is not like Birdman, by the way. This is the Critical Drinker. Something the Critical Drinker does is any piece of media that he covers, he desaturates the fuck out of it and or reduces the resolution, so there's no color, there's no detail. He does a bunch of little tricks to reduce the quality of like the picture of any video or movie or show that he's covering, so that when people who haven't seen it are seeing clips of it, they can't even be tempted into watching it for themselves by good visuals, right? I noticed he did this the most with Rings of Power. Like, he zoomed in those scenes, like made them grainy and then desaturated them. Because if you even show a screenshot of Rings of Power, someone's gonna be like, you know, I've heard the show kind of sucks, but I might just watch it to see the visuals and get stoned. And then they might, like, if they do that, they might realize the show's good, and then it's like, wait a second, the Critical Drinker lied to me. Like, they do this all the time. They do it especially when it comes to, like, analyzing a fight in a show or something like that. They love to, like, pixelate it, slow it down, and reduce every visual aspect to make it look as bad as possible. Might be to get around copyright. I promise you it's not, Chris. I promise you it's not. Watch any other media review YouTubers online. They don't do this. They don't do this. They don't. Watch, like, actual, like, big like video essay videos where they, like, cover a movie and show a bunch of full-on clips of the movie, video clips of the movie. The Birdman did that earlier. Did you notice something about the clips of the movie the Birdman showed earlier in the video of Spider-Verse? They're not fucked with. Look at that. They're not these scenes aren't fucked with for the sake of copyright. No one else other than conservative chud YouTubers covering media they hate does this. It is a deliberate strategy that they employ with media that they hate when they cover it, where they make it look blurry and unintelligible so the visuals can't even appeal to the audience that watches their videos that don't watch the shows that they're covering in the first place. They're trying to make sure their fans don't even feel the slightest tinge of desire to go watch the thing they're shit talking for themselves. And visuals play an aspect in that. So if a show is well put together on a visual level, that translates to the eyes, even if you're watching a video shit-talking it. Have you ever seen, like, a video calling out a game as being bad, but the gameplay they're showing makes you want to play the game and you end up playing it and liking it and disagreeing with the premise of the video? They're trying to avoid that from happening. That's what they're trying to keep from happening with their own audiences, is people being like, well, yeah, I heard the show sucks, but it looks looks good, so I'm willing to look at it. They don't want their fans to do that, because then they might get called out on their shit.
Watching Brie Larson trying to be funny. Oh well, it could have been worse. They could have cast Ronda Rousey.
Pretty obvious
I cannot believe Critical Drinker brought up fucking Brie Larson right after we went into how, like, his ilk are obsessed with her. That is amazing.
Dislikes this person and thinks she shouldn't be an actor. Fair enough. However, later that year, Gina got into a string of spats on Twitter that had her facing accusations of racism and bigotry, and she was subsequently fired by Disney. Then, a few months later, Drinker makes a video about Gina so embarrassing, you just have to hear it to believe it.
Gather round, dear viewer, as I tell you a tale. It's the tale of a woman who stood tall in the face of jealousy, cowardice, hatred, and vengeance, and dared to utter a single word. No. It's the story of the girl who wouldn't back down. She fought and won many battles and earned herself great acclaim. But the young woman had her eyes set on a higher goal.
Dude, the way these people glaze for anyone or anything that agrees with them politically is it's just so embarrassing. It's the most shameless embarrassing when you've seen what they actually, what they pretended to believe, like, months before, what they supposedly actually thought, but then watching them glaze someone simply because they seem to agree with their values, or more likely than not because the Gina Carano thing was a big story in the conservative sphere, and he wants to grift off of the money of people who are interested in the topic.
And eventually, she gave up her life of fighting, traveling instead to the great kingdom of Hollywood to seek fame and glory as an actor instead. And as it turns out, her long years of training and fighting served her well, and soon she was chosen for many roles on the silver screen. Her triumph was cemented when the king and queen chose her to play a soldier, fighting amongst the stars themselves. Her fame was growing fast, but sadly, so was her list of enemies.
This is a flip-flop so insane, it could put Crocs and Birkenstock out of business. And
man, I hope Birdman knows about the House of the Dragon flip-flop. Holy shit. This is one of my favorites. I show it all the time. Critical Drinker, House of the Dragon. One of my favorite examples of Critical Drinker and his ilk not believing in anything. Open image in new tab. Thank you for bringing it up quickly. Google image search results. This is the same stream, by the way. The original title, when House of the Dragon was announced, was Drinkers Chasers, Why Nobody Cares About House of the Dragon. And when the show came out, the night it did, he tweeted, well, he went with the nobody cares narrative that they like to do about a thing that's going to supposedly be woke and awful, that it's going to go woke, go broke. Genuinely had no idea House of the Dragon had even started. There seems to be no buzz around it at all. The next morning, this comes out. HBO calls House of the Dragon its biggest premiere ever with nearly 10 million US viewers. And that day, Critical Drinker changed the title of the 2-month-old VOD for a stream where they talk about how nobody cares about House of the Dragon, it's gonna suck, to Drinkers Chasers House of the Dragon trailer breakdown. When reality doesn't support your grift, you have to improvise. I love this image as well. I love whoever put this together. Yeah, they're liars. They don't believe, they're pretending to believe in things, and that's so upsetting. He did the same thing with Prey, yeah, the Predator movie Prey, where he tried to shit on it, but then it ended up being extremely successful and he had to walk it back, and it was like really pathetic because the movie was still starred a female lead, surviving as all of the male characters die, but the movie was so good and did so well that he couldn't not look deranged shitting on it, and he couldn't not make it obvious that he was just mad about a female lead, so he continues to like say, oh, it's definitely got some woke elements, but he can't really fully say it's bad and you shouldn't watch it. It's the most, I love when these guys are forced to walk their shit back. It's so pathetic that they become like little sad, like, oh, right, I hope you forgot what I said the other day.
This isn't even the only video he's made about her. Listen to this nonsense.
One of the problems with hiring strong independent women to work at your company, instead of the usual assemblage of soft, entitled, like-minded corporate drones that have never had an original thought in their entire lives, is that they don't always think, say, or do the things that you want them to. Case in point, Gina Carano, a former women's MMA fighter turned actor who was brought in to play Cara Dune on The Mandalorian, and at first, all seemed well. The show was a success, and Carano's character soon became a fan favourite. Unfortunately, she began to ruffle feathers behind the scenes at Disney Lucasfilm by refusing to spout the same politically acceptable talking points as everyone else at the company, and even dared to express some conservative political views at times.
Mind you, these political views were the claim that being someone who is unwilling to get vaccinated, because being an anti-vaxxer is akin to being a a Jew during the Holocaust in Nazi Germany, is what she said. He won't. These people, when they want to defend someone, like I've seen a lot of YouTubers try to defend Notch, for example, and I can tell a conservative YouTuber in the Minecraft sphere when they try to defend Notch, and they say he tweeted some controversial things, and then Microsoft in response they go into like the whole thing that Microsoft did. And it's like, oh, okay, so you're not willing to actually state what this person you're defending said that you're defending, because you know that even repeating it destroys your argument because it's undefendable. A really good example of people practicing this was when I made my video about Brandon Herrera. For those who don't know, the popular gun YouTuber Brendan Herrera, when he was like in his early 20s, I'm guessing, based on the video, was a member of and did an ad for a Confederate Heritage Society, where he did a video like as an ad for people to join this Confederate Heritage Society, where he talks about how they're going to learn about the war of quote unquote Northern aggression, learning the true history of the Civil War. He's a Confederate, like the biggest gun YouTuber in the world. Brandon Herrera is a Confederate, or was a Confederate at one point. And this video of him got dug up, and I covered it in a video. And the Brandon Herrera fans in the responses, which are generally conservative considering he is a gun YouTuber, they were defending what he said, but I noticed something funny was that none of them were willing to repeat what he said in that video. None of them were willing to repeat that he had made a video for a Confederate Heritage Society calling it the War of Northern Aggression, the Civil War. They weren't willing to repeat that he had said that. They were only willing to say, you're going after him for saying stuff that he said so long ago. You know, or they'd say, you're blowing this out of... They wouldn't even acknowledge the things that he said that they're defending. They'll just very vaguely refer to it. A lot of conservative types are like this. They will defend behavior they know is so shameful, they won't even repeat the thing that they're defending. They'll only refer to it vaguely, kind of in the same way someone who's ashamed about something they did apologizes for something they're not really sorry for. They'll just, like, vaguely refer to it, you know, without outright stating what they did wrong, and you can tell it's a bullshit apology. That's what they do. But when it comes to, like, talking about and making excuses and doing apologia for things or people...
He spoke about this person like she was a dog, outright saying she can't even act. But as soon as she spouts nonsense and conspiracy theories and gets fired for her troubles, he's writing poems and puff pieces.
But for the life of me, I'll never understand why they cast Gina Carano. I mean, she's big and burly, and she obviously knows what she's doing when it comes to the fight scenes, but she's a fucking cage fighter, not an actor. Watching her trying to emote is almost as painful as watching Brie Larson trying to be funny.
This man is shameless.
I genuinely wonder if in the clips he shows the show, when he's talking her up, if the show isn't all blurred.
The problems with hiring strong independent women to work at your company instead of the usual assemblage of soft, entitled, like-minded corporate drones that have never had an original thought in their entire lives is that they don't always think, say, or do the things that you want them to. Case in point, Gina Carano, a former women's MMA fighter turned actor who was brought in to play Cara Dune on The Mandalorian, and
Okay, it's still awful quality. He still seems to... Well, he is shit-talking the show, but yeah, I was just curious.
About his obvious disdain for strong female characters. You know, look over here and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Has spoken! Who are you?
Speaking of agendas, the Barbie movie and his subsequent analysis evaporated any hope I had left for this man's...
God, that was such a great situation where a movie that's so against the aesthetic vibe and content of what these guys claim Hollywood needs to go back to doing if it doesn't want to die, quote unquote. The Barbie movie, the opposite of what all these dudes talk up as being what can save Hollywood, ends up being the biggest blockbuster of the year, pretty much. And everybody watches it. It's one of the most successful movies ever. And this guy, who's obviously made a bunch of videos shit-talking about before it even comes out, had to walk it back. It's really funny when they have to walk it back. They did this with the Mario movie. God, watching Shadiversity cope over people posting clips of what he said about the Mario movie before it came out, after he uploaded his video praising it, because it ended up being beloved and popular. Like, there are some content creators that are not as slick at it as the critical drinker, and Shadiversity is another example.
Integrity. Listen to how he sums up the marketing of the film and then his reading of the actual film's release.
Now, before I dive into this review properly, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and genius PR campaign of the Warner Brothers marketing department. You guys really pulled off a miracle with this one, successfully duping all of us, including me, into believing that Barbie was going to be just another colourful, light-hearted, easygoing family comedy with some cheeky self-aware humour, ironic meta-gags, and probably capped off with a blandly inoffensive female empowerment message about girls learning the value of their own potential. What none of us expected was 114 minutes of spiteful, bitter, mean-spirited, borderline unhinged hatred of men and everything even vaguely associated with them. Barbie is like the deformed...
This is a beyond deranged interpretation of the movie. Like, you have to be insane and looking for, like, man-hate and everything to interpret the Barbie movie this way. Like, did he just, like... He didn't watch the movie, I'm sure, but, like, did he just, like, plug his ears during every moment Ken was on scene or something? I don't know. Like, Ken's whole arc is like, him becoming like a good man. I don't know what else to say. Xander Hall, the directors of the Barbie movie and Oppenheimer are friends, and they did that on they did what they did on purpose of the saying of Barbie. Okay, you mistyped that pretty much, but I get what you mean. Yeah, the directors are friends, and they did the whole Barbenheimer thing. Yeah, I remember that.
Mutated rage child of Captain Marvel, Ghostbusters 2016, and She-Hulk. It is pure...
My God, like the desperate... That's like the reverse of Remember When. Like that is the chud hate content version of Remember When. Remember when we hated She-Hulk and that was on TV? Remember when we hated the Ghostbusters movie? Remember when we hated Captain Marvel? You guys loved watching me talk about how bad those were. Remember that? This is just like that, guys. It's like the reverse of, like, Remember When good thing. It's Remember When bad thing, because these guys make their entire living off of shit-talking popular stuff.
Brain cancer in movie form, and I was genuinely shocked by the sheer, undisguised contempt this film has towards 50% of the human population.
Besides the fact that this is one of the most hyperbolic, nonsensical summations of this movie, how could he have possibly come to that conclusion for the film's marketing? It was plainly...
Aren't women 51% of the world's population, and men 49%? Could have sworn that's the percentage. I might be wrong, though.
Obvious that Margot's Barbie was the main character and that she would face an existential crisis.
Do you guys ever think about dying?
On top of that, they show Barbie's feet going flat, suggesting that the film would be clearly feminist in nature, as feminists have been arguing against heels for decades.
The high heels
the marketing material also shows Barbie entering the real world and experiencing sexual assault, and I can...
Like, the movie was obviously going to be pretty progressive from the get-go. Like, I mean, I don't think anybody thought this movie was gonna, like, blindside everybody with some conservative messaging. It was pretty obvious that if this movie had any message, it would be one that could be associated with progressive values. So the idea that there was some sort of, like, rug pull is hilarious. Wasn't Critical Drinker shit-talking the Barbie movie before it came out? Or did he jump on the hate bandwagon after it came out? Because usually it's the reverse with these guys. Usually they shit-talk a popular thing before it comes out, it ends up being popular and well-received, and they have to flip-flop. But sometimes it's the reverse, like with the Fallout show, where some of them were shit-talking the Fallout show before it even came out, and then it did come out, it ended up being really well-received, and they weren't willing to walk it back. And tried to run with it failed in its woke narrative and did not succeed with it because the show's so beloved.
Only conclude that Drinker's media literacy is questionable at best. To belabor this point, he's been caught changing the titles of his videos after a media property releases to hide his terrible perception of marketing material.
Yes! Yes! He included it. Let's go. Oh, this is my favorite one. God, the Critical Drinker is such a little piece of shit. Such a coward.
And if all that wasn't enough to prove that Mr. Jordan has the integrity of a sandcastle, here's something that was brought to my attention. On one of Drinker's live streams, he attributed a false quote to Isabella Merced about the failure of Madame Web.
Some of the stars of the film have got theories about why that is, and one of them is right here. Isabella Merced? Is that the word? Merced?
Sure. Yeah.
She said it failed for one simple reason. For the same reason that the Marvels or Bird of Prey failed, because the male audience still hides a deep contempt for everything that is starring strong, independent women.
Oh, God. The truth is the truth, I guess.
Sure. I mean, that's definitely the reason Birds of Prey failed and the Marvels. It wasn't because they were bad films that no one wanted. For sure.
Isabella was, of course, inundated with hate from parrots that took these quotes at face value because why would grifters lie?
One of the most upsetting things about these content creators is a big, like the exhaust from their, like their burning of the dirty fuel that is hate bait online, the exhaust that comes from it, the pollution they create, is death threats and hate towards the actors, the real people in the media that they're covering. I don't know if you've known this, but pretty much every actor, director, like every person who has any public involvement with the show, The Rings of Power, has been under constant hate and death threats. Every word they say publicly that could be a response to the hate the show gets, hyper-analyzed and posted around, used as justification for the death threats and hate. And that has been going for years now, since The Rings of Power started and the actors were announced. The actors who are women and people of color get the most shit, as you can imagine, because of the motivations of the people who are the most mad about this stuff. Another person who's been getting this shit for a while is, I think her name is Laura Bailey. She played Abby in The Last of Us 2, if I'm not mistaken. She is still, to this day, getting death threats and hate from people that are upset and think that she is the actress who portrayed a character they consider to be woke, and I'm pretty sure some of them still think is trans, because they don't actually engage with the media that they hate on, for killing a character in a game that they didn't even play. There are still countless people sending death threats to the actress who played Abby in The Last of Us 2. And that came out in, 2019, 2020 or something? It's literally been 4 or 5 years now, still getting death threats. Everyone's been saying to whoever plays Abby in Season 2 of The Last of Us, we all wish her a very non-existent social media presence.
To them. She then had to come out and deny these clearly false allegations, but by then, the damage was already done.
Yeah,
to date,
yeah, the actress who plays Skylar in Breaking Bad still gets death threats, yep.
There has been no update, no retraction, no public apology on Twitter from Will Jordan for spreading this quote, and that's because he has a vested interest in seeing the culture war proliferate in media discourse, as this is profitable for him. Even if he didn't know the quote was fake.
Money these
this shows
make.
the lack of research and effort.
These people have unfathomable amounts of money. I hate to say it, guys, but I don't think that even at the peak of where I could reach as a YouTuber, I'll ever be anywhere near as successful as these guys are. These guys, hate is so monetarily effective. Something that these guys will always have above normal content creators that just make media, videos and review stuff, or even people that cover them or respond to them, is the fact that their hate mongering gets way more clicks than any other form of content. Hate just gets clicks online. Hate makes the internet go round, you know? I think shows like this are paid by Russia? No, I don't think so, honestly. I really don't think so. Zan almost let the sex cult confession slip? True. No, I don't think these guys are paid by Russia. I just think it's really just people who recognize an easy grift online and they take it.
Puts into his work. No discernment, no ability to perform an investigation, and hastily attributes an obviously fake quote in a concerted effort to confirm his biases. Why would you take anything he says seriously at this point? How can you trust he's done the homework?
Oh yeah, if you guys want to know how long this has been around, Ian McKellen got insane amounts of hate back in the early 2000s when it was announced he, a gay man, would be playing Gandalf. Not that Gandalf would be gay, not just simply that a gay man would play Gandalf, got him death threats and hate. There are old responses that people can dig up to how Ian McKellen responded, and he responded very politely and very like he took the high road, but he also did a really good job of responding. His response was very scathing too, but it was also very high road, and I like that about it. But this shit has been happening since there were people online, racists online and bigots online, to get mad about new media. This goes back to the old forum days. People have been doing this.
This is not the first time he's been caught manipulating a narrative. The YouTuber Pillar of Garbage exposed Drinker for lying about scenes in Glass Onion, because Drinker has a political gripe with Rian Johnson, the director of Glass Onion and The Last Jedi, a film he and his ilk have pilloried for the past 7 years.
What I really love is that you cannot pin, I really don't think you can pin the new Star Wars movies that Rian Johnson, I think he only worked on 2, maybe 1. I don't think you can pin The Last Jedi as being bad because of Rian Johnson. Do people know what else Rian Johnson has been involved with? Do they know? Rian Johnson directed, I'm pretty sure was the director of Ozymandias, the Breaking Bad episode. You know, the Breaking Bad episode. the highest rated episode ever, of one of the highest rated shows ever, considered to be, by many, the best episode of television, period. Rian Johnson literally made Ozymandias. Yes, Ozymandias, the episode of Breaking Bad, considered to be, by most that have seen it, the best episode of television, period. Like, the best single episode of television. Rian Johnson was a big part of that. The idea that Rian Johnson is some hack or awful or is responsible for any perceived issues with that, I just don't believe it. Like, knowing what he's also been a part of, like the resume that dude has, it's like, nah, dude, nah. It'd be like trying to claim Hideo Kojima sucks and is bad at directing because he was part of like one movie that ended up being bad. It would be like, you'd have to, the only safe assumption would be, clearly Hideo Kojima did not have a big effect on this. You know what I mean? Like, it's outright deranged when you know what Rian Johnson's like resume looks like to try and claim he's a bad director. He was actually a really reasonable and good pick. I don't know why these sequel movies ended up being, well, I know why. There were choices made for the story that were just bad. Finn should have been the main character. He was the guy who we first saw in the advertising and marketing material for The Force Awakens. Everybody, like, immediately, like, got, like, affiliated with Finn as, like, the guy who we see at the start of the first trailer. He is the first person we see in any of the marketing material. It really should have been Rey if they didn't want to give people the impression that Finn would be a more important character. And Finn got absolutely sidelined, and no one liked that. The franchise would have just objectively have been more interesting if it was about Finn, an ex-stormtrooper, rebelling and becoming a Jedi. That's just a more interesting story, and it's what everyone was expecting and wanted, and then they didn't end up being that, and everyone had, like, that base level of disappointment they had to get over. That really was my biggest issue with these movies.
Because of perceived wokeness. Here's a clip.
The example Drinky gives for Rian Johnson's blatant rewriting is the scene where Blanc and, as we later see, Helen spot Duke's voyeurism.
Batista's watching his girlfriend supposedly having an affair with Miles.
Oh, did you notice it, by the way? Did you notice that thing I kept telling you about? He does it differently, depending on the video, and sometimes stacks them.
Here's a clip.
Did you notice this? So here is the movie as it actually looks, Glass Onion, being shown by Pillar of Garbage, because there is absolutely no excuse for what Critical Drinker does. It's not for copyright avoidance. Other YouTubers are able to show clips, even with sound, from these movies as long as they're fair use. So there's absolutely no excuse not to just show the movie as it is. But then watch when it switches to the Critical Drinkers video, what happens to the visuals.
Drinky gives for Rian Johnson's blatant rewriting is the scene where Blanc and, as we later see, Helen spot Duke's voyeurism.
Batista's what?
That's when it switches to the Critical Drinkers video. This is how he shows the movie, as opposed to how it really looks, which is like this and like this. If this is the shot of the movie that you see, where you can just tell, look at the lighting here. Look how good the lighting is. I mean, granted, it's a scene where Batista's jacking off in the bushes, but even then, look how good the lighting is. The set is good. The camera is using the rule of thirds. Like, there's a lot of things happening in this image that depict to somebody that this is a competently made movie. And so if you're a guy who has not seen this movie and you're watching a YouTuber giving you an opinion to pretend like you've seen the movie and tout to pretend like you have an original opinion on it, and you see this shot, you might think, oh, this movie actually visually looks pretty good. It looks competently made. Maybe it's better than I thought. And they might end up watching it, which is why Critical Drinker, in every video where he covers a piece of media that you're not supposed to like,
Helen spot Duke's voyeurism.
Batista's what?
We see it like this, where he saturates or desaturates any color or vibrancy out of the shot, makes it harder to see what's happening, makes it easier to nitpick just because it's easier to shit on something that looks like garbage. And so a big part of what the Critical Drinker does is he edits the things he's covering to look like garbage. He edits them to look as garbage as he says they are. Because if the look doesn't match the claim of what it looks like, then his claims about this, his lies, I should say, might not flow as well. I really wish more people called out the blatant, like, dishonesty and, like, the desaturating and pixelation of the things that he covers, just to make the things that he's covering look shittier.
Watching his girlfriend supposedly having an affair with Miles, only to be observed by Blanc. Now look at the later version of this exact same scene. Notice how Helen's been added in here when she totally should have been visible before.
Except no, that isn't true. There's a reason the Drinker plays these clips on mute. Let me put the sound back on for you. That was the first time we see this. There's a close shot of Duke, then we hear the twig snap, and then we pull back to a shot revealing Blanc. Here's the scene as we're shown it later on.
He's edited the scene deceptively to make you think he's caught a blatant and obvious mistake in the movie's creation. Because surely if the movie's making mistakes as big as, like, blatantly changing a scene we've already seen and claiming something happened in it we haven't, like, it's easy to convince someone, oh, wow, this movie must suck if they're overlooking issues that big. But it's completely false editing. He's lying and editing the scene to make the lie true.
We start with this slightly wider shot, revealing Blanc and Helen, then Helen leaves, causing that sound, and Duke turns round. This point is the moment we saw earlier on, and there's a very obvious, very obtrusive sound cue, the sole purpose of which is to communicate precisely this. Look, you can enjoy the way moments like this toy with the audience perspective, complementing the film's themes, these ideas of how we see and how we falsely composite and rationalize these perceptions away from the truth, away from what's really plainly shown to us, or you can dislike it. But what you can't do is lie about how the film constructs moments like these on a mechanical level. And that's what The Drinker does here.
Well, you can lie. Well, that's the thing, though. You can. You can, and you can make a ton of money from it. YouTube has no rules against it. You'll never be, like, punished by YouTube for it. Like, you're allowed to spread misinfo on the platform. If it's something like this, you're allowed to make millions and millions and millions off of lying to people about media and doing so to push a political narrative. You're allowed to do that. There's literally nothing you can do to stop that. In fact, the emphasis on the nothing you can do to stop it is on the fact that even Birdman, even Pillar of Garbage, YouTubers who are, I think that Pillar of Garbage might be bigger than me now. He should be. Even me, we're fractions of fractions of fractions of the size of the average conservative grifter channel. Most certainly some of the largest, like Critical Drinker. Nobody in this sphere calling out the Critical Drinker will be able to reach an audience as big as the Critical Drinker does. And nothing about that will change unless, like, YouTube as a platform fundamentally changes.
Cap off his video to build into this last point.
Why would Drinker do that? Is he incompetent, or is he a blatant liar? These are the only two choices you have, and both of them are damning for his reputation. And yet, he doesn't seem to care, because I guess his followers don't seem to care. I mean, he publicly demonstrates that he can't keep up with basic logic all the time. Look at this tweet from Star Wars Holocron. They are very obviously making the point that sometimes a show's first season isn't always where it finally ends up, with a couple examples, including The Clone Wars and Breaking Bad. When Will saw this, I mean, how do you fail at understanding the point this hard? This is one of two things. He either understands the point being made, but is attempting to misrepresent the point to, again, galvanize an already volatile audience against a...
To be fair, a Star Wars property that this guy fucking hates, and hates the director for, directed the best episode of Breaking Bad, unanimously believed to be the best episode of Breaking Bad. I wonder, like, how he would react if I said, what do you think of Ozymandias? You know, Rian Johnson directed and wrote that, right? Like, I'd be curious to see if he even knows what Ozymandias is. Because, like, how funny would it be if he's not even seen Breaking Bad? How funny would it be if this guy whose job is to review movies and shows doesn't watch any movies or shows and just pretends to? Because the content he makes, I would totally believe he's not seen anything that he criticizes. I'd totally believe this guy doesn't watch shit. He doesn't watch any of this stuff. I'd believe it.
A contentious product, thereby sending his parrots to harass this account, which actually fucking happened, or he doesn't understand the purpose of an analogy. Stupid people do this all the time. You'll say, well, fish swim, and...
Oh, and another aspect of this you'll notice, by the way, is that this tweet isn't made by the official showrunners. It wasn't made by somebody calling out the Critical Drinker. This is an account that is just a Star Wars fan account that posts fan material about anything Star Wars related. That's like an actual fan account. They don't, like, hate a bunch of Star Wars stuff. And that can't be allowed by the grifters. You'll notice I noticed this big time when it came to Rings of Power, because it was something that I really liked that was really getting run over by the Chud train. And I noticed that, like, you could not find communities online to talk about or enjoy the show without them having been overrun by people who hate it. The official subreddit for the show was made as a hate subreddit. So if you were trying to find discussion of the show on Reddit, what would come up first would be a dedicated hate subreddit, which is stolen r/the Rings of Power. That's a dedicated hate subreddit. The name of the show has been stolen on Reddit to be a dedicated hate subreddit. So it's like these communities are so dedicated in their hate sometimes and like fighting against the thing they consider woke or to be a sign of like the woke end times, that they will ensure you're not allowed to publicly enjoy a piece of media that they hate online. Apparently this happened to the Last of Us 2 subreddit as well, where it got taken over. They will take over communities and ensure that you're not allowed to be a person who's able to go online and have a community of people that also like that thing, because they will raid any fan community and like make it unenjoyable.
Olympic sprinters run, with the underlying logic being how they locomote.
And that was the goal here. The quote tweet and everything was to send his fans to mass harass this fan post in order to make sure that this fan community understands that there are consequences for daring to say anything positive about this show that I'm sure they have completely reasonable and non-race related reasons for disliking.
And the stupidest person you know will say, "Did you just compare a fish to an Olympian?" And this is exactly why analogies are on IQ tests. But I'm willing to be charitable to Will and suggest it's the former, that he knows the point that's being made but is misrepresenting it to fit the narrative he's trying to push.
That is the case,
I mean,
yes.
The alternative is to suggest he's low IQ. And I would never do that. His Twitter alone is an embarrassment of narrative pushes.
I think he's a very low IQ, unimpressive dude who's just found a really easy, effective, and shameless low, like, you have to have a very little sincerity and shame to do what he does, because he knows what he's doing. He must. You have to be a certain kind of person to do that type of content, I feel. So I imagine it's just he's a dumb guy who has little enough shame to make a type of content that is very profitable but very shameless. I think that's really what it is. I thought IQ wasn't a real factor. It's a joke to call someone dumb. When people say someone's dumb, they say they're low IQ. It's just a saying, okay? Everyone knows that IQ is not a probability. Yeah, we get it, okay? It's just a joke, okay? It's just a saying. People just say low IQ and they mean dumb. Doesn't mean they literally mean the person has a low IQ.
From platform boosting known anti-black racists like Kang Min Lee to even shit-talking PETA because he perceives them to be left-wing, I guess? I don't know. That last one was just amusing to me.
I mean, PETA does have a lot of problems. People don't like PETA, just in general. PETA's not a great organization, even at what they claim to want to do.
So I bring you back to this tweet. What do you honestly think he's saying here? So far, we've demonstrated he will lie or manipulate a narrative, use a member of a group that he regularly targets as a form of plausible deniability, that he clearly has issues with minority groups, and that he perceives women being in these roles to be a political push. Which of the humans in this image fits all that criteria? What this person does is not honest critique. He looks for ways he can jimmy in alt-right political talking points under the guise of being a movie reviewer. And I know his fanbase doesn't want to believe that he is prejudiced against minority groups, but after everything you've seen here, if you're an honest person, you're at the very least asking questions. Why would he bring up conversations about race in films where that isn't the focus? Why would he lie and manipulate footage of a film made by a person that he politically disagrees with? Why is he spreading misinformation about a woman and attributing political positions to her? What does any of this have to do with film? This is because he's not a film reviewer. He's a political ideologue that complains almost exclusively about mainstream media to push rhetoric. In fact, you'll never see him talking about or promoting anything that's not mainstream unless it's an attempt at a narrative push. So yeah, he'll talk about Squid Game or Kingdom because they're mainstream, but do any of you believe he cares about Korean media at all? You know, because Korean women are probably some of the most feminist on earth, to the point that it heavily contributes to their birth rate decline and the swath of strong female protagonists that permeate Korean media properties? He has no idea, because he can only regurgitate talking points against what's in the mainstream, because you can't grift on things people don't know about.
Like, K-dramas are really popular, if you don't know, and they all tend to feature female characters, and on top of that, like, female American audiences are big into them. So it's just really funny to me that Critical Drinker doesn't know this and talks about any foreign movie that's doing well or foreign show that's doing well as some, like, anti-woke thing because it didn't come out of Hollywood. It's so fucking funny.
This is why his review for season 4 of The Boys is what it is. He admits he hasn't even watched it, yet claims it has—
What? Oh my god, he admits it? Oh, brother, this guy fucking stinks. Holy shit. He admitted he didn't watch season 4 of The Boys in his Boys season 4 review. Oh my god.
Destroyed its audience, his source being the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes.
Remember, guys, the platform where they encourage their audiences, and anyone can do this, to review bomb something and create a perception of its reception, that is the ultimate and completely trustworthy source to get your reviews for media from. Only look at the IMDb user reviews is what they tell their audience. The reviews that are extremely easily affected by review bombing. In fact, are so frequently affected by review bombing that Rings of Power had a negative average review before it aired. Amazon had mistakenly, like 12 hours before Rings of Power came out and premiered so that people could watch it, made reviews open, and it had a, like, what was it, like 1.2 out of 10 or something, like average review score for like a week or a few days before the first episode came out, because the review bombers were so quick to leave their negative reviews before it was even physically possible to have seen the show. That's why these YouTubers always refer to the audience review scores on these websites like Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb, where anyone can make 1,000 accounts and mass review bomb something. That is the only source of content review that these guys will tell their audience is safe and trustworthy.
Was for me to check out the reviews. Not the critic reviews, of course, because nobody in their right mind gives a shit what those
Yes! Yes! Oh my god! I swear I didn't pre-watch this, guys. I swear to God. This is my first time watching this video, and I haven't even seen the Critical Drinker video that we're seeing a clip from here.
fucking shills have got to say about anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality
Of course,
these days.
yes.
And
you can only trust the audience reviews on websites that allow you to make 1,000 accounts and mass review bomb something, and anyone can do this. The only trustworthy source, of course. Yes, yes.
Oh.
Besides the fact that TV show reviews on Rotten Tomatoes aren't verified, meaning they are subject to review bombs, why doesn't he keep this same energy with, oh, I don't know, The Marvels, Black Widow, or Quantumania?
Because the review score is high. That's why. That is why.
Movies that have pretty good audience scores. Seems like Drinker is the living embodiment of this meme, doesn't it?
Movie you like. I knew it was gonna be good. Ha, the critics say it's great, so it's great. Audience score is all that matters anyway. People don't know anything. I'll form my own opinion if everyone hates it. Movie you don't like. Ha, paid reviews and shills. Ha, the audience agrees this is trash. Ha, the critics agree this is trash. I knew this was trash all along.
Isn't it? Of course he'll never come out and say, I don't want to see black people in lead roles, or I'm tired of female protagonists, like The Quartering stupidly did. It's because being that he's selling something, he has something to lose, so he has to communicate in dog whistles to maintain the facade.
What an amazing screenshot. Oh my god. What an amazing screen. Holy shit. What an amazing screenshot of a Critical Drinker video. What the fuck? Just randomly putting labels on all the random Padawans in the room. Female, alien, alien, female, 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 black. Female, 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 female. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. What a great screenshot. There's just nothing better. I just want to post this screenshot on Twitter and see what kind of response. Well, I'm shadow banned on Twitter because it's a conservative platform now, but like, if I wasn't shadow banned on Twitter before Elon bought it, I would love to just post this screenshot and just see the responses, because this is all you need. This is just a hilarious image. Oh my god.
He has something to lose, so he has to communicate in dog whistles to maintain the facade of plausible deniability. And Will, I know you're watching, so let me finally address you directly. Film reviews are not your personal soapbox to air out your grievances with minority groups and those that—
Really? Does Critical Drinker watch videos on him? Is there a chance Critical Drinker has seen— Something I find really interesting is that Critical Drinker has never made a response to me, but YouTubers like Mahler have. So like Mahler, if you don't know, he's shown up in a lot of these clips because he's friends with all these folks and believes the same things as them, but he's even better at abstracting it than the Critical Drinker is. So like, you know, he's there present in every clip you hear of one of these dumbasses saying something retarded, but somehow he's not affiliated with any of that, I guess, even though he says, yes, and head nods to everything they say. But yeah, like, there are tons of content creators in this sphere that do this kind of stuff, and they range from saying the quiet part out loud way too much, like the Quartering, to being extremely slick and sly about it, like the Critical Drinker, and even more so Mahler.
That advocate for them. It's irresponsible to your, my, and every other audience that consumes film and teaches them nothing about the art form. You create a hostile
environment. It's interesting because like Mahler's responded because like it's way easier to say, oh, what do you mean? What'd I say that was anti-woke? It's like, I mean, you got me there. You didn't say wokeness is evil, I guess. But with Critical Drinker, I feel that he's so blatant in his grift that he couldn't respond to anyone, or certainly do like a debate with anyone because they would just bring up, hey, remember when House of the Dragon came out and you changed the title of your stream saying no one cares about it after it came out and ended up being one of the most viewed HBO premieres ever because you didn't want to look like a fucking idiot because you just care about how people perceive your magical ability to predict whether or not media is going to be good, as if that's like a real thing. Like someone like Critical Drinker or The Quartering, they don't do debates because they're just so blatant. But I feel like content creators who are more sly about it, like Mahler. Like, Mahler's very smart about the anti-woke grift stuff, making sure that he knows how to appeal to that audience, always covering the things that they hate, but not outright saying the message or even things that are, like, vaguely referencing politics. It's a very effective strategy.
Environment for neutral people that may stumble across your slop, where they may assume that film criticism is full of people like you. You do a disservice to the craft and give the rest of film YouTube a bad name. I think I speak on behalf of every reasonable film reviewer out there. Go away now.
So fucking true, but he won't. He's making a shit ton of money. I don't know if you've seen, but he's got like a whole studio now. Critical Drinker does. They bought like a bar and they have a studio in the back and stuff. So it's like a Joe Rogan style, like big multi-million-dollar podcast setup type thing. We're going to slowly watch as like the average content creator on the right gets to be extremely high budget. And the gap is going to grow more and more as like lefty content creators are just dudes streaming in bedrooms like me. And we see as like every right-wing content creator across the board starts to get like just ridiculous amounts of high funding, like high production value shit. It's going to be a real problem. Xander Hall, what do you think of the Bullpup M1903 Springfield? I've never seen it before. If I have, I don't connect the name with it, but I know what a Bullpup is, and they're pretty neat. Bullpup shotgun. Mahler sucks along with channels like him. They do. I don't know, Zan. Nah, Lefty Jenna. Guys, if you think any online figures are like gonna reach the average, any left-wing online figures on average are going to reach the average level of success that right now the average conservative figure has reached online, you are delusional. Yeah, apparently Tim Pool was like demanding $400K per video from Russia or something. Like you guys need to understand, the left will never have the resources that the right has from the internet. The internet will never provide the resources that the right has because the right is running off of hate, and hate is just a much faster, quicker burning fuel online than anything else. The problem is it leaves a lot more damage than anything else. It's worth it, moment of sanity. I'm ready for it, but like the point is that we're always going to be fighting an uphill battle. Like don't ever expect that eventually the majority of people are going to recognize how dumb stuff like what the Critical Drinker says is and just like fall off with it. Like it's not I don't think that type of thought process will ever die off on its own, unfortunately. There's less money in being anti-capitalist. In general, yeah, but it's not even being anti-capitalist. I'm not even referring to the political sides, really, like left and right. It's the hate. It's the hate at the end of the day. More often than not, if you're a progressive content creator, you do not make your money off of people constantly burning with seething hatred against something or someone. Like, generally, that's not the case. But if you're a right-wing figure, your entire income is predicated on keeping people mad. Non-stop anger is entirely required to keep the income flowing. And so that's something that I don't know if the left, like, it's both a downside for the right in that they always need to keep anger burning. They always have to keep the fire of anger fueled, but at the same time, it means that there's always a very strong fire burning, and there's always a lot of attention and whatnot. So, yeah. That's pretty much what I think like is going to continue to happen, though who knows? Maybe generationally we'll see a phenomenon where like the people who watch this content are like, this is garbage, and they fall off of it. There have been trends like that in the past that end up getting really big, they're awful, and then for like 2 years later, the entire generation of people who fell into that trend look back at it as cringe. So it's very possible that's what ends up happening with this right-wing anti-woke content. I would very much like to see that. As always, though, please go check out the Birdman, because that's whose video we just reacted to, and it was pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in chat. There should be a link to it pinned in the comments. If there's not, then just leave comments telling Ethan to do that. Sometimes he forgets, but usually he remembers, so just remind him, and he'll get to that, so yeah. With that said, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. It really helps a ton, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, even if you're watching the stream right now live. Seriously, likes go a long way. Every thumbs up boosts my content in the algorithm, practically twisting YouTube's arm into boosting my channel, so I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you. And you can also comment down below for a similar effect, and subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already in order to turn on notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because otherwise, trust me, they won't. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, you've got my social media, which are linked down below in the description you can follow, including joining my fan Discord. It is totally free. I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there. I may even be hosting a watch party there tonight after stream, but we may be doing it in the PV Discord as well. And on top of that, if you haven't already, maybe consider donating directly, just as many of you lovely chatters already have so far. If you want to support me financially, keep the lights on, all that good stuff, keep the water running, a roof above my head, electricity flowing through my wires, I guess. I don't know. Then consider donating, subscribing, and gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, and support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just lurking around and chilling out and you haven't even engaged or said anything, I really do appreciate you being here. And as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? First segment of the stream, and it was 1 hour and 25 minutes. We're already 2.5 hours into stream, and I've done one segment. I promise you guys, you guys are getting a good stream today. $1 hour? Yeah, 1 hour and 25 minutes was that segment was. It's going to be a long one. Then again, when I react to videos I don't disagree with, I tend to... It's not even, like, me trying to. It's more of just I have a lot to say to back up arguments I agree with. I really like doing that. When I see someone make a good argument, I like to add to it, back it up, explain why it's even better than they might have even realized. And that tends to add a lot of extra time, which is great, because then it means I'm not watching videos from people who I agree with and just not reacting, just re-uploading their whole thing, right? Like that, you don't want that. I have a lot to say. That was a 25-minute video that I added 1 hour of reactions onto, so we should be good there. Hype for your coverage on the debate? That's going to be in just a moment, guys, so stick around. Speaking of you guys being awesome and supporting the stream, by the way, thank you so much for thank you so much to Pepper T21 with the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. It really means a lot and helps a ton. Sent a YouTube link with no context. Captain America doesn't know about Hiroshima.
Guys, honestly, I don't think they're coming.
Dr. Choi found an antidote to your poison, Molo. Really it's over.
Forgive me, my star-spangled stooge, but I'm afraid we've only just begun. Not so fast, for with the push of this button, I'll launch a nuclear warhead, and your beloved eastern seaboard will be blown to kingdom come!
My God, you monster!
Now, my patriotic parasite, with your precious Perlu in my palm, I have a few demands. First, I wish...
I mean, launching a nuclear bomb at innocent civilians? Thousands vaporized in seconds! You're sick, Molo!
Yeah. Well, if you are to protect your heinous homeland, my demands are as follows. You will surrender...
I mean men, women, children, wiped away in seconds. You're deranged.
What are you doing? What is this some kind of bit? I'm trying to give my demands and you keep...
You know, Molo, in my time I've met a lot of bullies, but I've never met someone so full of hate that they would launch a nuclear weapon at a civilian city. So if you think that...
Whoa, wait. What?
If you want to be the first person ever to launch a nuclear weapon on a populated city, then you better be prepared for the fight that's coming your way. Because I don't back down from bullies.
What? The first man to nuke a populated city?
Yes.
What? Truman.
Who?
Harry S. Truman.
What about him?
No way. No fucking way. Really?
I love this video so much.
Is there something I don't understand?
The way he says, no fucking way.
And?
Oh, fuck, dude.
All right, hey, Cap, let's just focus on taking down Molo right now, okay?
You're not gonna tell him?
Tell me what? Molo, explain yourself.
Dude, Harry Truman.
Yeah?
He nuked a populated city.
No way.
Dude! He did it! He literally did it! He did it to like 2 cities! Hundreds of thousands of people died!
Your mind games won't work on me, Molo.
Dude, I swear to God I'm not kidding right now.
Is this all true? I'm wearing the flag that killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people?
It's a really cool flag.
Wait a second. This doesn't add up. Why would the president just order a nuclear strike?
To end the war.
I ended the war.
Oh my God! No, you didn't! No, you didn't! Oh no!
What? Red Skull got the cube, I got it back, plane crashed into the North Pole, war's over. What? What is that? What? Are you saying that me killing Red Skull and sacrificing myself didn't end the war?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Did we at least kill Hitler?
It's kind of the Russians that got Hitler.
The Russians? Are you kidding me?
Aw, come on, Cap.
No one even told me any of this stuff.
Okay, now, you do know about the Holocaust, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, good. I didn't want to be the one that, like, cracked that egg for you. I've already done so much today. I had a lot of fun. I really did. It was really...
It's a good video. I like that skit. Technically, Hitler rage quitted himself. Well, that's why he said, yeah, the Russians kind of got him. That's why he said that in the way he did. point, Trump yells, "They're eating the dogs." So I've seen memes referencing the dog thing, and that is it. That's all I know. I'm ready. I'm excited to see it for myself and know what he actually said and what it was in response to. Besides that, I am blind on this. What's up, Val? Good to see you. Let's hop right in, guys. I'm ready. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I don't want to be here all day. But let's hop into it. Let's go. Harris v. Trump.
The high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election. Their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart
it's like a
new
fucking
way
movie trailer.
Forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to...
Man, politics really is a popularity contest. I really like Kamala Harris's policy and her actual achievements and the things that she wants to do in office, but I have a feeling that this debate is not going to focus very heavily on actual policy. I think it's going to be, my theory is it's going to be a back and forth of attempting to play to the audience, and I'm guessing Kamala Harris does this by far the best.
Welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this.
Conservatives are, of course, mad about all these things because the idea of there being any, like, fact-checking, rules, a necessity to let your opponent speak, these are all things conservatives prickle up at the idea of. They do not like the idea of an equal playing field. The idea of an equal playing field they view as unfair to Trump. Because remember, they grade Trump on a curve, as they say. And they give Trump every benefit of the doubt possible. And anything whatsoever that a Democrat does is viewed as bad, no matter what.
Hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an
They've called for the moderators to be arrested. That's crazy.
Intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
I love how they just walk from the side. It's so... I'm wondering where they were standing and, like, when they're given the cue to walk out. It just feels like... It just feels weird for them to be walking out alone. Just the two of them. It's odd to just see these two with only 2 other people in the room with them. It's very bizarre. I don't know.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Damn, she goes to shake his hand. Dude, oh, shit. Oh, my God, the body language analysis time. Body language analysis time. Watch how she goes in. Watch her. Going towards Trump for the handshake, and watch how little Trump extends for the handshake. Watch the show of dominance. The alpha wolf approaches the beta. The beta, extending a bent elbow, does a handshake, barely reaching forward. The virgin bent elbow compared to the aggressive arm reached out handshake.
Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
As you can see, Kamala Harris
followed his debate.
from taking
no
time.
Oh, it's so long, it's hard to click through.
No audience.
Statement of the
As you can see.
It's a plan that...
Oh, come on, please.
Well,
how am I clicking over the one? As you can see.
Kamala Harris. Let's have good bait.
Donald Trump has cock shame. He hides his cock from the world. Kamala Harris displays hers for the world to see. The posture. Donald Trump's cock shame. I'm sorry, I had to make the meme about, like, the direction your crotch is pointed that incels do. Donald Trump, his crotch is facing away, and not towards the world. Very much a sign of, Zan, shut up. Very much a sign of Kamala being an alpha wolf, while Donald Trump is but a follower, a sheep.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So please tell me. Please, do you want... Okay, the best response in the world would be... Yeah, I do think that many Americans are actually doing worse than they were 4 years ago. I mean, it's really hard to maintain an economy after 4 years of Donald Trump's economic policy. They hit people pretty hard. Me and Joe, over the last 4 years, have worked really hard to recover the economy. We've seen record-breaking economic growth, record low unemployment. We've done the most that we can. But at the end of the day, it does require multiple administrations to do even one... To undo the damage of even one Donald Trump administration economically. So, yeah, I do think that post-Trump, things are a lot worse than they were. That's how I'd respond, just full snark into it. Why not respond that way? That's answering the question. You're answering the question, and you're also throwing in an attack against Trump. That shit goes hard. That's how I'd respond in that situation, if I were Kamala, obviously.
I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine
Trump
and have actually a plan to build what I...
Dude, imagine if Trump, instead of doing this, whenever someone else is talking, imagine if he did this. Imagine if he just mewed. Why doesn't he mew? Why does he hit this, like, resting bitch face and not mew? I've been trying for a while to turn my resting face into mewing. That's my goal, is to make mewing my resting face.
I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing.
You guys are going to hate it.
We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan...
Bring up the child tax credit. Bring up the child... Okay, I think she's going to bring up the child tax credit as an attack against Trump, because Trump wants to destroy the child tax credit. So I assume she's going to bring it up as a thing she's trying to protect against Trump.
...is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying.
My wait, is she referring to his tariff plan? I assume I don't recall any tax plan that Trump has that's going to blatantly raise taxes for the middle class like 20% on needed goods, but I do know that Trump promises on day one to institute tariffs on a bunch of products that in America are pretty frequently bought. And that's going to immediately result in prices going up for the consumers, because when the president puts tariffs in place on the exporter of a resource or a commodity that we need for manufacturing here, or if it's the manufacturing of a thing outside of America that they're tariffing, the companies that are doing the outsourcing of the procurement of resources or the manufacturing don't just take the tariff on the chin. And the tariff doesn't affect the country where the exporting of or importing of whatever is happening. It affects the company doing it, and the company will almost always force that increase in price to trickle down to the consumer so it doesn't affect their bottom line. Donald Trump did this with steel. It was really bad. Didn't it, like, destroy car prices for, like, 2 years when Trump tariffed steel out of I think it was, like, out of China or something? One of the biggest steel exporters in the world. It was, like, really fucking bad. Even Trump supporting, like, pro-Trump Republican economists were coming out to say, yeah, that one was bad. Ooh.
For tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Okay,
I was right. Wait. Okay, hold on. I was literally right. Okay, that might have been a mistake on Kamala's part to word it as taxes, because people bristle up at the thought of more taxes. That's an effective point, but it opens them up to respond, because what she was talking to about, I was right, was the tariffs that he plans to do. They are effectively going to be sales tax increases. Like, they'll affect your pocket the same as any sales tax increase, but in reality, Donald Trump's poor economic planning will lead to companies hiking up prices domestically in order to make up for the amount that they are losing out on due to the tariffs. It's not going to affect our prices in any positive way. Trump runs on the idea that tariffs are good and he knows how to run a business, and so he would know how to run a country like a successful business. In reality, even Republican economists agree that his tariff plans are awful, as I said before.
are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world, and the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally...
No, this is not even close to how tariffs work. That's not... Does he not remember the automotive industry being like, oh my God, this is horrible? That was the big thing. Like, that was the big thing that pushed so many Rust Belt union workers away from Trump and more towards Biden. Obviously, union stuff is big, but the Trump steel tariffs were so bad, it really hurt the automotive industry. And so the Rust Belt, he lost a tangible support in the Rust Belt because of it.
Destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a...
Oh, no, Benichu, if you've ever been president, they call you Mr. President for the rest of your life. So, like, if Kamala wins, even after she stops being president, she'll still be referred to as Mr. President or Miss President, I don't know. And then the same goes for Obama, right? Like, Obama gets referred to as Mr. President, or even President Obama still, because that title is sort of permanent, apparently. Like, you get to be referred, Madam President, my bad, yeah. Yeah, that's how they'll say it. My bad. Okay, listen, we've never had a female president before, okay? It's new to me.
Terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from...
It's been a disaster for every class, including the billionaires. It's a big disaster for them.
Prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with town.
This is not the case. In reality, what he's referring to are asylum seekers. Donald Trump has done this thing where he refers to the term asylum seeker as like illegal immigrants who came from asylums. So for those who don't know, an asylum seeker is someone who is seeking asylum in America, meaning like you're seeking a place to stay, like a place to be kept. That is what asylum means. Not like Arkham Asylum, but to seek asylum somewhere. And that is what asylum seekers are. Donald Trump took this term, and because his supporters are not the smartest people and they'll believe anything he says, he started saying they're releasing people from asylums into the country. Because I don't think the average Trump supporter knows what an asylum seeker is. They don't know that they're not going to be tipped off to what he's doing there. So his claim is that asylum seekers, meaning just random immigrants seeking asylum in America, are from asylums south of the border, coming into the country. And I guess at one point he's going to scream that they're eating dogs.
Throughout the United States, you look at...
And on top of that, if we're talking about illegal immigration here, even legal immigration, but especially so the scary, evil, illegal immigration these guys freak out about, the majority of illegal immigrants in America are taking non-high school diploma jobs. They are taking jobs that are very, very massive amounts of underemployment for these jobs in America. Because they require you to not have, not require you to not have, but they tend to favor people who don't have a high school diploma because you would go for what most would consider a better job if you did have one, or a college diploma. These are what are considered low skill labor, though I don't like that term because a lot of this labor absolutely requires skill, but it doesn't require an education in America and a diploma in America and all that. And so the majority of illegal immigrants in America are working those jobs that have already been experiencing record levels of low employment, working those necessary jobs. They are jobs that are not being taken from Americans here because they weren't being worked by Americans here. They're jobs that need to get done. And even Republican economists agree that illegal immigration and legal immigration both result in a net positive gain to the American economy and its native-born citizens as an effect of that.
Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well,
the only reason why people think that the Trump economy was good was because of 8 years of Obama lowering interest rates. Just Obama had to recover a destroyed economy in 2008. Bush was not a good president. He was not good at economics either. Funnily enough, Republicans get this reputation as being great at economics, but in reality, every time they just preside over a good economy, and people remember those times when things were a little better under the early days of Trump, and they don't remember the last half of his presidency, and they only remember the first half of Biden's presidency too. They still, a lot of them don't even acknowledge the achievements that have been made now. Like I've literally seen people on Twitter saying, "Oh man, all my student debt got canceled by Biden. I've got an extra $4,000 a year or whatever, $400 a month to work with, and I'm still not voting for him in November. Fuck him and his genocide." And then they go on about Gaza. I've seen that exact tweet, by the way. I've shown it on stream. There's a lot of people who will hear how great Biden has been and Kamala have been for their directly to their finances, and they will still pledge not to vote for the Democrat because the perception, well, in this case, that said Democrat's a war criminal, but in the case of your average Trump supporter, they just fall for the narrative that whoever is president presiding over that economy must be responsible for it, when in reality, the economy takes a long time to recover or respond to anything, dude. We're still not fully in the time where prices level out from people not being able to afford things. As people stop being able to afford things, they stop buying those things. Companies are forced to lower the prices. So even though we've stopped inflation, the rate of inflation is basically back to normal. It's 0.1% off of normal inflation rate, which is fine. There is 2%, I think, is the normal healthy inflation rate. It's already almost back to that. It's 2.2% or something. The problem is prices haven't leveled out, and that's what people are being affected by, and that takes a while to recover. It takes a while to recover no matter what administration we're under. So coming out of the 2008 financial crash, Obama got a lot of shit for 6 years for the way the economy was affected by that, and we didn't see the economy start to recover until 2013, really, 2012, and that time. And by then, there was a lot of easy attacks that Republicans, Romney in 2012 took against Obama, a lot of attacks on the economy. It's very common for Republicans to say, remember when the last Republican was presiding over a great economy and how this Democrat, despite taking office right after a Republican and inheriting an awful economy, it's all their fault? Ever notice that? And people fall for it. People believe that shit.
Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump
millions of
left
Americans
us
dead.
the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on...
That's a good point, the whole cleaning up Donald Trump's mess thing. But it would have been better, I think, shoehorned in there when initially responding by saying, yeah, I do think people have it rougher now than they did 4 years ago. It's like it takes a while to recover from one term of Trump. Trust me, guys, you don't want a second one.
On what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
He's going to say he has nothing to do with Project 2025 except for the fact that, like, every other week he speaks at he does speaking engagements for the organization that came up with Project 2025, whose logo is on the cover of the book. He has members of administration who worked on Project 2025 and putting it together. You can't say you have nothing to do with a plan to give you unilateral control of the country that your own cabinet is publicly touting as the plan for when you get elected, and then deny you of any involvement. That's not... No.
I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
I saw that in the Discord when the debate was happening. I saw people were in the VC watching it, and I was like, oh, I want to join, but I had shit to do, and I couldn't. And I also didn't want to spoil myself before I could cover it on stream. But I saw that. That was awesome. Thank you for that.
Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better
nothing
than anyone,
to do with
I have
Project
nothing to do with
2025.
Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do.
The organization that came up with it is called the Heritage Foundation. Let's see how many images of Trump we can find standing in front of a logo of the Heritage Foundation. Wow. Here's one. Here's another. I mean, I'll just show the screen. I don't even need to open the tabs to show you the individual photos. Here's like just a bunch of photos of him at different Heritage Foundation events. Like, a lot of these are from the Heritage Foundation, by the way, you'll notice. Like, they're very proud of the fact that he speaks at a lot of their events. Their logo is on the book for Project 2025. He has everything to do with it. It's about him.
Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy.
You have to understand, guys. Gas prices and the idea of tax cuts would make Americans vote for Hitler. And Trump knows this. It is an effective talking point. Trump is sticking to what could win him the election, which is the idea of a good economy. And people believe, hook, line, and sinker, Americans believe that Republicans mean a good economy and Democrats mean more compassionate leadership. And a lot of Americans are under this weird impression that for America to function well, we have to constantly have Republicans and Democrats switching out of office so that we can go from the competent but unfeeling leadership of the Republicans to the incompetent but compassionate leadership of the Democrats. That is the perception the Republicans fight so hard to build, that sure, the Democrats might be the nice, compassionate ones who want to give poor people, free clothes and stuff, but we want to build a big economy. We want to make you successful. We want to make it so that poor people can catch their own fish instead of making it so the government has to hand out one fish a day like the Democrats want to. That's the mindset that Republicans have worked so hard to ingrain in the average American centrist or uncommitted voter.
We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a...
That is absolutely not true. In fact, Donald Trump was warned very early in his presidency that the medical equipment stocks, the White House's medical equipment stocks for the country to disperse around to like FEMA, hospitals, doctors, etc., had not been restocked since I think it was swine flu epidemic that happened when swine flu was a thing. Obama had sent out like all of our stocks of medical equipment, and he had left office before the bill was signed to refund the restocking of that. And so when Trump took office, he obviously had no interest in funding that bill. In fact, I think the bill to restock the medical equipment was on his desk, and he refused to sign it at like before the COVID pandemic happened, which meant when COVID happened, even if we took it seriously, we were extremely unprepared as a nation. Extremely unprepared. We did not have the medical PPE equipment, like the PPE stuff, in stock to distribute to U.S.-based medical agencies and institutions. We didn't have them for the hospitals, the doctors, for FEMA, for anything. We didn't have enough PPE. And that was a massive aspect of what fucked us in COVID. And that was just Trump refusing to do the basic job of the presidency to fund a stopgap, like, not stopgap, a backup plan if a virus spreads in America. That was just because he was unwilling to sign a single piece of paper for a basic public health thing. Imagine what the next thing could be. Oh my God. He lies so much, but they start correcting him later on. I heard that there are, that the hosts fact-check this debate, which I like a lot.
A country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that...
Nope, the gowns, masks, ventilators, all these things, America had a massive deficit and we had none. It took a year, I think, for us to get even close to the amount of PPE we were supposed to have because Trump refused to sign the bill that would have funded the restock.
Nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce.
Military recruitment rates were at record lows under Trump, and they've continued to reach even more record lows year by year as Americans get less and less enthusiastic about joining the military. It has nothing to do with the current administration. It's just Americans are getting less and less willing to join the military. Younger Americans don't like the idea of selling their life away to service. Some do. There's still plenty that do. And, you know, thank them for their service. But at the same time, there's a reason why those recruitment rates are getting lower. There's a reason why, like, when I was in high school, the kids who went to ROTC, junior ROTC, were, like, made fun of for being wannabe, like, badass soldier kids that thought they were the boss of the room whenever they walked in, and no one took them seriously because they had such a big ego about it. I don't know if you had that experience too, but everybody thought the JROTC kids when I was in high school were losers. Because they really, really thought they were hot shit. They really did. And I think it's things like that culturally that we're seeing dropping recruitment levels. And that was true during Trump's presidency. When he was president, our recruitment rates were the record lows. We were at record low recruitment rates.
Back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created that.
Unfortunately, a lot of kids that I grew up with that were in JROTC were not liked by anyone else because they're, like, you're disrespecting a future Marine. And it's like, dude, why are you wearing camo to school, dude? It's like, that was always, they'd say some shit like that, and the response was always, why are you wearing a camo uniform at school?
They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So
now you know what I'm talking about.
Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity.
It's all about tax breaks for the wealthiest of Americans and tariffs that he wants you to believe lower prices for things that you buy. In reality, I was a little bit misleading when I said that it was a 20% tax, but Those tariffs are going to feel like a 20% sales tax increase. And that's why I use that wording. Because it's just going to increase prices. Economists, even ones that tend to lean Republican and even support Trump, have come out and said that Donald Trump's steel tariffs back in 2018, I think it was 2018, right, were one of the biggest economic fails and blunders ever. It might have been 2017. It was a massive L. It wasn't like these tariffs are not a good economic policy. They do not help the American people, certainly not lower class American people. Like the first thing that he'll probably tariff will be things used to make electronics. So immediately, everything across the board in Silicon Valley is going to go up in price for the average consumer, like possibly in the first week of Trump's presidency.
Economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as—
Oh man, using the deficit against Trump is so fucking raw. Oh my God. Republicans don't understand what the deficit is or how it works, or that it's not like a literal debt we owe to other countries. So they hear trade deficit and they get super fucking scared and super worried about like America having a trade deficit with China or America having a trade deficit with literally anything. They consider it to be like a literal debt we owe. Or America doing poorly. They don't recognize the fact that in the landscape of world economics, a deficit is actually one of the most fundamentally beneficial assets you can have, because it solidifies the investment in another nation from another nation. As much as we are on a weird, shaky ground with China, and China is not a good regime, at the same time, our trade deficit with China means that China doesn't really want America to fall. Like, you'll notice that, like, even though we're not super friendly with China, China seemingly isn't spending hundreds of millions to destroy our democracy. The fact is, a successful America and the American people being wealthy and successful means we're buying more iPhones made in China. We're buying more anything, really, made in China. A lot of the stuff we buy here in America is made in China. And China likes this. They like the outsourcing that we're doing. They like this fact. It gives them leverage on the world stage. And that may sound scary to some, but at the same time, it means that China low-key has an investment in us. And that means that America and its people need to do well, or that investment doesn't really pay off. And so when you hear trade deficit, Trump loves to talk about the trade deficit as America being weak, and his supporters buy that. So seeing Kamala Harris reverse that shit and say Donald Trump's plan would increase the deficit, it would explode, that's a good point.
Something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
Jesus,
you just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you, because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to...
He's molding! He's so mad! What the fuck? What? Dude, you can't let yourself look that mad 14 minutes into the debate, Trump. What the fuck? What happened to his mic? He tried to talk over her, and so his time hadn't started yet.
To the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people...
You know what they say about the truth. You have to say it 15 times in a row so people understand it's the truth.
Want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up.
As a matter of fact, they do. In fact, if you go to the whitehouse.gov website, you will see a picture of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris walking down like the side area in the courtyard of the White House on like the main picture. And it says Biden and Kamala Harris's economic plan, or the Biden-Harris administration economic plan. And you can go down the list. In fact, I'll bring it up right now. We can go down the list of things that they have done, because they actually do have a plan and have made achievements. White House whitehousenews.gov, Biden, Harris, economic policy. We've actually covered this on stream. Oh, there's a bunch of different pages. Here's one that's on whitehouse.gov from June 28th. Bidenomics is working. The president's plan grows the economy from the middle out and bottom up, not the top down. President Biden and Vice President Harris come into office determined to rebuild our economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the bottom down, and that strategy is working, even as they face an immediate economic and public health crisis with a raging pandemic, elevated unemployment, snarled supply chains, and hundreds of thousands of small businesses at risk of shuttering. The president and vice president understood that it couldn't be enough to simply go back to the economy we had before the pandemic. That economy was saddled with long-standing challenges that held America back, including rising inequality, the disinvestment from communities across the country. President Biden recognized that some of those challenges were rooted in a failed trickle-down theory that supported slashing taxes, this was Bush, slashing taxes for the wealthy and big corporations, shrinking public investment in critical priorities like infrastructure and education, and failing to safeguard market competition. Mind you, Biden and Kamala Harris's infrastructure bill, I'm pretty sure, is why I got my internet infrastructure in my area upgraded the other day, and why it's so much better now. Because one of the big things that they invested in, it was a bunch of money, a massive bill, was improving the quality of every American's internet. That's the goal. They want like every American to have high-speed internet access, which is huge. Like imagine in like the 1940s if there was any candidate that did not believe that every American should have access to like the ability to get running water. Like imagine if in many parts of the country in like the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, many people just can't get running water, and I'm sure that was the case, to be fair. And there was no desire or political move or even a candidate that was against expanding access to it. Kamala Harris and Biden expanded that utility. Internet is about as important as water these days, you know, like as utilities go. I almost said hypers in chat if you don't pay for internet. Like if you don't have internet service, but, well, you know what I mean, right? Like obviously you all have internet, but like you get it. You get that like you need it these days, and it's only getting to be more necessary. The president took office determined to move beyond these failed trickle-down policies and fundamentally change the economic direction of our country. His plan, Bidenomics, is rooted in the recognition that the best way to grow the economy is from the middle and out and the bottom up. It's an economic vision centered around three key pillars: making smart public investments in America, empowering and educating workers to grow the middle class, and promoting competition to lower costs and help entrepreneurs and small businesses thrive. And they go into how exactly they do this. Bidenomics also recognizes the benefits of a growing economy are only broadly shared when policies are designed to promote and empower workers. When the president took office, independent experts like the Congressional Budget Office were projecting that the unemployment rate wouldn't fall below 4% until the end of 2025. But under Bidenomics, the unemployment rate fell 4% 4 years before expectations and has stayed there for the past 18 months. We've also seen record lows in unemployment for workers who have often been left behind in previous recoveries, with record low unemployment rates achieved under this administration for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and people with disabilities, and a 70-year low for women. This strong labor market recovery has also led to better pay and working conditions. Inflation-adjusted income is up 3.5% since the president took office, and low-wage workers have seen the largest wage gains over the last year. Job satisfaction reached its highest level on record last year, and the prospect of good jobs has drawn people off the sidelines and into the workforce. This is one page from the White House website, okay? The idea that they don't have a plan and haven't achieved anything is the only people who believe that kind of shit are the people too lazy and stupid to go to the White House website and read about the state of the country and what the current administration has planned. Donald Trump's admin didn't do this kind of stuff, to be fair, where they like put out big things on the White House website to dig deep into what is currently happening with the current administration and what their plans are. But like, man, like if you actually know what they've been up to, you know that point is absolute dog shit. Biden and Kamala have been the best administration for the economy in modern American history.
Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country.
Good God,
as you know, many economists
that's the 20% tax increase. That would basically be 20%, if not more, of a hike increase on all things made with or from the tariff stuff. Like if he tariffs steel again and raises it to a 20% tariff, and we're going to see that or more of a price hike in fucking phones, computers, anything that incorporates steel, cars, all these things. Big thing that got price increased because of Trump's tariffs were iPhones. That was like the iconic product that everybody was that was getting touted the most as having received a price hike after Trump's steel tariff was iPhones. Could you imagine if Trump got it in his head to do a tariff on like silicon or something? Something insane, something that would just destroy the American economy, something like that we require to be imported from elsewhere, we tariffed it, how much it would destroy the working class. Oh my God.
That with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and...
That's not how that works. What do you mean? What does he... Okay, when you tariff something, it means that you are making it more expensive for a company to outsource procurement or production of a thing and then sell it back home. You are putting you are fining the companies for this. China isn't paying anything. China's not paying. The idea that people have in their mind when they hear Trump talk about tariffs and our trade deficit with China is that we owe money to China because we're buying things from China is what they think. They think we're buying steel from China, shipping it here, and that we owe China a ton of money. That's what he thinks. Like that is. And he thinks that tariffing is putting in place a block so that these companies don't do that or don't buy from China anymore. That's not what happens, though. That's not even how tariffs work. In reality, it just means these companies continue to outsource their shit, and they increase the prices for consumers, and they keep their bottom line up. They might even increase the prices more than the percentage of the tariff because they can justify it. When have companies ever reined it back when it comes to raising prices in response to an economic, stimuli? Like, when have they ever not gone overboard?
All of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
God, please. I hope these moderators call him out on very clearly not knowing what a tariff or a deficit is. Please.
And so were other countries. And, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation.
Let's look into the Trump steel tariff thing. Are they still in place? I'm pretty sure he's just lying there. Oh, it was 2018. I was right. The Trump tariff, sometimes referred to in the media as Trump-China trade war, was protectionist trade initiatives during the Trump administration against Chinese imports. During the presidency of Donald Trump, a series of tariffs were imposed on China as part of his America First economic policy. Mind you, America First being the Nazi slogan that Nick Fuentes uses. To reduce the United States trade deficit by shifting American trade policy from multilateral free trade agreements to bilateral trade deals. In January 2018, Trump imposed tariffs on solar panels and washing machines of 30 to 50%. In March 2018, he imposed tariffs on steel of 25% and aluminum of 10% for most countries. Aluminum was the big tariff that affected tech, by the way. That was the big thing that made tech stuff get more expensive, which, according to Morgan Stanley, covered an estimated 4.1% of U.S. imports. In June 2018, this was extended to the European Union, Canada, and Mexico. The Trump administration separately set and escalated tariffs on goods imported from China, leading to a trade war. The tariffs angered trading partners, who implemented retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. In June 2018, India planned to recoup trade. Mind you, these countries don't rely on U.S. exports, so when they tariff us, they're not hurting themselves anywhere near as much as we hurt ourselves when we allow someone like Trump to tariff a place that we receive so much of our exports from. Mind you, as much as this protectionist shit sounds cool, the idea of bringing manufacturing and whatnot back to America, if you want like 90% of tech products that you own to not be 5 times more expensive, you kind of need there to be a bit of outsourcing. It's not great. It's one of the fundamental flaws in capitalism is that if you don't allow for outsourcing, then prices become super uncompetitive and the working class suffers from extremely massive price hikes. But that is, unfortunately, one of the things you have to do under capitalism to keep things even somewhat livable is allow manufacturing and exporting and importing from other countries. It allows prices to kind of level out to something more reasonable that most Americans can afford for a lot of tech stuff. It's just not a good economic policy. Here, I'm curious to see the where was the response from economists? So there was retaliatory tariffs from Canada, China, Europe, India, Mexico. He proposed tariffs on automobiles, all Mexican imports, of course, because he hates Mexico. The Trump administration's tariffs were panned by the majority of economists and analysts, with general consensus among experts, including U.S. Director of the National Economic Council, Larry Kudlow, being that the tariffs either had no direct benefits on the U.S. economy and GDP growth, or they had a small to moderately negative impact on the economy. In a March 2018 Reuters survey, almost 80% of 60 economists believe that the tariffs on steel and aluminum imports would be a net harm to the U.S. economy, with the rest believing that tariffs would have little or no effect. None of the economists surveyed believed that the tariffs would benefit the U.S. economy. In May 2018, more than 1,000 economists wrote a letter warning Trump about the dangers of pursuing a trade war, arguing that the tariffs were echoing historical policy errors such as the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which helped lead to the Great Depression. So yeah. If you're curious about what Kamala meant when she said a 20% sales tax increase, she meant that he would repeat that behavior again that economists all agreed hurt America's economy and made us pay more for things that we buy here.
They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll.
Man, I wonder how Trump feels about the millions of Americans who died of COVID.
Polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal?
I love this, using the trade deficit against him. I'm curious about the keeping tariffs in place thing. I'm wondering if that was just something that was overlooked, or if there was like a conscious decision to keep the tariffs in place because it was a good thing. I'm wondering what the story is behind that.
With China, what he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the...
Wait, really? Hold on. Trump sells U.S. computer chips to China. I'm curious, because a lot of these are referring to the debate, because Kamala Harris made that point, so it's hard to find anything older on this. Chip stocks drop on fears U.S. to toughen China rules. Technology stocks around the world have slumped on fears about the global computer chip industry. The sell-off came after a report that the Biden administration could be set to further tighten restrictions on exports of semiconductor equipment in China. Dude, so much of the economy is affected by whether or not people think an industry is going to do well in the future. Because stocks are so speculative, and they're affected by what people think is going to happen. If people think a stock is going to do well, they'll hold. And when they hold and they buy, the stock does well. When they think a stock's going to die, they sell. And they bear out. and they sell. So it's like I don't know if the idea that people deciding that they want to sell off their stock in tech companies means that the U.S. economy is doing bad. That is usually what ends up happening, right? Where, like, you see Republicans suggest the economy is in a bad state right now, and they point to the stock market, like the daily report for the stock market. It's like, well, dog, a bubble just popped. Do you not follow stocks? Like, every time a bubble in the stock market pops, everything goes red. Does anyone here trade stocks? Like, if you trade stocks on any app, you know about this. When a bubble pops on a on the stock exchange, everything goes red. Like, when GME popped, when that bubble popped, everything went red for like a week. When the AI bubble popped, like a month ago, everything went red. When the fucking crypto bubble popped, everything went red. And so you'll get these bubbles that form in the market. Bubbles being like a bunch of people come together to inflate a stock, right? They'll come together and they'll start dumping money into a stock, and it'll be really popular, like the GME thing. But that's like the most extreme example. And then they'll dump it, and somebody will sell. Maybe there's some like Discord server doing some market manipulation somewhere. That kind of shit happens all the time. A bubble pops in the stock market, everything goes red. And then the Republicans say, look at the stock market, look at the Dow, look how red everything is today. This is Bidenomics at work. And it's like, no, it's not. It's just the stock market. It's that I traded stocks for a good few years now. There's always red. If there was only ever green on the stock market, everyone would be involved in stock trading. Like, there's always the risk of losing money because the stock market always goes red. Xander Hall, the tariff that Trump is suggesting he will put in is an updated Smoot-Hawley tariff from the 1920s, which caused the fucking Great Depression. Yes. Yeah. He literally wants to do what caused the Great Depression again. Exactly. Very, very good point, Delancer.
The United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought...
Damn, attacking Trump on the grounds that he was too friendly with China is crazy. That is effective. Like, she's low-key attacking Trump with his talking points. Trump will cause a deficit increase. Trump is friendly with China. She's using his points against the Democrats against him because so many of these arguments that the right uses against the left are projection. She's actually acknowledging the projection and reflecting it back. She's reflecting the deflection back.
Their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have.
We hardly make computer chips in America anymore. No, I didn't sell computer chips to China because we don't make computer chips anymore because of a philosophy that they also have in China. What's so insulting is how often what Trump says is literally nothing, means nothing, absolutely, like, unintelligible drivel, and people eat it up like pig slop. Pisses me off.
I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy.
He is, to a degree, noticing what she's doing. You can tell he's noticed what she's doing, that she's using his most popular points against him, and he's mad about it. And she's fucking cheesing right now that he's figured out what she's doing. She's just now she now knows that he's figured out what she's doing, and she's smiling because of it. She's like, he figured it out. He figured out what I'm doing. Oh. Yeah, I knew the second she brought up the fucking deficit. I knew the second she brought up that the deficit would explode under Trump. Oh my God, is she reverse Uno carding Trump's most popular talking points?
But If she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor.
Please, Kamala, ask Trump in response, what is Marxism? Donald Trump, I'm not a Marxist, but I'm curious, do you know what Marxism is? I imagine if she responded with that. Oh my God.
In economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at
He
what
taught
she's
her
done
well?
for our country, and when you look...
Okay, there's no way that Marx and Kamala Harris inhabited the same planet. Didn't Marx send a letter to Abraham Lincoln? Like, what do you mean he taught her well?
Look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals, and that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later.
This is also objectively not true, and I wish that I heard that the fact checkers live fact checked, and I thought they would like say, Mr. Trump, are you saying the majority of immigrants coming to America from south of the border are criminals? Either he has to own that, and if he does, they can respond, well, Mr. Trump, how do you feel about the fact that, in reality, the unanimous consensus is that the majority of crime in America is actually committed by native-born U.S. citizens, and in fact, even illegal immigrants commit less crime here in America than native-born U.S. citizens do. How do you respond to that, Trump? Like, I would love to see that, but I guess, you know, she came prepared. She did come prepared. She's doing really well. I would like to see a little more fact-checking from the fact-checkers, though, you know?
Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country.
No immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy.
With policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore,
I don't even know what Trump could say here. Okay, here's what Trump could say. The only way Trump can wiggle his little wormy ass out of this is if he says, what can I say? I'm a man of the people. If the people seem to want abortion bad, I'll do it. If the people want abortion to be fully available and legal, I'll do it. I'm not necessarily married to any policy decisions. I will do what the American people want. I'm a president of the people. If public opinion changes, then my opinion will change. My policy will reflect the American people. If he says that, that could be a good way to worm out of this this question. But if he doesn't, I don't know how else he can get out of this. I don't know how else he can, other than just taking it on the chin and saying, yeah, I'm the anti-abortion guy. I don't know how he responds. I'm curious.
For why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor.
At least he calls it abortion in the 9th month and not a late-term abortion or whatever, as I like to say. The only time an abortion is ever done in the 9th month is if it has to be done for the sake of saving the life of the mother. And 99.9, I mean, literally 100% of the time that a 9-month abortion is done, it's either induced birth, because at that point, so often of the time, the fetus is more of a baby than a fetus and can actually survive outside the mother with medical help, even if it's a bit premature. 9 months abortion, that doesn't happen. They don't abort pregnancies at 9 months. Either the baby is stillborn and the mom is like dying and needs to be cut open and have emergency surgery done immediately, and that's what he's calling the abortion, or it's induced birth, which is also done because of medical problems. They don't abort babies at 9 months. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. There's nowhere in America outside of a van in an alley somewhere where they do that. They just induce the birth because the baby is viable at 9 months. He's just lying. Either the baby was dead and the mother is about to die if they're doing a 9-month-in abortion, or it's just induced birth. Xander Hall in medicine, 9-month abortion is stillborn abortion. A 9-month abortion is a stillborn abortion. Yes, it's only done if the baby is stillborn, which means dead inside the mother, or if the mother is in very critical condition or the baby is in critical condition and they need to induce early birth for either both or one of the parties' health. This just isn't a thing.
Of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that
we will execute the baby. The baby will be born. And then he is claiming that the Democrats want to execute born babies now. It's the pro-life movement has upgraded their bad faith talking points to the claim that pro-choicers want to execute living born babies now. Like commit actual baby murder. Is there a certain point where a person as famous and influential as Trump can argue that everyone who disagrees with him, every American that disagrees with him, wants to literally murder, born babies, when it becomes like a blatant call to just like attack and kill people who are progressive, and when calling for that becomes a justification for violence itself? Like when Donald Trump says Democrats want to murder born babies, his supporters can only, they already think Dems are baby murderers, but if they think that they want to murder living babies, this feels like a direct call for violence against people who vote Democrat. And when, a presidential nominee is calling for violence against you, it's hard not to Fed post. It's really, really hard not to Fed post. I'll say that.
That's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice president...
God, you know that Trump is still seething, molding, and crying himself to sleep over Walls calling him weird. Dude, the fact that Trump is so upset about Vice President John America is just hilarious.
Presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution.
There is no such thing as abortion in the 9th month.
After birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is...
No Democrats, I promise you guys, there are no Democrats advocating for baby murder. Just going in, taking babies out of cradles and executing them. This is not a thing, okay? This is Donald Trump is amazing because he's so good at recognizing Republican stupidity, but they're not just stupid people. Republicans don't tend to just be stupid. They're so confident that they are geniuses. If you meet your average Republican, dude bro, middle-aged, white guy who votes Republican, oh my God, they think they're the smartest fucking people in the world. Holy shit. You've not met someone with an ego bigger than their own head than you've met, a conservative white dude who's middle-aged from the Midwest. Those dudes think they are the smartest people in the world. They've got everything figured out, that they know that every mainstream everything is after them, unless it's a Republican-leaning thing. These people are so fucking delusional, my man. You guys gotta know. You guys gotta know that the Republicans that vote for Trump, that fall for his talking points, they're so stupid. They're so stupid, guys. I can't put into words how stupid they are. I can't, okay?
Is born is okay, and that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did all.
I love how Republicans talk about how bad it is that the Dems want to stack the court, unless they want to stack the court, in which case stacking the court Republican is fine.
Also, 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio.
This is the Republicans' copium talking point, that they just want to make it up to the states to decide whether or not it's legal. Mind you, this is not a popular perspective on basically anything else. How many Americans at this point like the idea of it being state by state whether or not weed is legal? Not a lot of people. Weed legalization is getting more and more support by the day. It's a very popular position. Like, everyone seems to want legal weed at this point. And one of the biggest frustrations is that's not federally legalized, because if it's not federally legalized, there are a bunch of downsides. When it comes to, and you can just imagine how this could expand to other issues as well, how like non-federal legalization could affect things that you wouldn't even think about. Here's an example. Y'all ever go to a dispensary and get annoyed at the fact that you have to go to an ATM, pull out cash, and then like hold dirty ass cash, one of the most disgusting physical objects you can hold in your hand? I mean that literally, by the way. Like, money is so fucking dirty, like insanely filthy. Like, you are lucky if you don't get sick from touching it because of how many hands it exchanges, the places that the average dollar bill has been, or $20 bill, whatever. I hate counting cash. I hate touching cash because I know how disgusting it is. I've seen like the like studies that have been done on how dirty the average dollar bill is. I don't like touching cash. I'd much rather just swipe my card, punch in a number, use hand sanitizer because I'm a bit of a hypochondriac when it comes to health. So use some hand sanitizer and go, because I don't want to get COVID. I don't want to get anything. I don't want to get sick. And I don't want to have to deal with counting money or any of that shit. But because weed isn't federally legalized, back when I would go to the dispensary and stock myself up, I had to go and pull a bunch of cash out of the ATM and count that shit. Because they don't let you pay with a card, even in legal states. Do you want to know why? Because weed's not federally legalized. And until it's federally legalized, federal banks won't work with dispensaries. They won't give out loans to people who want to like get a basic starter loan to start their business. They won't do that. You have to have the pre-existing capital to start a dispensary if you want to start one, because federal banks won't help. And you can't work with, like, you can't use like a Wells Fargo card. You can't use like a Visa card. These companies don't work with businesses that are not federally legalized in the country. And because of that, these companies oftentimes don't get to have banks. Like, your local dispensary might not even have a bank that it's like officially working with, because it's that much of a problem. Now, this is obviously a pretty low tier, low importance issue, weed legalization. But I want you to imagine the compromise of non-federal legalization of weed has had all these different like extra effects that make it not so great. For example, you can't transport weed across state lines, maybe even at all, but if it's especially if it has to go through a state where it's not legalized. So if you're in Colorado and you want to ship some weed out to California for sale, because you're like a legal weed grower in Colorado and you want to legally sell weed in California, I don't think that can be done, because I don't think there's a bridge of states that are legal to get to California. There might be, but I'm not sure. Like, Colorado might have too many non-legal states in between. So when you imagine these weird little, you'd never think of them, extra problems that come with the states deciding whether a thing is legal, that's when you realize, no, we can't have the standard be that way. A thing needs to be a right for every American on a federal level, protected, or not at all. There's no justification to say that something should be a right in one state and not in the next state. It doesn't matter what the majority of people vote for. That can be, in red states, the tyranny of the majority, even when it's the minority deciding. Republicans are a minority of Americans. They are not the majority of Americans. The majority of America is not red in terms of population. But in terms of landmass, it is. Because people who live rurally, which makes up a lot of American land, tend to be conservative. So whole states, despite being made up of a fraction of the American voter base, can dominate that state's population and decide what is legal and what isn't for the minority of people there. And that's called tyranny of the majority, even if the Republicans are the minority. In that situation, no, I don't think that a borderline should, like in the country, should determine whether or not you have bodily autonomy or not.
The vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your
Yeah, but that's not even a good response. That's not really the best response, because Trump didn't claim that they were legally killing babies. He claimed that they were killing babies.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country.
I like the focus on women, because there is such a strong, already existing favorability towards Kamala among female voters. But I actually think, if I can amend what she said there, and like, if I could be her in that moment, I would have said, I don't think the government should be telling any American what to do with their bodies. Because that's going to give the exact message that she means to. Like, women are going to hear that and know what she means, that, like, the attacks on women's bodily autonomy is bad. But I also feel like that particular message is less divisive. And when I say divisive, I mean that, like, your normie centrist types are going to be less likely to see that as ignoring the bodily autonomy of men. Like, if you don't state that you care about men's bodily autonomy, then you must not care, right? If you specify you care about women's. So if she'd been a little more broad with that wording, I think it would have been a slightly stronger point. Yeah, there are women who can't have children anymore due to lack of proper health care because of abortion bans. I mean, Trump is also going after IVF, right? So I feel like we should attack in vitro fertilization as well.
You want
to attack his attacks on in vitro fertilization, because that's a whole, it's related to reproductive health, which is what Republicans are attacking, but it has nothing to do with terminating pregnancy. It has to do with creating pregnancy, and the Republicans are also affecting that. So I feel that's also a really good point to go after, because it's not it's about controlling women's bodies, not saving babies. That's why they're going after IVF too. Yeah, Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris. Yeah, pretty big.
Talk about this is what people wanted. Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passed...
I don't care if the state says they want that. That should not happen in this country. That would be my... I would try to hone in on the... Because she did really well by bringing up the government has no say in your autonomy. I feel like she should have hammered that in like 3 times in her point. That the government should have no say in what you do with your body. Just very much emphasizing that libertarian perspective. The government should have no say. Like, it should just be allowed, and if any restrictions should not be accepted. They take an inch, or if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Passes a bill to put back in place...
Imagine if she said, when it comes to your rights, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. That point would resonate with so many Americans who like the idea of, like, no government getting involved in their freedom. That would be the perfect way to word it. She's doing great. I'm just kind of like... I'm doing my evaluation, okay?
Protections of Roe v. Wade. As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President.
Very good point. And I know she's on a timer. Another thing I want to bring up, by the way, is that Donald Trump is essentially moving to criminalize miscarriages. And if you know anything about, like, pregnancy or miscarriages, then you know that, like, I'm pretty sure the majority of pregnancies miscarry. I may be wrong about that, but, like, a surprisingly high percentage of pregnancies miscarry, but it tends to be very early on, manifesting nothing but a heavier period than normal. And God fucking forbid if Trump wins and gets to consider that murder. God help us.
President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are...
No. It was so unpopular that it leaked that the Supreme Court was planning to axe Roe v. Wade before it even happened, because people affiliated with the Supreme Court were so freaked out, they leaked this extremely unpopular change. There were protests before the axing of Roe v. Wade even happened. It's what everybody wanted, by the way. One of the most unpopular things Trump's admin or appointees ever did, by the way. I love that he's just owning it because it's such a bad look for him. It's such a bad look. I love that he's just owning it.
Are voting, and it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as
the states aren't voting, by the way, it's not determined based on like a down ballot or not a down ballot, like on ballot vote or anything. When he says the states are voting, he means that the governors of individual states are deciding. So if it's a blue state with a blue governor, then it's allowed. If it's a red state with a red governor, then it's almost certainly not allowed. Yeah, it wasn't on a referendum. It wasn't like a bill or a policy they could vote for in an election. That's not what he means when he says the states are voting. He's saying that so that people think that's what he means. In reality, it's up to the state leadership to decide. Much like in the case of Florida, where what's his name? Fuck, I'm blanking right now on the governor of Florida's name. The state I'm from, DeSantis. DeSantis did his big anti-abortion thing. That wasn't a thing that was voted on by the people. That was just DeSantis. So when he says he's putting it in the state's hands, he means the state leaders' hands, not the voters in the state. Just to clarify.
The abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your
Well, I won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50.
I saw this really interesting trend in Republicans saying that Kamala Harris didn't answer any questions in the debate. I should have assumed that meant that Trump doesn't answer a single question because, man, the projection that I have seen from Republicans talking about this debate has not even been close to an accurate representation of what's happening here. They truly just, like, rewrote their memories of what happened here.
And essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, well...
Dude, do you guys know what Donald Trump just said? I need you guys to know what Donald Trump just said. Okay. So for starters, Donald Trump spent more time golfing than any other president ever. Literally. Just spent that time golfing. And what he's talking about right now is this image of Biden at the beach that I honestly don't know if it's real. I don't even know if this is a real photo, to be honest, because if I'm being honest, it doesn't really look that much like Joe Biden. But this photo was trending on Twitter. And so what I think Trump is saying, if this is Biden, was that Biden spends all his time at the beach because there's one viral photo of Biden going around at the beach. It's presumably Biden. I could only find this on, like, tabloid sites, mind you. Like, no reputable source has hosted this photo, only Twitter users and tabloid sites. So this is the photo that Donald Trump is talking about when saying Biden is just at the beach all day. Mind you, Donald Trump spent more time golfing than any president before. Hold on. Donald Trump time golfing. Trump visited a Trump Organization property on 4/28, nearly 1 in 3 of the 1,461 days of his presidency, and is estimated to have played 261 rounds of golf, one every 5.6 days. So 1/3 of the days of his presidency, he spent alone at, just golfing. He spent 1/3 of his presidency golfing. Literally a third of Trump's presidency was spent golfing, and bro is trying to claim that Biden gets nothing done because he's at the beach. When I don't even know if that's a real photo. It might be, but I don't know.
We'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about.
Okay, so Donald Trump, I think what he's saying right now is that it's unfair for Biden and Kamala Harris to cancel people's student loans because other people had to pay their student loans before. I don't know if you've seen it, but that's what a lot of the anti-student loan cancellation people, that's like where they are. A lot of them are people who already paid student loans off, and they're upset at the idea of people in the future not having to pay student loans like they did. And I'm talking like this is Gen X and millennials that think this way, because student loans are such a big thing, and we are now seeing a move to make that not a thing. So people who have been around and already paid their student loans are like, no, everyone should have to go through what I did. They shouldn't have it easier than me. So a lot of people who already paid student loans and paid them off don't want student loan debt canceled because they don't want other people to have what they consider a free ride compared to them. That's a mindset you guys have to remember. People think that way. A lot of Americans think that way. If they lived through hard times, they don't want times to get better for future generations because they see it as unfair. So there's a good amount of Americans, I bet, that recognize the good aspects of a Democrat presidency and refuse to vote Democrat because they think the young people of future generations should have as hard of a time as them, at least.
About that they talk
It's
about
the boomer
abortion.
mindset.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have...
J.D. Vance is not as charismatic to Republicans as Trump is, where Trump will say a really unpopular, awful thing and then own it. J.D. Vance walks it back like a coward. And that's why Trump keeps having to answer for, in his view, you can tell, embarrassing behavior of J.D. Vance.
I have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved.
Mind you, Donald Trump attacked Kamala Harris for her VP pick. Mind you, Trump is like, no, you can't say anything about anything with my VP pick. No. I it's fine if we don't agree. It's okay. He can believe whatever he wants. But Tim Walz is insane. He wants to murder babies that have been born post-birth. He wants to execute babies. It's like, Jesus Christ.
So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
No vote of the people. It's only up to the leaders of the states, as in the governors. There's no on-ballot vote that the people of America in the states are using to determine whether or not abortion is legal in their state. It is what color their state is on a map that determines. There is no vote. It is done by the leadership of the state. The closest thing you could say is that the people voted in the sitting governor. But I mean, Republicans don't believe in gerrymandering, but you guys know how much gubernatorial races are affected by gerrymandering, especially in red states. Holy fuck. Have you seen the gerrymandering in Texas, in Florida, in Alabama, in Georgia? Look at red southern states that have a pretty sizable non-white population, and look at how gerrymandered the districts are, and then look at a census that tracks race and look at where people of particular races tend to live, and look how much they've carefully divvied up the districts such that the non-white population has as little representation as possible. They like cleverly divide up non-white voting districts into being the minority of mostly white voting districts in these southern states, and that's how you get the insane shapes of certain districts and the insane gerrymandering that they have. Yeah, I always said that my buddy Ethan, who comes from Texas, his old district looked like a pair of headphones. Pretty wild stuff.
President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening.
That is a big part of this as well. The mindset that women are going out and aborting 9-month-old fetuses is very much playing into the conservative worldview that women are whores who just want to have sex with chads and then make money off of some dude they find later in life once they've settled. It's a very common conservative thought process. They think every woman just wants to use them when they're duplicitous and evil, and they use the attraction men have towards them to use them. You hear this from incel creators a lot, but it's really just a fundamentally conservative view about women. So the idea of women having the freedom to terminate a pregnancy, to them, is either, if they fully buy into this stuff, they see it as women shirking responsibility. Because in their worldview, men can't get abortions, right? If a man gets a woman pregnant, it's not up to him whether or not the pregnancy is terminated. Why should the man have less of a say than the woman? Obviously, the man should have less of a say because A, the guy could have just not had sex. B, the guy was necessary to create life. And C, the body that is going to act as the incubator for that life is another person, a different person that's not you. You aren't affected by the bodily implications of creating new life, which means you shouldn't have as much of a say in what happens. That is an unpopular position, unfortunately. Even among pro-choice supporters, a lot of them think the father should have a significant amount of say in whether or not an abortion is an option for the mother. If the father doesn't want there to be an abortion, then it shouldn't be allowed because it should be unanimous. A lot of people who are technically pro-choice have that standard, and I think that is what implicitly Republicans try to appeal to. The implication that women would get month 9 abortions is this idea that women are duplicitous and they're whores and they'll get pregnant and they'll be too lazy to get an abortion until month 9, and they'll get the abortion, they'll kill a baby, and they'll go back to fucking Chad. That is the mindset that Republicans use to get support for anti-abortion policy.
Under Donald Trump's abortion bans, couples who pray and dream of having a family are being...
Zan, they'll just flip it on you and say, by saying, well, the woman can just not have sex too. It's a dog shit, but they'll say it. Yeah, but if a woman has sex with another cis woman, there won't be a baby. If a woman has sex with a guy and the guy doesn't do penis and vagina penetration and doesn't come, there won't be a baby. At the end of the day, the final act that made a baby born was the dude busting a nut. So really, it was his act he committed upon the woman that makes it happen. It could be consensual or not. But at the end of the day, he did the thing that makes it so a life is growing in a woman's body. And then there you go. Pre-cum babies are possible? Yeah, but at that point, you weren't wearing protection if you have a pre-cum baby. And you nutted an hour before, right? That's how that works. For 12 hours, semen cells can survive inside the urethra after ejaculation. And if you have sexual activity unprotected, within 12 to 24 hours, there's a chance that the pre-cum could end up causing insemination during sex without actually nutting. That is a thing. Don't be a fool. Wrap your tool. But yeah, at the end of the day, women can have sex and it doesn't result in pregnancy, but women can't have sex with men, penis and vagina, with finishing, which is a thing the man does without, it can cause pregnancy, but you can't get pregnancy without sex with someone who can, having sex with them, create a baby, and then they do the thing that causes the insemination. You can say, oh, well, the woman could have just not had sex, but the real act that created the pregnancy is mostly done by the guy. Like, let's be real.
Denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers.
Talk about the child tax credit. Talk about the child tax credit. Emphasize how much the your administration is going to help families with the $6,000 child tax credit. Come on, that's big.
Go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another.
It has not been on the ballot in the red state. He's going to say the people are voting because it's up to the states now. I really hope they just say, Mr. Trump, none of the abortion bans in Republican states have been decided by a vote. They've been put into place by the leadership in those states. I really need, like, Kamala, the moderators, someone to fucking say this, please, please.
Another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on
the state Republicans, Trump sycophants, have been the people fighting against IVF. The idea that Trump is the pro-IVF guy when his sycophants are the ones that are making it illegal, not like in their states, is hilarious.
IVF from the Alabama courts. I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that.
He admits it's the legislature and not the people voting. Oh.
And everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing,
I've been a leader on IVF.
Ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you?
The 8th month and 9th month? There are no abortions in the 8th and 9th months. If there isn't what one would consider a pregnancy termination in the 8th or 9th month, well, they don't terminate pregnancies in the 8th and 9th month. They just won't do it because at that point, either the only time it happens is when the pregnancy is already over. As in, it's like there's been a death, like the baby has died, the mother has died, they have to induce an early birth. Or the baby is still alive and they induce early birth and then put the baby in, like, medical equipment to keep the baby, like, alive because something happened and the pregnancy couldn't be continued for medical reasons and they had to induce early birth. Xan, did you see that Elon Musk said he will protect Taylor Swift's cats and give her babies if she voted for Trump? Elon Musk believes that he's destined to make for his DNA to make up 50% of the world's population in the future. Elon Musk is literally one of those dudes who heard about the Genghis Khan like DNA thing and was like, I want to do that. That's Elon Musk. He's had like 50 children or something. Many of them he doesn't speak to. He just has unprotected sex with as many women as possible to get them pregnant so he can have more kids. He has gone on record to say that he believes that America, or the world, I should say, needs more of his DNA, that he's like a special person and that he has a responsibility to have more kids, so there can be potential future Elons. Like, he's outright said that he believes that humanity is dying and needs more of his DNA to continue existing. He's really delusional. Like Elon's a weird fucking dude.
You do that? Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor.
They want to kill babies probably after birth. Can you fucking imagine the state of politics where we're in, where a presidential nominee can say half the country probably wants to murder babies? Jesus Christ. He won't even own it. He just says probably. Because he won't even own that he is trying to tie progressives to that.
Of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board.
Dude, oh my God, call out his bullshit. What the fuck? I cannot believe that Republicans are running so hard with the idea that this was a 3v1 debate against Trump. Jesus Christ. The amount of opportunities these moderators have had to just go, Trump, you just lied. Blatantly, you lied. Where are they killing babies at 9 months? Right now, give me an example of a baby that was killed at 9 months, executed by the Democrats. Where is this happening? When did this happen? Give it a name. And then just call them out on the lies. Like, why is it considered just part of the presidential debates that we just have to let happen, that one of the candidates is a constant liar?
In this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person.
Dude, that's a hardball question. Oh my God. One of my favorite things about Republicans is they'll see a situation like this where it's very clear that this is actually a fair platform. They're not showing preference to Kamala Harris. They're not showing preference to Trump. It's just that Trump lies so much that occasionally the moderators have said, like, that's not true. Because, like, the president shouldn't, or a ex-president or a presidential nominee shouldn't be allowed to unchallenged lie. I get that for Trump supporters, the idea of fact-checking them is a massive personal attack against everything they stand for. But you have to recognize that your reality is an optional one, not real life. You've chosen an optional, subjective reality to live in that's more convenient for your worldviews if you're a Republican. And seeing fact-checking is an attack on your worldview when you believe in nothing like they do, when they pretend to believe in things like they do. A lot of Republicans just pretend to believe in these things.
On this stage, who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which...
This is true. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, yes, the fucking nonpartisan nonpartisan border security bill. The biggest funding bill for border security in American history was a couple years ago, like a year and a half ago, pushed forth by the Biden administration. And now it's been, I think, 2 or 3 times the Dems have tried this. The Republicans have blocked it every time. Their reason being, and I quote, the border issue is not for Biden to solve. We need to save it for Trump. They have purposefully blocked every attempt to fix these problems Republicans see in immigration. And it has been blocked every time, with Republicans saying they need to keep that problem existing so Trump can solve it.
Which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And
those were Mitt Romney's words, by the way. I think she just one-to-one repeated what Mitt Romney said that the other Republicans were saying.
Understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe...
Unless you're a racist. Unless you're like a racist who is like married to the idea of your identity as a straight white man in America, in which case everything Donald Trump says appeals to your brain-dead worldview exactly. The idea that we need to cut off all foreign spending whatsoever and keep all of our money and resources here in America, that we should get involved in absolutely zero foreign conflicts, regardless of whether or not our allies are under attack, unless it's Israel, of course. Israel's the one exception. Trillions to Israel when Trump wins, of course. But all that is going to come from Ukraine to help Russia, as we know. Russia has a vested interest in Trump's victory for obvious reasons. There's no innocent reason for that. Yeah. I don't know what else to say other than she's hitting the hammer on the head here.
You deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
Oh! It's just true, though. It's just true. Why'd he do that? Good question.
Let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies.
She was so good with that. Oh my God. That was an insanely good point. To attack him on the popularity of his rallies is the easiest way to derail Trump ever. Trump is so ego-obsessed and so obsessed with crowds and crowd size that attacking crowd size, he will not let off. He is mad now and will not let off this for the rest of the night, I bet. That is one of the biggest things you can attack his ego with, is his crowd sizes.
Rallies, there's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country...
Oh, please. I hope she responds just like you and Biden's swearing into office. You know, it's the biggest crowd ever. You had the biggest crowd of any inauguration in American history. Isn't that right? Just like you totally did, right? Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people.
Dude, I'm ready. Let's rewind a little.
All over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason.
She attacked his crowd sizes, and he responded with, "They're eating the dogs." Jesus Christ. You can hear her laughing even with her mic off, yeah.
The reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success. Well,
guys, we need to see Trump melt down, his supporters melt down. In November, we need to see him lose. Not just because we can't let him win, but we need to see him lose again. I need to see just his ego get bruised with another loss. I need to see the meltdowns. I need to see the tantrum.
End up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
television. But the people on television saying their
manager.
Dog was eaten by the people that went there.
But on Fox News, they said it was true.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
We'll find out means I'm just going to repeat this false claim, and my fans are going to fall for it, and they're going to repeat it, and no matter how much it's fact-checked to be false, it's going to be repeated a million times until everyone drops it because it gets to be too silly to stand by anymore. But the effect of this talking point will still linger. People will still have the vibes that talking point instilled in them, and they will still vote based on it, which is exactly what he wants to happen. To be able to say something false like that, to get called out on how crazy it is, for it to be pervasive regardless, which Trump supporters will make this point pervasive. You'll see it all over Twitter now, I'm sure. And no matter how much it gets fact-checked, it'll be considered factual by half this country. And they will vote believing that people's dogs are going missing and getting eaten by immigrants.
You talk about extreme.
So this is specifically a reference to a right-wing conspiracy about Haitian immigrants, apparently. Okay.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him.
The guy who's dividing his own party.
His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric...
Yeah, no, like, actually, though, I don't think America survives a second Trump term. I'm going to be real. Like, as we know it, America doesn't survive a second term of Trump. Like, legitimately. And Trump supporters and even, like, centrist-y conservatives would tell you you're insane for thinking this, even after his first presidency.
When the issues that affect the...
Trump's wishing the bullet hit right now. Okay, guys, listen, I don't want to interrupt this, but I have been doing this for 2 hours without a bathroom break, and we're 35 minutes into the debate. I have to take a quick restroom break, all right? Don't worry. My editor will take care of it in post, so the bathroom break won't be included, but... Oh, I gotta pee, guys. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, okay? BRB, don't go anywhere, okay? I'll be right back. And we're back. Back again. Let us resume. My apologies for having to take a break there. Unfortunately, my bodily needs could not be waylaid any longer. So yeah, we're back on it. We're back on this shit. Let's go.
American people are not being addressed. I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals.
Trump? You remember that you did the Afghanistan pullout, right? That was you trying to vie for political favor in 2020 so you could maybe win. You started the pullout of Afghanistan despite the majority of Afghans, particularly women, not wanting that to happen unless the U.S. and the Taliban had come to a peace agreement that included the right for women to go to school and work, which they did not because of the way that the pullout happened under Trump and had to be continued under Biden because it was already started. People still shit on me for this, bringing up they really don't like it when I acknowledge the fact that the majority of Afghans, especially Afghan women, didn't want the U.S. leaving. I get a lot of shit, and it's like, oh, so you're okay with American imperialism as long as it's for women's rights? It's like, why are you putting women's rights in quotes? Why are you I get lefties who put women's rights in quotes in reference to the quality of life under the Taliban compared to American rule in Afghanistan. Usually it's woke scolds who do this as well, who are supposedly supposed to be more progressive than me. They think that it's imperialism to support women's rights to have not pulled out of Afghanistan, where the majority of Afghan women, when polled, said they didn't want the U.S. to pull out U.S. troops, who were we had 20 people there or something like that. Just enough of a what's the word for it? A deterrent, so that the Taliban doesn't want to risk killing U.S. soldiers and making America come back with the might of 1 billion smites from God. Oh my God. Trump literally did the pullout. Any Americans who died to the Taliban, that was Trump and his bad handling of that entire... I'm not getting into it. This is one of my personal, I get pissed off about it things, okay?
All those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job...
Trump.
I fire...
Yes, it was Donald Trump.
Fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job. And they...
With me, I'm such a bad leader that when I fire someone, they can write an entire book about the shit I was doing. But they can't write any books about Biden or Kamala because they haven't done any horrible shit to expose. What? What? Oh...
They never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their...
Remember, guys, Donald Trump's catchphrase in 2016 was, "You fired," because a lot of Trump supporters think that the government is like the swamp and that everyone needs to be fired and replaced with Trump appointees. So this talking point is actually effective to Trump supporters. The idea that Biden didn't fire anybody. How could that be a good administration if they didn't fire anyone?
Economists, they have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican.
Mind you, the books he's referring to were books telling horror stories about working for Trump. That's what he means when he says books written about you.
Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
That's literally objectively untrue. I hope the moderators call him out on that because that is factually, categorically untrue. He got the least amount of votes, I think, of any sitting president who still won the election. He lost harder than anyone who's won the election has ever lost. Because you got to remember, Trump lost the popular vote in 2016. He may have won the election because of the way the Electoral College works, but if you look at the amount of votes that Hillary got compared to Trump, Hillary got millions more votes than Trump. But Trump still won. Yes, our political system is broken. I'm not arguing it should be changed right now. I'm simply pointing out the fact that Trump is objectively wrong there. Famously, he's the DEI president. He's the president who lost the majority of votes, but still won because there is a DEI system for getting Republicans in power. They should really call it that. They should really call it a DEI system for getting Republicans elected when referring to the Electoral College. That would be so good. The Republican DEI electoral system.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation.
No, call out that objective lie! That's an objective lie! He did not get the most votes by a long shot! The exact opposite is true! Call out the blatant lie!
President has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah.
I love that. How will you deport 11 million people in America? Also, yes, we know that you think the number is higher and don't agree with any of the official numbers. You think it's 100 million, but with the actual number, the snide, I like it.
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever...
Please just ask him, where's the caravan, by the way? Hey, Trump, what happened to that big migrant caravan numbering in the tens of millions that was coming up from south of the border? What happened to that? Like 4 years ago now? Remember the big migrant caravan? It was going to come and annihilate America forever. Like it was an army of illegal immigrants coming to like literally rip America apart, as he described it. Like, I'm not joking, by the way. He literally said they're coming here numbering in the millions in a massive caravan. When they get here, they will tear down the wall. They will destroy cities in their path. There will be the cities will burn. People will die. Like, all that's gone now. He doesn't even mention that because it wasn't a thing. Trump is so... His whole thing is just making shit up, and for some reason... His fans have been trained to say it's unfair to call out the things he's making up. So if the moderators call it out, his fans will go ape shit, which is why they have to be so, like, baby gloves with it. You know what I mean? Because when Trump says something about, like, they can't outright say that was a lie, Trump. No, there's been no reports of dogs being eaten by illegal immigrants. They can't say that. They have to say, well, we spoke with the blah, blah, blah. There's been no reports. Like, they have to do it in, like, the most, yes, it's a fact check, but not really way possible, because if they fact check for real, 50% of the country will say that it was an unfair 3v1 debate because Trump gets more charitability than anyone else.
Never come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes.
Notice how often Trump likes to say they probably did it. Like how often he says they probably did a thing. So that it sounds like he's making a strong, definitive statement that is extremely negative about the Democrats. Like, they probably want to execute post-born babies. And that will be a talking point that Trump supporters will use to talk about Democrats. They want to kill unborn born babies, like post-birth babies, and execute them. But in the case of, like... a Democrat, the standard is so much higher. If Kamala Harris smiles a certain way in this debate, I'm sure that photo will be around everywhere for the whole time. If she laughed a certain way, I'm sure the laugh that she said in response to the Trump dog eating thing has been made into a meme to shit on her with no acknowledgement of how crazy the dog eating thing was.
But it's not worth it, because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their...
Objectively not true. Crime is at an all-time low.
Fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime.
Migrant
and it's
crime.
happening.
His made-up term. So this term is completely made up. There is no actual institution or criminal thing that tracks quote-unquote migrant crime. They do track crime committed by people who immigrated, people who are illegal immigrants, as in they don't have any official documentation. But there's no term migrant crime. Donald Trump invented this term because A, it serves his narrative, and B, because he can't pull from real data to the extent that he can't even misrepresent real data because it's so far from his claims. His claims are so out there. So he has to make up terms that there are not even studies to track so that he cannot be called out on a lie. There is a spike in migrant crime, something that is not actually tracked as migrant crime, such that you can't fact check him because that's not a thing that's tracked in that way. But you also can't say he's right but you can say he's right if you're a conservative and just wants to repeat what he said. But there is no easy fact check to that. Yeah.
At levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities.
Yeah, the president of Law and Order, by the way, hates the FBI. The FBI is the organization that charged him multiple times with felonies, and so he hates the FBI and has vowed to defund it when he takes office. He's like overtly, publicly against the FBI. He's outright stated that it is an enemy institution to the American people. So, yeah, any source that says actually that's not true is all of a sudden is a threat to the American people.
They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent, and I'm winning most of them, and I will win the
It's lawfare, and I'm winning. Is his response.
Rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis
Only to him,
to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh.
Guys, remember, Trump's not just the hero coming to save America. He's a victim. And he needs your help, too.
Oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case?
No. Do you guys know what the big difference was between the Biden documents case and the Trump documents case? Several. For one, Biden was never found to have been knowingly holding on to classified documents to commit a crime. When Donald Trump was found to have been doing that, because he was found to have been showing those documents, I believe, to foreign leaders at Mar-a-Lago. He kept them at Mar-a-Lago, where he invites foreign leaders. They were unsecured. On top of that, when Biden had those classified documents, when he gained them, they weren't classified. Joe Biden, from what I saw, did not take home classified documents. They were documents classified after the fact. And when it was found out that he had those documents, because he had like boxes and boxes and boxes of old like documents in his garage, he gave them up. He was like, yeah, no, go through everything. Take what needs to be taken. Obviously, I didn't know. There are cases like this where mistakes are made, and the federal law enforcement does not go after you like you're trying to commit some kind of treason. Trump, on the other hand, had every bit of evidence showing that he was maliciously hoarding documents in order to use it to bolster himself as a private citizen, not as a service to America, and not in the position of president. So yes, Donald Trump and the Biden document thing are literally night and day different.
They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it
The only cases where Trump has had things thrown out are when the judges were literally appointed by Trump. There was a recent case where charges were thrown out against Trump, and the judge was appointed to their position by Trump when he was president. So, yes, there have been cases thrown out by Trump-appointed judges.
And win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has
I think he did say that, didn't he? Trump. Trump calls for the termination of the Constitution in Truth Social post. Former President Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution to overturn the 2020 election and reinstate him to power Saturday in a continuation of his election denialism and pushing of fringe conspiracy theories. Quote, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution, Trump wrote in a post on the social network Truth Social, that the Constitution should have articles terminated from it specifically for him so he can be put into place as president after losing. God, dude, this guy cannot be allowed to actually win the presidency this year.
Expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy.
Once again, I probably had attempted murder committed on me because of these people and what they say. Constantly trying to use the word probably as a legal safeguard from getting sued for accusing his political opponents of murder. Capital crimes. He is accusing his political opponents of literal murder, but he always prefaces it with probably for legal reasons, I'm sure. I'm guessing if you say probably, it's not as definitive of a statement and it's more defensible in court or something like that.
I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy.
If he did not include the probably, it's 100% undeniably slander. What he's saying, by the way. It's not true. He knows it's not true. And on top of that, it's being said to harm the livelihood of other public figures.
Democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last
Russia investigation that went nowhere. Mind you, the day before this, I'm pretty sure it came out, Russia invested $100 million in paying pro-Trump online right-wing demagogues to push pro-Trump, pro-Russia perspectives, anti-Ukraine arguments that Trump himself believes and repeats.
For president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact,
unfortunately, as unpopular as fracking may be on the left, it's so popular of a thing to not ban nationally, especially in like the swing states where fracking is a big part or a big industry there. Unfortunately, fracking's not going anywhere anytime soon. But the Kamala and Biden administration has been, and the Kamala administration will still be, the most pro-environment administration ever. Notably, the coal thing is huge. Fracking does a lot to fuck with the environment, but as, you know, ugly of a thing as it is, and as much as we don't like it, it's nowhere near as harmful as, like, coal, right?
I was the tiebreaker.
Also, we don't really do a lot of domestic fracking, to be fair. Like to be clear, America does not do that much fracking. That's not where we get the majority of our oil. It's not like the process we use, I'm pretty sure.
Vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil.
This is the actual policy that Kamala and Biden have been doing, where they've invested the most in oil and green energy of any administration. So while they aren't leaning full-heartedly into completely executing fossil fuels and replacing them with green energy, they are the most anti-fossil fuel presidency and have been, without a doubt, the most pro-green energy presidency we've had. And Kamala's just going to keep that rolling. So yeah, fracking's here to stay. It sucks, but at the same time, night and day difference on environmental policy.
We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager.
My understanding is that fracking is there's like a video of guys that are at an oil facility that's doing fracking. My understanding is they find an area where there's oil under the ground. They break earth and then they pump water under the earth to force the oil up. My understanding is this comes with a variety of concerns that the oil could like seep and break into aquifers, which is a huge problem, or the natural gas could like seep into aquifers, the crude. But there's like, I don't know all the big issues with fracking off the top of my head. I know that's one of them. I know it has something to do with pumping water in to get access to oil, and there's a bunch of concerns that brings in. But at the end of the day, fracking is it's small potatoes when it comes to the environmental stuff. It's a very nasty practice as far as oil procurement goes, but it's not very common in America. It's not something we're doing a lot of to hurt the environment. There's a ton of other chemicals in fracking fluid too. It also causes earthquakes. Interesting. I know it causes sinkholes too, yeah. A lot of fracking has been connected to like sinkholes fucking up infrastructure. Not like earth-eating sinkholes, by the way, but like the kind that cracks sidewalks and streets and fucks up buildings and breaks infrastructure. It's not like people are getting swallowed up, but like millions of dollars cumulatively of property damage have been done.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him.
All right, let's see. Trump inherit $400 million. The Time, lawyer for Trump in the White House, dismissed the claims. Trump has largely done the same, claiming his father only gave him a very small loan that he turned into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars. However, as Harris noted during Tuesday's debate, Trump's companies have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection 7 times. In 2021, Trump fell off the Forbes 400 list for the first time in 2020. Oh, that's a different thing. Times claimed that after reviewing the financial documents, it is determined Trump received more than $413 million in 2018 dollars from his New York City developer father, Fred Trump, for years. So yeah, adjusted for inflation and for like the value of the dollar in 2018, Donald Trump received more than $413 million from his dad in inheritance. So that small loan of $1 million, more like a small loan of a $413 million.
But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years.
You guys know, people as impressive as Trump constantly have to remind you how impressed people are with them. You know, it's a very common trend in impressive people is how much they have to reaffirm and state that people are impressed by them.
defund the police. She's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up.
No.
Very wrongly.
The crazy thing as well is that defund the police was never a thing the Democrats have been in favor of. The Democrats have actually funded the police, but they've funded programs that actually, like, things like giving every single officer that can possibly get a mandatory body cam, things like that. Like, there are, like, funding departments to specialize in domestic disputes, and I'm sorry, I have to sneeze so bad, and I'm trying to hold... Okay, there we go. You ever have a sneeze that's, like, lingering on just happening, and it's like, all right, give me a minute, gotta let it out, it's not gonna go away.
Very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out... Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out.
Don't lie.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender up.
What actually happened was the police were insanely violent during the George Floyd protests. Like, there were definitely violent protests during the George Floyd stuff, but one of the most insane examples is George Floyd protest, cop beats reporter with riot shield. To give you an idea of how the police were behaving during these protests, like how crazy they were going, this is an Australian reporter with Sunrise, a segment on an Australian news network, getting the absolute shit beaten out of him by the police for simply being present and recording. He is a foreign journalist doing nothing wrong, and watch what the cops do to him. This is how bad the police were to the protesters during the George Floyd thing. This was like a massive culture war thing, and for a lot of cops, this was their opportunity to beat the shit out of some people who don't like cops. And they took it.
Outside the White House, where Donald Trump is about to speak, it's getting a bit tense.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We've just had to run about a block as police moved in. We've been fired at with rubber bullets. My cameraman has been hit. We've also seen tear gas being used. Here we go.
The cops are charging.
This is exactly what it looks like.
For no reason, by the way. Nothing caused this. The cops just decided it was time to charge.
Exactly what it looks like. Exactly what it looks like. We're just safely.
Oh. Whoa.
Attacking the reporters now.
Amelia,
Wait till you see what they do to one of the reporters in a sec.
Cameraman? Hello, Amelia. The police just charged at Amelia.
This isn't even the video. The one I'm thinking of is the one where the guy gets stomach bashed over and over. I think we see it in this one, maybe?
And our 7 News cameraman there, and looks like a policeman just punched our cameraman.
Which is interesting because they're not discriminating between protesters and the media here. Amelia, can you hear us?
It was like the foreign media was like locked in on this because it was like, oh my god, like they're attacking journalists. The cops are not distinguishing. They're just attacking everyone. Like when the non-American news media was there and was covering it just how it was, just acknowledging the fact that the cops had used these protests as an excuse to engage in blatant police brutality, and they got away with it in large part. Tons and tons of peaceful protesters were arrested because the cops can just do that. They can just slap cuffs on someone and put them in jail for a day or two without any real charges when it comes to a civil unrest situation like this. And so a bunch of peaceful protesters were held in jail, and Kamala Harris and the Democrats, Biden, they either ran or supported a charity raising money to pay the bail for the peaceful protesters that got arrested. And this is just one protest, by the way. This is just one protest on one day. I think we see the crazy thing in a moment here.
Amelia, are you there?
Are you okay?
Is this the same? This isn't the same video. I'm thinking of a different one, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm thinking of a different case where a reporter got the shit beaten out of them on camera. Let me see if I can find it. Well, that's a very gory image of what the police did to one of the protesters. I cannot show that. There's a lot of blood all over the ground. Just a lot of these images are of cops tear gassing protesters and firing, like, squirt guns of mace into the crowd. Here's one of those shots, the mace, like, compressed air, like, squirt guns they had so they could launch mace indiscriminately into the crowd. I will rewind the debate. Don't worry, I saw. Don't worry. I just want to be very clear here and you know, add a little context, as Kamala Harris would say, to what was actually happening then when these protests were going down.
And wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left.
Wow. Holy shit. That is something straight out of a comedy sketch about how Republicans talk. That's insane. I'm recovering from that because it's like they want to forcibly transition criminal illegal immigrants in our prisons. Is the most... It's such a combination of talking points, culture war, memes, and buzzwords and lies. It's like the perfect conservative talking point. It's literally the perfect conservative talking point. Not even a shred of basis in reality. So out there and insane that people will just believe it, assuming anyone who repeats something that wild must not be lying about something so blatant and crazy. Like, it's so crazy that people will believe it because who would lie about something so blatant and crazy? That's kind of Trump's most effective strategy. To lie so blatantly that people won't even think for a second he's lying, because who would lie about something like that?
Liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end.
She is currently vice president. I hope she just responds, I'm vice president right now. Why is fracking still a thing, Trump? I've been vice president for 4 years. Fracking still exists in why are you saying I won't allow, like, what? You realize I'm currently vice president, right? And I'm not, like, ending fracking?
And on day one, just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were.
So for those who don't know, the Republican Party for a very long time has been bought out by the oil tycoons. That's been like a known thing. But this might surprise you. These industries can set prices to whatever they please. There's not like laws that say you're only allowed to raise prices in response to economic stimuli. In fact, many cases, gas prices go up the day a Democrat is sworn in. You've noticed that, right? You can actually look at like national average gas prices and see the like multi-% hike the second a Democrat is sworn in. The fact is these oil companies recognize that Americans will elect Hitler if it means lower gas prices, and that they need a party that they have bought out, and that has been the Republican Party. And they have used Trump, these oil tycoons have used Trump and other Republicans before to push the idea that if you are someone in America who has any tie to the oil industry, who relies on it in any way, that the Democrats are going to destroy it, and that, sure, the Democrats might want to give poor people free food or whatever, but they will destroy your livelihood to do it.
I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were
moment of sanity. I don't mean Republicans would vote for Hitler if he wasn't named Hitler. I mean Americans would vote for Adolf Hitler on the ballot if they 100% knew it would mean lower gas and food prices. They would elect Adolf Hitler, the Hitler, resurrected from the grave, on the ballot overwhelmingly if they knew for a fact it would mean lower prices for things they buy. That the American people will absolutely elect Adolf Hitler himself if it means lower gas prices. And the gas companies know that. The oil companies absolutely know this.
Quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take...
You do not need a whole desert to get energy out of solar. For those that don't know, in fact, if you've been to Palm Springs, where I've lived, a lot of the houses there have solar panels set up because of how much energy you can get and how much money you can save through solar. The only sad thing is so many of them use Elon Musk's shitty service. For those that don't know, Donald Trump's buddy, Elon Musk, who he's vowed, I'll be covering this later in the stream, Donald Trump has vowed to put Trump in a position of power in his cabinet. You guys know that? Elon Musk will have a government position if Trump gets elected. Trump has vowed to instate Elon Musk as I forget what role Trump vowed to give him. I'm going to be covering it later, and we're going to dig deep into it. But like Elon Musk will be in our government if Trump wins. So Elon Musk, Trump's good buddy and future coworker if he wins, as a matter of fact, has come out and said that. God, my brain just absolutely shit out on me. Fuck, let me rewind. My brain just shat on me there.
Was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupled.
Yeah, you know, Elon Musk has a company. My bad. I brain farted on what I was going to bring up. Elon Musk has a company. It is a solar power company where you can have solar panels and infrastructure installed for a monthly subscription fee that is lower than a power bill. And a lot of your stuff will be powered through your solar panels. But not only are you paying a subscription that in the long run ends up costing more than just installing your own solar panels, but on top of that, Elon Musk has hooked up your solar panels to a grid. And all your excess energy, any that you don't use, goes to that grid where Elon Musk is like then routing the power through to other people and charging them the subscription for that service. It is basically a peer-to-peer power generation subscription service that Elon Musk runs. It is unfortunately very popular in Southern California because so much of your power bill can be supplemented simply by having solar panels on your roof. Like your roof can supplement your house's power with solar panels. Substantially, like a lot of money taken off. And so everyone in the desert has that. When Donald Trump describes a whole desert being needed, what he's hoping that his supporters imagine are one of those, you guys know, what's it called in Fallout New Vegas? That one facility you go to, Phoenix 1 or something? It's got a name like that. Helios 1. You know, you guys know Helios 1 in Fallout New Vegas, the big tower with all the mirrors, like the mirror on the top that points down at the solar panels to like direct. Those exist to a degree. Obviously, there's no like nuclear aspect to it, but in real life, if you go out to like the desert in America, you will see sometimes these big towers surrounded by a circle of solar panels that are producing an immense amount of power. And if you want to know how much power these solar panels produce, look at California. Donald Trump might shit his pants if you brought this point up, but California has so much excess power production through green energy that California pays neighboring states to take their excess energy. That's not a fucking joke. Google it. California, through its green energy investments, produces so much excess energy, it pays neighboring states to take its excess energy. Google it right now if you don't believe me.
Quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar. But they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not
issues
good things.
Of desert soil? Guys. American desert. Guys, look at this pristine. Look at this pristine landscape. How could we ever consider dedicating this pristine land to power generation that won't destroy our world? How could we ever consider this beautiful desert soil this soil of the desert, this highly nutrient-filled soil of the desert. How could we ever consider destroying it with a power production facility that doesn't harm the environment? How could we ever consider this, guys? My God. Not in my backyard, more like not in 5 states away in a desert wasteland that I'll never see with my own eyes, because who the fuck wants to spend any time in Death Valley?
That we have to get to. We're out of time. Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them.
Oh, no! Oh, he's going to be so mad. Remember, guys, so much of the Republican narrative is that it's unfair and it's biased to actually hold them to what they've said in the past. If you don't agree to believe them and run with it when they say some bullshit, then you're being unfair to them. When Trump lies and says they're eating dogs, you have to accept they're eating dogs, because if you call out the lie, you're attacking him. In the same way, Trump is interpreting what he's saying as an attack right now for calling out the blatant lie.
In the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret?
Trump absolutely told his fans to do J6th. He is very angry about this being held to him, by the way. He is not used to being in an audience or a setting where things he said are actually held to him, where there is not a blatant bias in his favor, where he can just say, I didn't mean that, and then everyone says, oh, okay then, and moves on.
About what you did on that day.
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot.
Oh, look how quickly it's all about police brutality and how violent the police are when a supporter of his gets killed by a cop as they are trying to break the window to get into the Capitol and murder elected officials. Specifically, Trump's at the time VP, Pence. You guys, I've seen the video of Babbitt getting shot. She was breaking a window, trying to like force her way in to a hallway like a zombie in The Walking Dead. Yeah, like the cops did their job. What can I say?
Got her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people? That she
should have shot of that. She should have shot of that. She should have thought of that before trying to murder Mike Pence. She should have thought of that before trying to murder your vice president. She went there to murder Trump's vice president and died for it. That's how America works. You're not allowed to go to the Capitol and try to kill elected officials. If you try to do that, the cops are going to kill you, and they should. They absolutely should execute you on the spot when you try to go to the Capitol and execute elected officials and destroy our democracy. Yes, that the punishment for trying to murder elected officials at the Capitol should be immediate execution on the spot. Yeah, no shit. That's how law works.
She allowed to pour it in. She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the."
I love when it's not Fed posting because the cops did it, and I'm just saying I'm in favor of what the law and the police decided in that moment. I have no problem with this. Isn't Fed posting. I'm not celebrating any death. To be clear, I'm simply saying in that situation I back the blue. The cops did. She was no angel, guys. She was no angel. The cops just did their job. You know, it is what it is.
The border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis?
Let's see. World crime rates lower claim. I'm sure there's a fact check on this. Former President Donald Trump's claim it gets fact-checked. Presidential debate Tuesday that crime rates in the United States have risen was swiftly met with a fact-check by moderator David Muir, who pointed to data that is missing information. The exchange occurred during a question about immigration, to which Trump responded by discussing crimes committed by migrants living in the United States illegally. All over the world, crime is down. All over the world, except here. Crime is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made, Trump said. Crime in this country is through the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible. Muir, who is an ABC News anchor, interjected and pointed to a report from the FBI this year that said violent crime nationwide is actually down 15% in the first quarter of 2024 compared to 1 year ago. And of course, Trump replies, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. Muir says that. Trump shot back that the FBI statistics were missing cities with the worst crime. Okay, so yeah, he's just repeating the same thing. What cities are they missing? Like, why would the FBI not include cities in their data about crime? Like, what is the motivation there? Is the FBI woke and, like, bought out by the Dems? Can he, like, actually posit conspiracy theory as to why he believes this other conspiracy theory?
Is going to be prosecuted. Or in Seattle. They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be?
Okay. I live here. I know that's not true. Okay, this is, you know that Tyler Oliveira retard that makes the videos about how, like, poor people and homeless people are evil or whatever? He's the guy who's, like, really started the trend of, like, there's a big street. There's, like, this long stretch of highway here in Seattle where there's a lot of homeless camps. And it's very easy to film there and pretend like it's all of Seattle. They do this with every city. They do it with Skid Row in LA. Like, there's that one part of LA that's like a really bad neighborhood and it's a long street. And so they just will film walking down Skid Row and say, look what LA is like now. These are big issues, don't get me wrong, but when you have a higher population of people densely packed somewhere like a city, and cities always have a higher tendency to vote Democrat due to their more diverse population. You know, the country votes hard red because they're white and rural and lower education. Cities have higher education standards and more people of color, and that tends to result in always less Republican wins. Cities are always blue because there's less white people and there's more education. These two factors are undeniably tied together, or three factors are undeniably tied together. And because of that, because cities also have the highest amount of poverty because they have the most people, Trump supporters, Republicans, for a long time have been able to point to the high density poverty in these cities and frame it as though not only is this the whole city and this is the state of the city, but that this is what Democrat leadership does. Obviously, there are not tons of homeless people in, like, the country in red states, because why the fuck would you live out in the middle of nowhere in a red state when you're homeless? This gives the perception that Republican leadership means less homeless people. But if you live in a city and you are, like, your city's run by Democrats, you're going to see a lot of homeless people because you live in a city. And it is impossible, as an American, for a lot of Americans, to not tie Democrat leadership and homelessness as a problem that cause each other or are caused by one the other, right? Tons of Americans think, well, cities are full of homeless people, cities are run by Democrats, I guess that's what happens when Democrats run the economy. The Republicans have a lot of very clever tricks like that to fool dumb Americans that don't do their research into thinking that the party line is Republicans, the mean but pro-good economy party, and the Democrats is the nice, but they can't make a good economy party. So that at the end of the day, Americans will say, sure, the Republicans are mean and kind of cringe at times, but I don't want to pay more for all my stuff, so I guess I'll vote Republican. They really know how to run the economy, I guess. That's the mindset they want people to think when they cast their ballot.
Be prosecuted.
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big.
Asked me
I went to
make a
Nancy
speech.
Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said,
rally
I'd like to
or whatever you want to call it.
give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They reject.
Mind you, Trump still won't call J6 an insurrection, and he's moving to pardon as many J6ers as he can when he gets elected. But mind you, he had nothing to do with the crime. They didn't do anything wrong, but if they did, then he had nothing to do with it. And if he did, then he didn't know. And if he did, then he didn't do anything wrong. It's...
Rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have.
Wait, what? Okay, let's fact check this. Trump says Nancy Pelosi tape. Let's see how. Kamala Harris responded in White House speech prior to the attack. In White House speech prior to the attack, Trump urged his followers to march to the Capitol. He later sent out a tweet urging protesters to disperse 2 hours later after they'd already broken into the Capitol for hours. Trump claims that he spoke peacefully and patriotically during his speech and not later on, and that he made no calls for violence. When the moderators asked him if he had any regrets on what he did on that day, Trump reiterated he had nothing to do with it. I take responsibility for not having to prepare more, Nancy Pelosi had stated. Rejected me. He concluded that I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was. The former president added it was Nancy Pelosi who didn't do her job. Harris reminds Trump that he indicated that he has been indicted and impeached. The moderators then sought Harris's response. She noted that she... Okay, wait. They don't... The moderators didn't respond? Is there like a debunk on... that? Like, I'm not seeing anything come up about a tape of Nancy Pelosi saying this. Is this it? No. Does anyone have a link on this? Like even a fact check on it? Oh, here's a factcheck.org thing on the Harris-Trump debate. Okay, here, let's see. Pelosi. Trump baselessly claimed that he went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, and offered to give them 10,000 National Guard or soldiers for Capitol security. He also falsely claimed that Nancy Pelosi rejected him, blaming the then House Speaker for a lack of adequate security. Quote, it would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi, Mayor Washington, we already heard that. As we have written, the claim that Nancy Pelosi is responsible for Capitol security is exaggerated. The Speaker appoints one member of the four-member Capitol Police Board, which oversees Capitol security. Then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, a Republican, also appointed a member. As for Trump's claim that Pelosi turned down his request for 10,000 National Guard troops, the House Select Committee on the Capitol attack said it found no evidence of this. In its report, the committee noted that then acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller said there is no direct order from the president to put 10,000 National Guard troops on the ready. Trump claimed to have new evidence, citing a tape of Pelosi discussing the attack on the day that it happened. Quote, her daughter has a tape of her saying that she is fully responsible for what happened, Trump claimed. They want to get rid of that tape. Trump is referring to a video released in June by the House Republicans. In the video, which her daughter took on January 6, 2021, Pelosi can be seen questioning the security plans and taking some responsibility for not making sure that security was adequate. Never, ever, 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 ever be a reasonable person when it comes to Republicans. Never try to, act as though they're playing easy. If a Republican tries to say that you did something bad and you say, well, I guess maybe I could have done things better, they will immediately take that and frame it as you admitting to one of the most, they won't ever frame it as what it was, which is you saying, I guess I could maybe be responsible for something bad that happened. I mean, I guess, I'm sorry if I was. If you say something like that, they will only see it as self-incrimination and frame it as such. Massively bad move from Pelosi to in any way indicate she held any responsibility whatsoever for what happened, even if she was just trying to be gracious. Republicans will only ever frame something like that as self-incrimination. They'll never see it as a reasonable person being willing to accept a little bit of responsibility for something if it possibly was affected by their actions. They have no interest in that reasonability. God, I've been doing this for nearly 3 hours and we're not even halfway through the debate. I think I'm going to have to speed this up a little more if we're going to get through it, guys.
Never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 100.
Imagine in any universe, Republicans not claiming that the Dems are responsible for an insurrection if the same thing or even a fraction close to the same thing happened because a Democrat president said something. Imagine Kamala Harris or Biden says, after they lose, protest at the Capitol patriotically and peacefully, but then that protest became violent. Could you imagine a universe where the Republicans don't frame that as the Democrat president inciting an insurrection? Could you imagine any universe where the Republicans extend the same charitability to the Democrats that they demand the Democrats show to them? Can you imagine any universe where the Republicans or Trump does that, actually holds the same standard to himself as he holds the Dems? Of course not.
40 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president...
Donald Trump loves to say that it's unfair to say that he said there were very fine people on all sides of that protest, the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. That ended up being like multiple people died. Notably, a woman named Heather Heyer was murdered by a neo-Nazi that was there. Yeah, like Trump will melt down about this every time you talk to a Trump supporter about Unite the Right rally and how Trump called both sides very fine people, or said there were very fine people on both sides. They get really, he gets really pissy about it, and so do his supporters. They don't like that they don't like that he let the mask slip so much there. They desperately want us to refuse to talk about it and just accept his response and move on.
President then at the time say there were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers...
I don't know if it's super effective to refer to the Proud Boys as a militia. The Proud Boys is a hate group. Militias are legal in America. In fact, militias are seen as a good thing by a lot of Americans. Our Second Amendment right, arguably, doesn't even protect Americans' individual rights to bear arms. There's actually a pretty strong interpretation of the Second Amendment you can make that Americans only have the constitutional right to bear and carry arms in the context of forming a militia that is being used to locally enforce law, not as like an individual right to own guns. The Second Amendment doesn't really imply that. It mostly implies that you have the right to own guns for the sake of enforcing local law at a time, mind you, when that was written, where there wasn't a national police force. There wasn't like police forces nationally like that could just coordinate and stuff. There was like town sheriffs and occasionally just completely lawless towns. So yeah, it made sense that written into the Constitution of this budding nation, you're allowed to own... I'm just basically saying that in our Constitution, the idea of a militia is talked up as a good thing. So I would refer to the Proud Boys not as a militia group, but a terrorist group, a hate terrorist group.
Here's what January 6th was.
Terrorist hate group.
I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed...
Remember, guys, Trump will say the most insane, indefensible things, and you are not allowed to hold him to it. When he responds with some nothing excuse for why he said or did a horrible thing, you are being unfair if your response to that is not, okay, fair enough, Trump, moving on. If you call out the bullshit, you're being unfair to Trump. Remember, guys, the American people grade Trump on a curve.
Destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come.
I hope she just replies, no, we're not going to make immigration to America illegal. You talk so much about how much you want legal immigration, but then you describe that you want to close the border. How could any legal immigration be taking place when the border is closed? That's what a closed border is, that you don't accept any immigration, that all immigration would be illegal immigration because it's shut off. Maybe that's what they literally mean. They're honest when they say they're only against illegal immigration, but illegal immigration will be all immigration when they take power.
Come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
In 1814, there was a law passed that created the standing military, turned the militia into the reserves. National Guard, Coast Guard, and State Guard. Private militias like the Proud Boys are actually illegal. Are they, though? The Proud Boys are, I think, Canadian-based, to be fair. They might be a lot of Canadians, like Canadian alt-righters, so maybe it is. But I'm pretty certain that militias are constitutionally protected. You just can't, you and your militia buddies, go commit a crime. Because then you're no longer doing something protected by the Constitution. You're breaking the law.
Closed. Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly
Ooh, that, just simply stating that stings. That simply saying you lost the 2020 election is all Republicans need to hear to say that these moderators are biased. Because if you don't believe that the election was actually stolen by the Dems and that Trump could never really lose an election, then you're unfair to Trump, because obviously he would always win any election he ever does, and if he lost, it's stolen. And if you disagree with that, then you clearly have an awful bias against Trump, and you need to check yourself.
Falsely claim that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make...
They're Canadian, of course. You know the founder of the Proud Boys, Gavin McInnes, is a Canadian alt-right, like, talk show host, right? The Proud Boys was founded by a Canadian, so it wouldn't surprise me if the majority of their members are Canadian, considering, for some reason, Canada pumps out a shitload of white supremacist alt-righters that do nothing but talk about American politics. I don't think I've ever seen Gavin McInnes, Lauren Southern, or any of them really dig deep and talk about Canadian politics. There's no money in talking Canadian politics online. American politics is where it's all at. We have the most exciting political landscape in the world, and so everyone pays attention to it. There are Brit-bongers and Canadians in here watching American talk about American politics. A, because what happens here affects everybody, but B, because our politics is the most interesting. It's just the most interesting, you know? Everyone's locked in on it. If you're a Canadian and you want to get into right-wing politics, why would you talk about how bad Trudeau is when you can talk about how bad Biden is and get millions more dollars to do it? Hell, even get paid by Russia, as we found out Lauren Southern was, to push the politics.
Make it that you came up a little bit short.
Are
you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge it at all. I said that sarcastically. You know that.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, he doesn't acknowledge. Yeah, you're not allowed to say he didn't win in 2020. Of course. That's an unfair take, is to say that he could lose an election is being unfair to him. To say that he could have ever lost is unfair to Trump. That is their standard.
We lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes. The most votes.
Why could you not win a single court case, Trump? Why could you not get the results thrown out in court in a single state? Why did they actually keep finding more ballots in favor of Biden when they did recounts? Remember, not every ballot gets counted on election night, and he got recounts in some places, and the recounts turned up more votes for Biden. Lauren Chen was terminated by YouTube? No way. That goes if that's true, that's fucking wild.
Any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. We need...
Oh, yeah. Good point, by the way, Ride the Rails. Canada is a pretty progressive nation as well. Like, there are conservatives in Canada, don't get me wrong. But if you're a Canadian alt-righter, there's not a lot of Canadians to, like, virtue signal to and gain an audience off of. However, there is a huge audience of of conservatives in America that'll buy that shit. And that's why you see so many Republicans. Candace Owens got terminated too. Holy shit. Is YouTube actually terminating the YouTubers who were getting paid by Russia? That might have to be a segment. That's wild.
We have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican,
looked at it.
and said
They
there
said
was no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing.
You weren't the president of the United States.
That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter.
Every one of these court cases lost. He can cope about it as much as he likes, about how every bit of reality doesn't match what he says. He can cope about it and say, oh, it's just that everyone's against me. Everyone's against me. Any institution that tracks crime stats that doesn't agree with what I say the crime stats are, they're against me. They have a bias against me. They're changing all the data, all the stats, all the facts, everything, just to be against me.
Because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump.
I do like that it's less of a fact check, but it's more of like not letting his deranged lies hang. Like, I'm glad there's a certain point where they're just like, okay, well, you can't just say this and lie and get away with it. Like, we have to acknowledge that was a blatant lie, you know?
Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But
That's so, oh my God, that was fucking heat! Damn! You got fired, Donald Trump, by 80 million people. Takes a lot to recover from.
We cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom work with you.
They are.
And they
oh
say
my
you're
God.
A disgrace.
Was it? I think it was the last prime minister of Germany that was like, just mind blown at Trump. I think like, I think it was it was the prime minister of Germany. They had multiple meetings, and she had to explain everything to Trump like a kindergarten EIP teacher. Like she had to sit down and like hover over Trump and be like, okay, so no. The way this actually works is so no, that's not how tariffs work, Trump. Like, it was just Angela Merkel wasn't like dunking on Chancellor, whatever. I don't know. It's Germany. I've never been there. I don't know how their government works. But Angela Merkel was sitting there next to Trump trying to explain shit to him like a child who needs one-on-one learning attention. That is what it looked like to me. Donald Trump embarrasses us on the world stage. He really, really does. Kamala Harris is vice president. Mind you, the vice president is the one who's supposed to do the majority of our relations with foreign leaders, by the way. That's like the vice president's main job, while the president's main job is to focus on mainly domestic stuff. Stuff does get put in front of the president, foreign policy-wise, but when it comes to, you know, talking to and working with foreign leaders, that's mainly the VP's job. Kamala Harris has done an amazing job at this. She's not embarrassed America. World leaders aren't like calling out Kamala Harris and making fun of her. They are calling out Donald Trump. There have been embarrassing, national embarrassment videos that have come out of Trump speaking with other world leaders. It embarrasses our country.
And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling. And
every one of them except Ben and Poole, mind you, those are both the largest figures part of Tenet Media, who make YouTube the most money, have been terminated. That's really interesting. They banned the least successful, least money-making figures associated with the Russian payments, and didn't ban the highest earning, highest subscription ones.
American people
reminds me a bit of Steven Crowder.
will deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole...
They call him a strong man. He's great. Dude, I think Trump doesn't know what fascism means and doesn't realize he just said, oh yeah, that like fundamental feature of fascism, having a strongman leader, that like everyone gets behind. I love that. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's like, yeah, we need more of that. We need more leadership like Orban in Hungary.
Whole world blowing up. 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the...
Mind you, Donald Trump has gone on record numerous times saying that he had the best relationship with the president of China and with Kim Jong-un than any U.S. president ever, because you have to remember, back in 2016, the talking point was that Hillary Clinton is a war hawk. Who remembers that? That might have been what lost Hillary Clinton the election. The PSYOP position that Democrats are war hawks hit Hillary hard. Hillary was heavily weighed down with the war hawk allegation. So I heard, I remember famously someone who we all know is progressive, Chris Reagan, didn't vote for Hillary Clinton because, and I quote, she's a war hawk. Progressives fall for that narrative. Like pretty left-leaning people who generally know their shit fall for this narrative. And it's what made Hillary lose the Electoral College, I think. For real, like, it wasn't the Pokemon Go to the polls thing. In reality, it was probably the claim believed by her own voter base that she's a war hawk and that she'll get us into a war with Russia. How many times have you heard, I didn't vote for Hillary because she would have gotten us into war with Russia? How many times have you heard that? How many times have you guys heard, I didn't vote Hillary, she would have gotten us into war with Russia? Donald Trump in 2016 was the Russia, Putin good, we have to be friendly with them guy. That was his point, because his attack against Hillary that Dems ran with was that she's a war hawk who wants to get us in war with Russia. His current position is similar, that we need to get out of supporting Ukraine, trying to stop their annexation by Russia. The fact that we're helping an ally is what he's framing as a bad thing. And he has to lie. They have to lie and say that, hell, these points come from Russia, as we now know, because the talking points that those paid shills were sent leaked. We now know that one of the talking points Russia has been telling pro-Trump online demagogues to repeat is that soon enough, we'll have U.S. boots in the ground in Ukraine, and our guys, quote-unquote, will die in Ukraine fighting Russia. And the only way to stop that is to revoke all support for Ukraine and just, I guess, let Russia win, That is Trump's position, and he's pushing that because it is the polar opposite of the PSYOP talking point that the Democrats are war hawks, that the Republicans push and progressives bite, hook, line, and fucking sinker every time.
Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world.
He let the Russians build a pipeline through Europe. I'm pretty sure the EU has more say over whether or not the Russians can build a pipeline through Europe than fucking Biden. Also, that's probably not even true. Also, shutting down these pipelines is one of the most I'm pretty sure the pipeline stoppages are what are like pretty popular with Americans, right? I know there's been some pretty big protests over the pipelines that have been built in Alaska and Canada on indigenous land. Biden and Kamala have canceled the mining roads and the pipelines going through indigenous land and protected the land as well, federally. Trump's real mad about that. It's so funny how conservatives used to actually kind of be conservative, literally speaking. Republicans started the National Park Service, I'm pretty sure. This is not like the Republicans who backed the starting of the National Park Service, would never, like, unrecognizable to the Republicans of today. There actually used to be a conservation aspect to conservatism at one point. Like, what are they even conserving now? The 1950s. That's what they're trying to preserve. Yeah, the conservative aspect of things no longer refers to trying to conserve what it used to refer to. It now refers to conserving the culture of the 1950s, the time when straight white American men felt like they were on top of everything, or when they feel like straight white American men were on top of everything. Trust me, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, straight white men were complaining about a billion other things supposedly destroying society. Hell, there's a song from the 1930s in the Fallout games called Anything Goes that's literally an old honky-tonk song from like the 30s about how times are changing and society is degrading because society's becoming more sexualized and music is bad now and TV is just brain rot. From the 1930s, okay? Like, it's a banger of a song, don't get me wrong, but the mindset of the conservatives that we need to conserve this ethereal, rose-tinted goggles, nostalgic glory days that we need to return to. In the 50s, it was the early 1900s. In the early 1900s, it was some, like, I imagine it was like the Manifest Destiny era that they hearkened to as, like, we need to recapture this. It could be a million things. At the end of the day, they want to preserve the time when straight white men felt to be the most superior.
Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out.
Donald Trump simultaneously believes that Biden stole the election from him and shouldn't be president, but was also cooed by the Democratic Party. And so Kamala Harris is so bad because she wasn't elected, but Biden was, but also Biden wasn't elected. He stole the election from Trump. Notice how much of the things he said in this debate alone are contradictory. His fans won't notice, and if they do, they don't care.
Out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time
I
is
think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate.
For those who don't know, Donald Trump has personally called Netanyahu and told him not to accept any peace deals from the Biden administration. On top of that, Donald Trump regularly hosts Bibi Netanyahu at his palatial estate in Mar-a-Lago and has him over for personal dinners in Florida. Like, Donald Trump has personally requested of Netanyahu to ensure the war continues through Biden's presidency. If you don't believe me, let me look it up. Trump asks Netanyahu not to accept peace deal. Okay, well, Netanyahu's office denies call with Trump about the Gaza hostage ceasefire deal. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has said in a statement Thursday that they did not speak with former President Donald Trump on Wednesday to discuss the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. The claim is that he spoke directly with Netanyahu, who he hosts at his house. A crucial round of negotiations with senior U.S., Qatari, Egyptian, and Israeli officials is set to take place in Doha on Tuesday to try and close the remaining gaps between Israel and Hamas. Axios earlier reported that Trump spoke on the phone with Netanyahu on Wednesday and discussed the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal, citing 2 U.S. sources who were briefed on the call. White House President Secretary... So there are 2 U.S. sources claiming that they were briefed on the call and know that this happened. Netanyahu's office says it didn't happen. And so that's the debunk for this claim, supposedly, is that Netanyahu's office's deny that Trump called them and told them not to accept any peace agreements from Biden with Hamas and everything. So I guess you can trust the offices of Netanyahu, or you can trust the multiple U.S. sources who have leaked that President Donald Trump called Netanyahu and requested he not accept any peace deal to stop the war as long as Biden's in office, to keep pushing the idea that Democrats equal war. That's always that's really what it comes down to, right? Americans think that Republicans mean good economy and maybe a slightly meaner but isolationist leadership, while Democrats are, they love poor people and they're really nice, but they also suck at foreign policy because they get us involved in wars and they're war hawks. And they want to drop rainbow airstrikes on brown people overseas. Don't you want to prevent rainbow airstrikes on brown people? Maybe just don't vote at all, like maybe just don't vote Democrat. If you think about it, the Dems and Trump aren't all that different. Maybe you just shouldn't vote at all. And that's the message that somehow trickles down to Dems and progressives. I wonder how much. I really do think that the Republicans have been successfully psyoping the left for a decade plus with the whole war hawk talking point. I've looked deeper into these points that are repeated by progressives about Democrats, and time again, not only do I find they're untrue, such as Obama being the deporter in chief, as his nickname said, completely untrue that he did record numbers of deportations. It was a Republican talking point that caught on with Democrats because it sounded like a progressive criticism, and progressives believed it. But even though Obama won both times, he still lost votes to progressives who voted for him or who didn't vote for him, believing he was a mass record deporter. I really wonder how many of these talking points and these beliefs that I have been learning are bullshit, that are widely and unanimously believed as a principle by so many progressives. How many of you guys, even though you've heard how many of these things are untrue, still kind of have the vibe that the Democrats are war hawks, still kind of have the vibe that the Democrats are particularly problematic in ways that we now know they aren't? The vibe is almost impossible to wash away. Half the shit, if not more, that I've learned that's negative about the Democrats ended up being lies, and I kind of can't undo the vibe about Democrats in my mind that was instilled by those false talking points for years and years and years. It's it's like my brain still has the same opinion of the Dems subconsciously, despite consciously knowing a lot of the things that built that opinion are false. It's similar to that study that we covered earlier in the stream from the Birdman video, where repetition of talking points ingrains it as if it's truth in people's minds, even if it's blatantly false. Even if you find out it's false, you might still believe it and forget that it was false.
How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now. Israel?
Unfortunately, a lot of progressives do deny this. A lot of the insane folks who virtue signal the pro-Gaza stuff, not the actual activists, where they argue that there was no killing or rape by Hamas. These are the Hamas apologists. I think one of those people is Hassan. I'm pretty sure Hassan has denied the rapes and beheadings. Guys, it might be one of the worst things I've seen in my life, but at one point they carried around on a truck the dismembered body of a girl that they had raped, who was captured, an Israeli girl that they had raped and cut the arms and legs and head, I believe, as well off of, and then paraded around in a truck. There are multiple photos and videos of this. There's no denying it. Hamas is a monstrous organization filled with monstrous people. Obviously, Islamic extremists hate women. This should not be a massive, surprise to you. So yes, Hamas is really bad. And yes, Hamas is constantly launching explosives at civilian populations in Israel. And yes, their explosives, their bombs are getting better while the Iron Dome becomes more and more outdated and less capable of protecting the civilian populations in Israel. And to be 1 billion % clear, when I say civilian populations in Israel, I mean people I have fans who are against this war, who are fully in favor of Gaza liberation and all that, who are Israeli. They didn't get to pick where they were born, but they are still Israeli, and their experience is waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of a bomb getting intercepted above their house that Hamas launched at them to kill them because they're Jewish. To be clear, there does need to be some level of stopping Hamas. That does need to happen. I honestly think it should be in the U.S. military's hands, though, more at this point than the IDF. The IDF seems to just get away with what they want to get away with. I almost feel if it was the U.S. military doing it instead, there'd be more culpability. There'd be more responsibility to push on the sitting administration. But right now, it's a situation where you literally, even if Trump was in office, I think it would be unfair to pin much of what Israel's doing on him. Although, granted, he said he will help Israel finish the job, but if all the same shit was happening and he just happened to be in office while this shit was going down, I wouldn't even blame him for what's happening, even though I hate him. Because to be fair, the sitting president doesn't have a lot that they can do in this situation. I know I've gotten comments saying, well, Zan, I don't care if there are treaties and contracts and agreements that say America has to help its allies in this or that situation. They should just not do that. Why does America need a military base like Israel in the Middle East? And when I hear that, it's like, when you turn 20, you're going to start experiencing some serious political evolution once you start, once your TikTok brain rot goes away and you start reading. Holy shit. Because that is the mindset of teenagers who basically are much like your average conservative grifter content viewer and repeat talking points they heard elsewhere and don't understand why they say what they say or believe what they believe. When you actually dig deep into this stuff, you start to find that so many anti-Dem talking points that are popular among progressives are unfounded and even originate from Republican propaganda.
Has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true.
Don't do
far
actual
too many
politics. Do what I
innocent
want
Palestinians
now.
have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran, and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination.
Remember, guys, the Dems actually care about Gaza. Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, has called Gaza, once, of course, it's turned into rubble, and I quote, prime coastal real estate. I'm not joking. Jared Kushner said that when all this is over in Gaza, it's going to be prime beachfront real estate. That is what Donald Trump's son-in-law, who is also a real estate developer, has to say about Gaza. That once everyone's dead and it's nothing but rubble, they're excited to invest in the real estate there.
And the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever. I know Putin very well. He would have never. There was no threat of it either.
Remember, guys, because Trump was the hardest on Russia ever, but also Putin and him are such good friends that Putin would have never started a war with him in office. Mind you, he's probably right. The war might not have started if he was in office because our foreign enemies don't start wars anywhere with any of our allies when Republicans are in power. They do it when Dems are in power. They recognize the weakness of this country when Republicans are in power. They recognize the effective talking points the Republicans have used, that Dems are war hawks, and they know that while Dems will actually get us involved in helping an ally when it's attacked, I mean, Republicans might have to do... Trump probably would have done the same. To be honest, if Trump was in office when the invasion started, he probably would have done exactly the same, to be honest. Like, it probably would have gone, for the most part, early on at least, much the same, because there's a lot of reasons why America kind of had to help Ukraine. There wasn't so much we could have not. I think the president has the power to make that not happen, but there would be serious consequences. So more likely than not, Trump would have just gone with it, I think. I don't think he would have responded with nothing like he says he would. Although he's going to try and claim Putin would have never invaded with him in office, which, yeah, that's my point. That's kind of the whole point. Why do our enemy nations only start conflicts nationally or internationally when a Democrat is in office.
By the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden...
Mind you, Trump is running on revoking all support for Ukraine. Just a little reminder there.
She hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates...
What? A sorority party? I don't think that's true. I have a feeling that that is another claim made up by Trump. Trump knows that I assume everyone knows that Trump literally hosts Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, right? They have personal dinners together. They're friends. Like, you guys know that Donald Trump and Netanyahu are buddies, right? Like, they have dinner together. They go to each other's houses, like, as friends. Post the presidency, they are allies and friends as people. Yeah.
Hates Israel. If she's president...
There's actually some truth to that claim. Is the claim that Kamala Harris didn't want to talk to Netanyahu because she was off work at, like, a party for the sorority she went to in college? Is that, like, the epic own that he thinks it is? If anything, this might be likely to get progressives that don't support Kamala Harris to be like, oh, word? She refused to meet with Netanyahu? Really? I didn't know that. She was at a sorority party instead? Oh. Baller.
President, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now, and I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one.
She wasn't at a party, she was meeting with the sorority. Okay, she was probably there as a speaker, considering what I'm guessing is, as vice president, her sorority probably invited her because, you know, they have somebody who came from their organization, their whatever it's called, their sorority group, that ended up becoming VP. And invited her to speak or be a guest of honor. That's almost certainly the case. It's almost like if you got elected president, there's a good chance your old high school might send you an invitation to come speak on stage because you went to that high school and ended up becoming president. Why wouldn't the school want the president who went to their school to come speak to their students and be like, hey, I went to this school too, and now I'm the president? Like, that is probably what was happening. It was also a graduation. It was literally that! Wait, it was a graduation ceremony. It was literally that. It was literally word for word what I just described. It was a sorority inviting her to speak because she came from it and is now VP and is a big important person and is like a guest of honor speaker. It wasn't a sorority party. Remember, guys, once again, lightly nudging at that implication that women are whores not to be trusted, that Republicans push for the abortion stuff. That's why women, of course, would want to get month 9 abortions and execute like post-born babies. The implication here is that, man, Kamala Harris, she's a woman. You can't trust her. She wasn't at work. She was at a sorority party because that's the kind of stuff women in power do. They can't take things seriously. We need a man in power, you know? Like, yeah.
She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place...
She hates Israel and Gaza, guys. Man, I had no clue.
...is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off...
What? Iran is like one of the most successful countries in the entire Middle East. Oh my God. Iran GDP under Trump. Have you seen a picture of an Iranian city? Like, when you imagine a city in the Middle East, oftentimes, something's going to come to mind that does not look how Iran's capital, for example, looks. Actually, this might not even be the capital of Iran. This is one of the top 10 most beautiful cities in Iran. This is a shot of a building and skyline in Iran. To be clear here, Iran is basically a first world country. Like, one of the most legit threats on the national stage to America. A country that is explicitly opposed to us and isn't a country that we would be explicitly punching down on to engage in any type of conflict with. This is actually not quite an equal challenger, but I imagine most of you, when you imagine what Iran looked like, didn't imagine this. And this is the capital, I think, to be fair, but like, dude, I did not expect Iran to look like this when I saw pictures of it back in the day. I was surprised, like, whoa, that looks like Colorado or LA or just any American city. We don't want to fuck too much with Iran. That's an actual threat. Okay. Like, you can see us, when you see a country at night lit up like this, you know they can fucking, they can swing, okay? They can swing when they can make a city like this, all right? Like, fuck, dude. So yeah, to be very clear, Iran was not broke under Trump. Iran has always been one of the most powerful nations in that area of the world. A free, democratic Iran would absolutely be one of the wealthiest and most influential countries in the world. Very true.
For all the sanctions.
Yeah, they're close to achieving nuclear weapons, by the way. That's why the Iran nuclear deal was such a big thing, was Iran was on the cusp of nuclear weapons. Like, they're really close to being on par with us, to the point where we could be in a Cold War with Iran in the next decade.
That I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror.
I'm pretty sure Trump killed the Iran nuclear deal, didn't he? Didn't Trump fumble the Iran nuclear deal? Isn't Iran currently on the fast track to having nukes because of Trump? Yes? Yeah, I could have sworn that Trump is the reason why Iran is now close to having nukes. Yeah, so the opposite of what Trump is saying here is true. As a matter of fact, Iran is about to have nukes because Trump fucked up this thing called the Iran nuclear deal, which would have been an agreement between the U.S. and Iran, and I believe other countries as well, to not develop nuclear weapons. And Iran would have presumably remained nuclearly disarmed, but is currently on the way to doing that. Thanks to Biden, we almost have a new nuclear deal. Remember, Trump will destroy that day one if he gets elected.
Terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around.
Iran also has support from other Gulf states now that they didn't before, as far as I know. But they are slightly more wealthy than they were before. But to be very clear, you can't claim that you were this like hard-handed, like terror, the war on terror. Yeah, like you can't claim you were like super like hard-fisted on Iran when you fucked up the Iran nuclear deal, something that was way bigger news than what Trump's talking about now.
Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris.
Literally nothing Biden's done about dealing with the Houthis in Yemen has been bad. The lefties complained about it, but outside of that, Biden just did what the president does. He mobilized the, I think it was the National Guard or the Coast Guard, to combat the Houthis in I think it was not the Red Sea. Was it the Red Sea? I forget. No, I think it's the Red Sea. One of the biggest trade routes in all of world trade was being blockaded by the Houthi pirates, and the U.S. sent in like lethal force. Oh, did you guys see that the kid Hassan interviewed, the One Piece guy? He's dead. I'm pretty sure. I think it was either British or U.S. strikes got him. I think he was on a ship that had been stolen. He and like his Houthi buddies had pirated, like stolen a ship and taken hostage its crew, if I remember correctly, and like left him out at sea or something. And the kid ended up getting a stroke. I think he's dead. I think Houthi Luffy is dead. I'm pretty sure. Let me check. I remember seeing it and debating whether or not I should make a tweet, quote tweeting the story, making fun of him, and saying, "Man, someone send Hassan." Hold on. Let me see. Is he alive? He might. I'm not seeing anything about him being dead. Oh, he disappeared. A Yemeni. No, Business Insider. I would like to read the article without paying. I guess I'll read the most that I can read. A young Yemeni man nicknamed Timothy Chalamet is building a following, posting videos of him touring a captured cargo ship in the Red Sea. You know, Houthis captured it. So yeah, apparently the last bit of news was back in January when he just disappeared. Wouldn't that just mean he's dead? Yemen just doesn't want to admit it? Maybe. The last story with any relevance to him was that he just stopped posting on TikTok suddenly. So yeah, I guess my assumption is that he's dead. Maybe he's not. But yeah, fuck. Hassan platformed a terrorist, and it seems they got for being a terrorist.
Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not
Remember,
true.
by the
I
way-
have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong.
I would have said, like, this guy has come on here and claimed that illegal immigrants are eating dogs, that they're invading the country from insane asylums, and countless other false claims that we've fact-checked live here, claims like the U.S. crime and the national or international crime outside of the U.S. These are all been lies. He's just trying to distract from the questions in the conversation by making insane things up and derailing everything. Obviously, I don't hate Israelis. You know, like everything me and Joe Biden have done in this administration has been to try to build peace between Israel and Gaza. We have put forward countless peace agreements, and she should honestly bring up that Trump called Netanyahu and told him not to accept any of them. But I guess Axios said that Netanyahu denied it, so she can't say that. I don't know.
On national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear.
Yep.
They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a
No. Just outright say it, because when you're president, America is weaker, and our enemies want America weak, and they have a vested interest in getting you elected. Russia spent over $100 million to pay pro-Trump influencers to push talking points in favor of you and in favor of Russia. Some of the same talking points you've repeated on stage tonight, Donald Trump. God, I would love to see that. God, I would love to see it.
Grace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is...
That is actually true. Putin did endorse Kamala Harris and say that she hopes that she wins, or he hopes she wins. Mind you, Russia also spent $100 million to pay right-wing influencers to support Trump and Russia. If you don't know, by the way, the reason why Putin endorsed Kamala Harris is the same reason that Richard Spencer endorsed Joe Biden in 2020. Whenever the last two elections, the most far-right figures that you can think of endorse the sitting Democrat for the same reason as I've ranted about for half this fucking stream, that lefties and progressives are very naive and will eat up and buy conservative psyop talking points about Democrats if it sounds like it's coming from a progressive place.
absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective.
Let's look into the Nord Stream pipeline thing. I'm curious about this. Fact-checking the debate. Trump said he entered the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and Biden put it back on day one. Fact check, mostly false. The Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that would have allowed Russia to increase natural gas exports to Western Europe while bypassing Ukraine and depriving Kyiv billions of dollars in access fees. It's true that in 2019, Trump announced sanctions that halted the pipeline's construction, but by that point, the pipeline was nearly complete, with the majority of the project occurring under Trump's presidency, according to a 2020 analysis by the Congressional Research Service. Biden later waived the sanctions against the pipeline's builder at the request of Germany in 2021, but reimposed penalties the following year as Russia invaded Ukraine. God, he's such a liar, man! He's such a liar! He's such a liar! It's technically true, to an extent, but everything about that claim that isn't said that implies how bad it is isn't true. The claim that Biden, while we're in the midst of like backing a war against Russia that's happening, you know, Russia invading one of our allies, that Biden approved the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, when in reality, he at first waived it, allowed it, due to a request from Germany, and then the second that Russia invaded Ukraine, just like when he imposed a shitload of sanctions on Russia, he then proceeded to veto the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So he's just so not only is the Nord Stream 2 pipeline not happening, because Biden already handled that, he did technically approve it in request to Germany. Donald Trump, mind you, wording it as though Germany is a victim of this pipeline, when Germany was the requester of the approval of the pipeline. And then Biden went right back on it when Russia engaged in open hostilities with our allies. None of those facts are included in what Trump says, because you're supposed to assume none of those things are true, and the reverse of those things I just listed are true. That is the implication. If those things implied were true, it would sound really bad for Biden. But they're not. But without acknowledging it, technically what he said is true, that Biden did approve the Nord Stream pipeline, but without any context, it sounds bad until you know, oh wait, never mind. Like, not only did Germany ask him to approve it, as it would go through Germany, but he revoked this the second Russia invaded. Half-truths are a liar's best friend.
And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in
Good God, man! Guys, I so badly want to finish this tonight, but I'm not gonna lie. I think I have to break this up into 2 separate streams. Do you want to know how long I've been covering this hour of debate for? 3 hours and 37 minutes is how long OBS says this recording has been. Ethan's going to fucking kill me when he sees this, dude. He's gonna be so upset. Zan, did you accidentally upload a whole VOD instead of a video recording? So, Ethan, don't be mad. My reaction to half of the Kamala Harris-Trump debate was 3 hours and 38 minutes. He's not going to be happy. We love you, Ethan, and we really appreciate your work. Oh, God. You guys better comment. I think here's where we're going to put a pin in the Kamala versus Trump debate to resume it tomorrow. Yeah, definitely still Cora tonight still. Don't worry, Pepper T21. We're doing Cora tonight. But make sure, if you watched all the way to this point in the recording especially, that you comment on this video. Thank you for dealing with this 3-hour recording, Ethan. Thank you. We appreciate your hard work. Oh my God, he's not going to be thrilled about that. I usually try to keep these recordings shorter, but I had so much to say. There's so much to say about this debate, and I have more to say. There's more to the debate. There's like a third left of it, and I'm probably going to spend 2 or 3 hours tomorrow alone covering the last bit of it. So if you guys are interested in seeing what comes after that commercial break that they just did, then definitely stick around for tomorrow. Because we're going to continue covering the debate. I'm so sorry we couldn't do it all in one night. I legitimately did not think that I would end up having so much to say. But, I don't even feel like I stun-locked much, to be honest. I feel like everything I said in this segment, for the most part, was extremely relevant and perhaps even enlightening. Hypers in chat if you learned something, actually a thing that's, a big deal and useful from this segment. Because I feel like this might have been one of my densest segments in regards to learning. Learned a great deal. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, I've done a lot of research over the last year to prepare for this election in particular, and I feel like we're finally in that final stretch where a lot of it gets to get used, and I'm so glad that I get to, like, funnel that knowledge to you guys where it didn't exist before, because a lot of this stuff is insane. Like, I've told people that Trump has had Netanyahu to dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and they were like, what, really? Wild to me that so few people know these, like, very basic things that are very important if you're going to be involved in politics during this election. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned something. I hope you're excited for part 2 of my debate coverage, which will, of course, come out. I mean, these might come out back-to-back for all I know, like the 2 parts of the debate. I'm not sure. But if not, then keep an eye out, because part 2 will be coming out soon. And if you enjoyed, please leave a like. No matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, every thumbs up goes a long way to boost my channel and the algorithm, thus forcing YouTube to support my channel and help a ton. What's the name of that flag in the background? That is the Super Earth flag from Helldivers 2. And yeah, I really do appreciate it. Comment down below to boost the channel as well. It really means a lot. Subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And maybe even consider supporting me directly on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamlabs, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below if you want to help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head. I really do appreciate it, guys, as always. And don't forget, if you haven't already, to join my fan Discord server. It's totally free. It is the main hub of my community. I do game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there. In fact, I might be hosting a watch party there later tonight after stream. I still haven't figured out whether I'll be able to host it in the PV Discord. I don't know if they've given me the roles to just start it yet, because I'll test it. And if they have, then we'll do Korra. I thought Korra was tomorrow. We're probably doing Korra tonight. So yeah. Or we're doing Korra tonight, for sure. Either Korra or Rings of Power. We're going to do a poll in whatever thing we get into. Or before stream. Or before we end stream, we'll do a poll on whether we watch party the new season of Rings of Power, Season 2, or Legend of Korra. And we'll do a bit of a poll to see which we continue. Because I do want to catch up on Rings of Power, because there's a new episode out, and there's a new season, and it's awesome, you know? Anyway. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you in my Discord. I hope to see you drop some support, and thank you as always. My gosh. I'm so sorry for having to break up this debate, but if I'm going to cover anything else at all tonight, I kind of have to wrap it up there. And on top of that, my editor's going to be very sad when he sees the length of that recording, so I figured it would be best to break it up there, or it would be rough for him. Yeah, that was a monster of a segment for sure. That was fucking huge. That debate went really well. The bits that we saw so far. I hadn't even realized that 3 hours had passed. I was gaming, lol. Yeah. What happened to the Lauren Chen thing? I want to see how this went.
So, Lauren Chen is crumbling before our very eyes. And we have not seen a...
I really have always hated Lauren Chen so much, dude. I've always hated her so much for how, like, blatantly of a grifter she is, so much to the point where the most iconic photos of her are her wearing the exact same blouse that the trad wife Wojak wears. I'm not joking. Look up a photo, any photo of Lauren Chen. She wears the same clothes as the trad wife Wojak. It's not a joke. It's not. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. It is the outfit she almost always goes for, so she can be so recognizable as like a trad wife type woman that you can recognize it from the clothes. You know what I mean?
Destruction of such a great empire take place so quickly since Rome fell. It's my understanding she has 300,000 to 400,000 subscribers on her YouTube channel. She was also affiliated with Blaze Media, so she had different contracts from different places. She was, to my understanding, making quite a lot of money. If you don't know who Lauren Chen is yet, I am very, very sorry, but let me give you a short little, a brief little introduction of who exactly this dimwit is.
When it comes to dealing with the rights woman problem, there are definitely those of you out there who will just say, well, it's simple, we need to repeal the 19th. And trust me, I am no fan of the 19th Amendment myself. I think...
Yeah, for those that don't know, she's like fully in favor of revoking women's rights to vote and whatnot. What she's referring to here, and mind you, she's literally wearing it right now, by the way. Like, see? She's wearing the trad wife Wojak blouse in this very video clip right here. Like, look up the trad wife Wojak and tell me that's not the blouse. Tell me that's not it. Yeah, right now what she's arguing is that women vote overwhelmingly for Democrats, and so we need to revoke the 19th Amendment so women can't vote anymore. And thus the Republicans can win more readily because women so consistently vote Dem, and revoking women's rights to vote would mean more Republican wins. I never said that Lauren Chen kept the mask on. She is a Nazi, too, like full-on white supremacist. She's JQ'd many times before. I don't know if she believes in any of this shit. I'm pretty sure she's also Canadian. Another right-wing Canadian butting into American politics. I'm almost certain that she is. But yeah, it's just, oh, fucking hate this lady. I hate her so much. I hate her. I hate this woman, okay? She hates women. Her fans hate women. Don't get me wrong. I hate this woman, all right? I am misogynistic exclusively towards Lauren Chen and for nothing to do with being a woman, just how awful of a person she is.
I think it more so than anything else solidified in our consciousness the idea that the political process should be one person, one vote, which is not a good system. I don't believe in democracy. I believe individual rights and limited government are way more important than the idea of everybody having a vote. And if the past few generations have showed us anything, it's that democracy and individual rights and limited government don't often go hand in hand. I'm in favor of a limited franchise, and by the way, no, that's not a radical position. That is the position that the founding fathers have.
Okay, so this...
No, if I ever like could speak to Lauren Chen, knowing it would probably hurt her the most, I'm gonna be real, I'd probably call her a whore to her face. Because she actually is. She is sexualizing herself in a blatant way, to appeal to the conservative audience with the whole, like, blouse thing. She would be so upset because she wants people to think, oh, I'm not a whore. I'm actually this perfect prude lady, and I wear blouses, and I cook in the kitchen stuff. What she is trying to do, though, is exactly what she accuses women who she calls whores of doing. She calls women whores, if you don't know. That's, like, her big thing. Like, any woman that she considers to be in slightest bit, like, too sexually liberated, she'll call them a whore, just like outright. I would love to call her that because she's doing the exact thing she accuses women who wear what the fuck they want to of doing. She is dressing entirely for the male audience to just goon to. This outfit, her presentation is for white conservative men to goon while they watch her videos about how like men are oppressed and women need to lose the right to vote. She is just doing exactly what she accuses the women she calls whores of doing, but in a way that looks like it's not. Lauren Chen is as much of a whore as she calls women that dare to have any freedom in what they wear. She is actually the one desperate to get men's attention with what she's wearing and for them to goon to what she's watching. I have seen her criticize OnlyFans models, Twitch streamers, for daring to show even the slightest bit of skin. Meanwhile, you know this woman is making videos for white conservative 14-year-olds to jack off to and imagine their future trad wife barefoot in the kitchen, pregnant, making them a sandwich. This is porn for conservatives. This is what they edge to be very clear. She is a massive hypocrite with how she talks about women and sexuality. She calls every lefty woman a whore who's going to be lonely and cat lady, all that shit. It's the most true of her. And to be clear, by the way, these women who make these claims about progressive women being like slutty or whatever, half the time behind the scenes, these conservative women, good God, dude. That's all I'll say. Good fucking God, all right? Listen, if you, like, it is a meme in the American South that if you meet a girl who goes to church, you're gonna get your fucking shit rocked in bed, bro. Like, that she's gonna be a weirdo, you know? Like, dude, church girls in the South are fucking weird and repressed, and they're into weird shit. And that's all I'm gonna say, okay? That's all I'm gonna say, all right? That's all I'm gonna say. Behind the scenes, these people that talk up how anti-sex they are, oh my God. Behind the scenes, they're the biggest freaks.
Is Lauren Chen for ya. She doesn't believe in democracy and is against the 19th Amendment. She wishes women didn't have the right to vote. So now that we have a general understanding of Lauren Chen, and we generally know now that Lauren Chen is a massive piece of shit, we now get into the big problem, the big destruction of Lauren Chen. And it all took place only a mere, 48 hours ago? The Department of Justice, okay, this isn't some private investigative journalism hit piece thing. The Department of Justice has filed an indictment that alleges the founders of the company, Lauren Chen, and her husband.
Oh, by the way, Hunter and Holly want to play Zomboid with me, and I'm currently holding off until the Zomboid, the big Zomboid update that's about to come out. I think it's 0.81 or 0.83. If you follow Zomboid, you know the big update that's about to come out. Like, it's been delayed an unfortunate amount, but it's going to be a massive fucking update, like changing the game from the ground up. So once that update hits, there's a good chance that I'll end up streaming Zomboid, and that Hunter and Holly will be on the server. Because they've wanted to play some Zomboid for a while. I don't know if Hunter's played Zomboid, but I know Holly's played it and really likes it because Hash is who I met Holly through. Hash is one of my buddies. He's come into chat sometimes. He's Oclair. I met Holly through Hash after having been friends with Hunter for years, and then they ended up dating. I didn't even know Holly and Hunter knew each other, but then they started dating. And I was like, huh, two people who I knew, who I didn't know even knew each other, like, or had any connection whatsoever, are now dating. That is one of the most neat things. It reminds me of when I went to there was this camp. There was this lifeguard camp thing that the place that I ended up working at did for if you were like under 16 and couldn't work a job, you could get some like basic lifeguard training there for like a week, and it was a neat thing. I went there, and I was eating lunch during one of the days of the camp, and I was talking to a group of other kids there at the table. And one guy that I was talking to, we started to really hit it off in terms of conversation. It was like we'd known each other for years, you know? And we slowly talk back and forth, and we're telling stories. And we start to realize, you know, man, we've got very similar... Like, that thing, we both did jiu-jitsu? Where'd you do jiu-jitsu? And he was like, I went to Gracie Pack MMA in Tampa, Gracie Tampa. And I was like, so did I. He was like, Alex? And I went, Connor? And we realized after like a day and a half of having become new friends that we were actually old friends that didn't even fucking recognize each other because it had been like 5 years since we even lived in the same city. Oh my God, dude. One of the coolest feelings is when like you get like just a weird... where it almost feels like your life has been written like a story because something so coincidental like that happens. It reminds me a lot of that. When shit like that happens, it just sticks with me. That's one of my favorite stories. Similar thing with Hunter and Holly dating, where I knew them both. I met Holly through a friend, and I knew Hunter from content creation. We've been buddies for years, and they start dating. I'm like, I didn't even know you guys knew each other. What? Yeah. Fucking wild. IRL main character shit. Like, the fucking supporting cast are slowly becoming like a group, like a friend group. Nah. In all seriousness, though, it's just one of those moments where the coincidence just ends up being wild. I love those small world moments. I can't wait for, like, I'm at the grocery store one day and I have a conversation with somebody only to realize they're like my 5th grade English teacher, like 20 minutes into the conversation. In Seattle, of course.
Husband
That'd be funny.
intentionally deceived the influencers, including Tim Pool and Dave Rubin. So this is just...
That's the claim, by the way, from Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and all those folks, was that Russia tricked them into taking the money and they had no clue where it came from.
Just a little snippet from the indictment, which says Founder 1 and Founder 2 worked together to mask U.S. Company 1's true source of funding, which is RT, a Russian state propaganda media corporation, by falsely portraying to Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 that U.S. Company 1 was...
I don't want to skip through this because I like Hunter, but at the same time, I do know this bit. I want to hear about the ban. I want to hear about the big Lauren Chen ban.
Any kind of creative control. Can somebody explain this clip to me? Because this is a little...
Maybe the ban hadn't happened yet. This video is 4 days old. The ban might not have happened yet. Is that today's news? Is the Lauren Chen ban from, like, today or yesterday or something? Anyway, are we still doing a watch party? Yes, but very quickly, I have another segment to do, and I must use the restroom first, okay? And then I got one more segment for the day, and then we're going to be doing the watch party, so get hyped for that. But first, I must have a restroom break. My bodily needs come first, unfortunately. I shall be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this
why they should do a thing you told them to do, and to see that as a valid question. I imagine a lot of parents have like a bit of a superiority complex about their kids where they you for the $5. I appreciate that. Very
You're on this
very base of
council.
you. Oh my god, what am I looking at? What the fuck? Riz Wars, guys.
But we do not grant you the rank of a Rizzler.
What? How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be on the council and not be a Rizzler?
Start mewing, young Skywalker.
I have more Riz than the Chancellor. I can mog him.
To be fair, this is exactly how the characters are modeled in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. To be fair, like to be fair, this is literally Clone Wars Anakin. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me this is not more accurate to Clone Wars Anakin than the live-action casting. Like, if he looked like this in the movie, you'd get why he looks how he does in Clone Wars. Like, look at Obi-Wan. Look at Obi-Wan. Look at Palpatine! This is exactly how Palpatine looks in Clone Wars! The chins especially, dude. Tell me this is not... Like, they tried to make live action look like Clone Wars. They're all mewing in Clone Wars. Holy shit.
I don't want to hear any more about Obi-Wan. The Jedi mocked me. Don't you mock me.
Please show us... Oh no, we didn't get to see Darth Maul mew? How are you gonna show us no Darth Maul mewing? What? Dude, I wanted to see Darth Maul mewing. Fuck. That's what it was all about. any federal funding. Anyway, speaking to the Economic Club of New York, Trump said the commission's creation came at the... Oh yeah, I already read that. My bad. The former president said Musk has agreed to lead the task force if he has time. Trump said the commission would develop an action plan to eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months. This will save trillions of dollars, he said. It's massive. Musk endorsed Trump following the assassination attempt in July and is one of Trump's most prominent supporters, hosting a one-on-one interview with the former president on X, formerly known as Twitter, last month. The tech billionaire suggested openness to working within the commission in a social media post Thursday morning, saying, quote, "I look forward to serving America if the opportunity arises." Though the move could spark conflict of interest and concerns due to Musk's business empire, he added that no pay, title, or recognition would be needed, quote unquote. Trump also touted that the economic accomplishments of his first term in his remarks on Thursday and criticized the current economic environment under the Biden administration, and while also contrasting his vision for the next 4 years with what Vice President Kamala Harris has laid out. Quote, "I'm here today to lay out my plan to rescue our country from this nightmare," Trump said. Trump outlined that he would implement an energy policy that would roll back regulations on American energy to cut energy prices in half within a year of taking office. He pledged to end electric vehicles. What's actually going to happen is oil companies are going to drop the prices for gas, and it's going to cause natural gas prices to go
recalling some kind of liquid it has stored inside of itself, trying to freeze us over, make us easy prey.
Yeah, you're correct. Elisar, can you roll me bravery, please?
Oh no.
Oh no. Slowing us down to make us easier prey.
I have no idea what this is.
Just slowly turn back towards the hole.
Please.
There's a really big one in there.
I have no clue what this is.
And see something starting to come out.
Oh! I fold my fingers together and wait to initiate retreat on my turn. You said to make us easy prey, but not their prey. That
what do you
is what's
mean?
going to be preying on us.
Oh.
I don't get what this game is or what they're joking about, so I can't really understand it. But I assume if you get what's going on, it's way funnier. Thank you for the $5, Cleaver120. I'm sorry to hit you with that, like, you show your friends a funny video and they don't laugh thing. I don't have the prerequisite knowledge to get the joke there, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so freaking much. You are based, you are Pog, and I love you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyway, guys, I'm about to start the watch party, so hop into the Xander's Theater channel in my Discord if you haven't already. I'm going to use the restroom really fast, and then we're going to be starting up, so we'll be getting into it in like the next 3 minutes or so. We'll be starting the watch party, and yeah, I'm hyped. I hope you guys are too. I really hope to see you there. Make sure you're in my Discord server if you're not already, and you can join Xander's Theater. Discord's not letting me connect. That's odd, Lefty Jenna. Try closing Discord and restarting it entirely if it doesn't. What's the watch party for? Well, we're going to determine that when we get everyone in there. We're going to pick between Rings of Power Season 2 or more Legend of Korra. Anyway, guys, hope to see you there. Hope you guys join the watch party. It's going to be a fun time. And as always, I will see you guys in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow, unless I see you in the watch party, which I hope I do. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.